Alrighty. Hello and good morning, everybody, and welcome to another Switch stream with Steven. I am Steven, my team is Switch Gaming. If you enjoy the content you see today, please give us a follow on YouTube at The Switch Gaming YT, Twitter, The Switch Gaming, Facebook, The Switch Gaming, and Twitch, The Switch Gaming. You'll notice that the setup of the stream has been made to look quite a bit nicer, in my opinion. I had some help from Dawn Delosier last night, so that was really, really cool. Big shout out to her for helping make the stream look more presentable. But hopefully, people tuning in will enjoy this. And yeah, so wanted to give her a shout out real quick before we got into anything else really cool for her to take time to help that get set up. And in the near future, we're also going to get a new music setup on this stream, which will be really cool too, which I think not only myself, but viewers will enjoy. And that will be coming in the next few days. But we've got some really cool plans in store today. Before we get into the plans, though, let's talk about our subscriber goals. We've got some Twitch sub goals. Once we hit 79 Twitch subscribers, we're giving away a signed set of Reckoner, Bankbuster, Stringaroot Geist, and Primeval Titan. Once we hit 150, we're giving away a From the Vault Realms. And once we hit 200, we are giving away a Lightly Played Tundra. Then let's give a shout out to our sponsor, All Star Sports and Games. Mondays, you can stop in and check them out for some Commander. They've got Commander going 6 p.m. to midnight. Tuesday, tonight, they've got Pioneer starting at 6. I'm excited to go to that, see how many people have their copters ready to roll. Usually ends around 9:30, 10 o'clock. Thursday, we've got Proxy Legacy going on. If you want to stop in and play a Proxy deck, feel free. Very soon we'll also have Proxy decks behind the counter for people, which will be awesome. And then Friday, we've got Draft starting at 8 o'clock. And then we got Commander going on from 6 to 2 a.m. So really cool stuff. We also have a holiday deck exchange going on in 10 days, December 15th, so about a week and a half away. I am planning to make a deck for that. I've got about half of it built, so I better actually start probably ordering some cards in the near future for this, or I'm not going to have that deck built. Anyway, that's happening in about a week, so pretty cool stuff. There's also an ugly sweater contest going on. Okay, so we are currently 2-0 and 4-0 in games with Mono Black Aggro. This is, people forget, this is actually the deck, really, that got Smuggler's Copter banned. I mean, this was one of the most dominant decks in Pioneer when it first began. It was the aggro deck of the format. Super good. Fatal Push, Thoughtseize, shocking. Still good now, so it probably doesn't surprise anybody that this is a really good deck. But we've gotten a few upgrades since then. The format has also changed since then pretty significantly, but I still think with Smuggler's Copter, this deck has the tools to hang with anybody. It could actually just be back. Like, this might be an archetype that is just revived from the Smuggler's Copter unbanning. It's amazing how one card can make a deck that much better, but it really, really helps this deck a ton. And mono green not existing is nice for this deck too, I think. But regardless, cards like Blood-Soaked Champion and Scrapheap Scrounger are really good at crewing the Copter and really good at punishing your opponent for holding up removal to try and kill the Copter. You just don't crew the Copter. You attack them with recursive threats, and they struggle to keep your stuff off the board. And they fall behind on tempo a lot. We've also gotten Shieldred in this deck now, Archfiend of the Dross. I think Gix is a pretty cool add. Some games it'll be really awesome to go Copter into Gix, crew Copter, attack you, loot, and then trigger Gix, lose life draw. But we'll see if that actually happens. Sideboard, very streamlined. Got a million hearses for Phoenix. Got a couple Go Blanks for them too. Greasefang as well. Got 3 Pithing Needles. Maybe it should be 4 Pithing Needles, but currently have 3 Pithing Needles. That's mainly for Rack Sack to shut off Witch's Oven. We've got Ratchet Bomb and Feligree Silex for Convoke. And we got 4 Duress for when we want more hand hate. Pretty simple stuff, but that's what we got going on today. And then starting at noon, after we finish up our league here, we're actually going to be doing 1v1s with Doomwake. So that's going to be really cool. And that will be starting in a few hours. But let's continue our games. All right. That is way too big on that chat log. My goodness. Let's shrink that thing. I would like to play first. Oh, yeah. Sand is very good. The question is... They revealed Gigantha. I think I'm just going to Thoughtseize on turn 1. Thoughtseize into Copter. We're, like, losing 1 point of damage, but I think that's fine. Probably. Thanks for butchering perfection, asshole. What did I do, monkey? Oh, Deep Cavern Bat. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? Inti is a messed up card. Fable is obviously nuts. So he's playing Racksack with Inti in it. What did I do? Yeah, I generally don't know what I did. We're playing against Nassif right now. It's a hard call. The Inti is just such an insane card. I'm very worried about it, but I think I take the Fable. Oh, sure, monkey. Yeah. You're right, I did do that. I did indeed do that, didn't I? Oops. If it's 4s and 3s, and if it ain't, it's not in the deck. Well, the problem is, we have too many good cards now. There are, like, actually just too many good cards to build Groll. It's disgusting. I have no idea what the right 3-drops are. There are a million good 3s. The deck has changed. This is Inti, like, this into Inti is going to be a huge problem for me. Monkey. Well, I have 4 Copters. I don't know what to tell you. We got 4 of the obviously good card. All right. Pass it over to Mr. Bob the dog here. This is interesting here. I definitely feel behind. That Enti is going to mess me up, but not a ton I can do about it. Preacher of the Schism. All right. Guess I'll crew with this. This thing having Death Touch is pretty annoying. I think trading with Preacher still makes sense. It's a lot of smuggling going on here. All right, let's pitch one of these. I certainly don't need 3. debating if he wants to block. Makes sense. Always cool to get a top-level player in our first match. I believe this is Nassif. Played against him a few times recently. Oh, Derek, it's going great, buddy. It's going great, man. I think it is. Bob the dog is Nassif, right? I'm pretty sure. He's cooking over here. Looks like he's playing an iteration of Racksack, but all right, let's play another Smuggler's Copter. Time to just double copter attack every turn now. Yep. That Inti is going to be an issue. Yep. Okay. Okay. I don't think Thoughtseize quite does it. I guess it's like... It's interesting. Probably just bad, though. Yeah, I really need to find a Fatal Push. I think that's pretty important. If I could push and then get a spawn into play, that would be pretty ideal. Yeah, okay. So if I go crew, attack with both. It's pretty bad into push. Could attack with like just the Evolve Sleeper and then level it up, draw a card. Maybe I should Thoughtseize them. It's interesting. I almost have to play defense, but then I'm just going to get killed by Preacher the Schism. I don't really know what I'm supposed to do here. It's tricky. I might need to hit like a Shieldred or something to Archfiend of the Dross could be good. I think I just have to crew these up and try and loot into something more relevant than Thoughtseize. He has a push. That's fine. That is not what I needed there. Not what I needed. Well, I'm going to pitch this. I'm going to cast Thoughtseize and then probably concede, but I would like to see a little more of his cards, I guess. We're pretty dead here. I mean, I don't know. I guess there's, like, still a chance. I just feel like I'm too far behind. I guess I can draw a card off this, and if it's good, we can maybe... That ain't it. I'm just like very nearly dead on board if I cast this. I may have to cast it, but I think I'm pretty screwed here. Just 2 lands. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. That actually might be lethal. He can channel 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 from the trigger here. Yep. I'm not going to make him do it. All right, interesting. I don't really think I have much on my board here, to be honest. I don't have any more removal, really. I mean, we could bring in the Ratchet Bomb type stuff, but I don't think we want that. I think we just run it back. Pretty cool deck he's playing over there. Probably also a Smuggler's Copter deck, almost certainly. It's possible we should play Preacher the Schism in Dis... Do I have a Discord? Oh yeah, Monkey, I sure do. Mr. Bob is really thinking about what he wants to do here. We don't have many options. My sideboard was not built for creature, too many creature mirrors. We kind of just have our removal in the main and hope it's good enough. Probably a little bit of a mistake on my part, maybe, but I don't know. I think 4 push to Bitter Triumph is pretty acceptable into creature decks. On the draw, I may bring in like Silex or Ratchet Bomb, I guess. I could maybe see that, but not on the play. I will say one thing, and I've been noticing this through multiple other games. I think Spawn might just suck. This card is not a good follow-up to Copter, which means it's probably just a bad card. In these days, we have a lot of good other creatures that we can play that, like Graveyard Trespasser, Lord Skitter, Preacher the Schism. All of these are 3s that Mono Black could play pretty easily. That are not this card, because this one is obviously very conditional to get it into play. I think his hand is fine, though. I think I'm going to keep. But, like, if you don't go 1-drop Smuggler's Copter this, it's kind of mediocre. Maybe it'll still be good this game, but Mr. Dog has kept his hand. Bonecrusher Giant, Preacher the Schism, Thoughtseize. Wow, he kept a 1-lander. Okay. That's pretty funny. I mean, his hand is good. That's the hilarious thing. Yeah, I mean, it's honestly a good keep. I like his keep. Kind of want to take the... God, that's so tough, dude. Kind of want to just take the Fatal Push, maybe? Huh. He'll draw a land eventually is the problem, so it's not a simple take. They could just take push and try to get under him, hope he misses some lands, hope I can find a good threat. We're going to take the push. Yep. Well, Thoughtseize the spawn. There's really no reason to play this untapped. Like, I guess the reason to play it untapped is if I drew exactly 3-drop into 4-drop and then wanted to channel this. So maybe I am supposed to play it. Whatever, I'll play it. There's like minor upside to that. That is really unfortunate for me. Probably plays Bloodtide now. Does not need Thoughtseize here. Next turn he can pop the blood and then use... and then Thoughtseize me. He's debating though, because he might want to just like drop a Preacher next turn. He does need... so he might just Thoughtseize. Oh, Smuggler's Copter. Jesus, dude. So his 2 draws were land Smuggler's Copter? That's pretty obnoxious. So Preacher, Thoughtseize, Bone Crusher, Bloodtithe is his hand. And we haven't drawn a spell. Unfortunate. But this is exactly what I'm talking about, where Spawn these days probably just doesn't match up anymore. This probably should just be a different card. Yep. God dang it, dude. Just perfect draws from him. Actual perfect. 2 land drops and a Smuggler's Copter are his 3 unknown. His 3 draws. I mean, I will say this. I do think his keep was like pretty reasonable, but he could not have possibly drawn better either. He got max rewarded for being... I mean, it was definitely a greedy keep. There are times I've kept 1-landers on the draw, too, in these kind of decks, but... Alright, well, Archfiend of the Dross was pretty big time. That one doesn't die to Bonecrusher Giant, so it's also a pretty good draw. Alright, Cat. You gotta move, Frodo. Alright. God dang it. Curious what he'll do here. Preacher. Yep. Preacher the Schism. Makes sense. Play land. Sure. Oh, that's pretty insane. That was... okay, well, I drew pretty well here, too, is the good news. Combat. God dang it, Cat. Attack for 6. Play Spawn of Mayhem. He can kill my Spawn, but... it's not particularly pretty. 1 second here, chat. I'll move my cat in a moment. Alright, Cat. You're out of here. He's about to be out of the room. He keeps jumping up here. Alright. So when does this happen? My upkeep, I think. It's been a long time since I've cast Spawn of Mayhem. Yeah, alright. Jesus Christ, dude. A lot of people have been playing this Preacher of the Schism card. I'm still not really a believer, but maybe this thing is just good. Shoto was playing it in Japan. One in the main, one in the sideboard of rack. I don't think it's ever particularly justifiable to play this over Bankbuster is part of my reasoning for not wanting to play it, but attacks there. I could block with Spawn. That's probably not good, though. Yeah, it's probably just not good. I think he has to, like, sack Blood Tithe and then stomp this, and then he can, like, crew here and chump block. But he takes a bunch of damage. Igloo Boy, yeah. A card I actually think is probably pretty good with Smuggler's Copter existing is Lord Skitter, which might just be an okay card anyway, but... Alright, we'll see if he... Wait, doesn't he have a... Oh, he discard... Where did he... What did he discard this to? Did I take that with thought? I don't think I did. I don't know what's going on. Alright, whatever. Do this. Nice thing is, Spawn has Trample as well. That's not a horrible draw either. So if I just swing with both, he probably goes Crude. If he crews and double blocks, he dies. In fact, he has to chump the Archfiend with Deep Cavern Bat. That's his only play. What if I fire up Hive as well? Is firing up Hive here good? And then just playing a Bloodsoaked? That might be the line, because he gets punished from things dying, and he has to double block here. So his double block would be like... So he would Crew Copter here, he would Crew Copter, and then he would put Blood Tithe and Copter on Hive, and then he would chump here, here. I would kill the Copter. I think he might be... I think he's going to, like, 2 here. Igloo Boy, thank you very much. Appreciate it, dude. You're a superstar. Let's fire this up. I think I am supposed to get in the red zone here, certainly, because I'm about to lose the game if Archfiend hits 0, so we need to make sure he dies. It's a little bit important here. Undisputed best red-green list. Fair. Hive will eat Bone Crusher, I guess. Doesn't really matter that much. So he'll Crew Copter, I assume, with Vampire Token, and then double block, like I said, and then chump block here, and then he will take a total of 8 damage and gain 1 life from lifelink, so he'll go to 2. And then I just play this, and he should be dead on the crackback. Any creature dying kills him. This trigger almost kills him. Like, really, he didn't crew. Okay, so he'd go to 1. This block puts him to 1. It's interesting. Okay, play this. Oh, that's really awkward for him, because now he has to send Vampire Token to attack. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Actually, can he get lethal here? 6, 6, 7, 8. Oh my god, we're going to draw? No, he's going to kill me with my Spawn trigger. Wow. Spawn's going to kill me. Because he can Crew Copter. 3, 6, 9, 11. Yeah, I'm going to die to my own Spawn on upkeep. Huh. So I guess this attack was bad. Yeah, I guess firing this up and attacking was bad. I didn't see that he could lethal me. That's fair, monkey. Hmm. That's that's tough. I just did not see that he had lethal on the crackback. I should have thought more about it, obviously. So I guess I should have only swung with these. Because he didn't even block this. He'd been at 4. It's so tough to say because I was at risk of just losing the game to my own Archfiend, too. Like, it's not like I could just sit here and be patient. Good game. It's a... Wait, what? Why is it a draw? Why... Why did we draw? Huh? That should not have been a draw. He was at 2? No, he was at 2, I think. Yeah, but he went from 1 to 2. He swung with a lifelink creature. He crewed. Oh, you're right. He crewed with the token. You're right. You're right. So, yeah, okay. He did crew with it. That's my bad. I missed that. All right, well, here we are. Classic Spawn of Mayhem for giving us a draw in game 2. What a weird, weird string of events. All right, Thoughtseize you. He's playing Deathrite Shaman too? What in the world? I mean, I'm going to take Bone Crusher Giant, I think. He is really cooking over there. Deathrite Shaman. What in the world, dude? You just want to play a scrap heap here. It is Nassif, yes. Yes, sir, it is. The Copter. Yep, you got it, Mr. Nassif. Could hit him for 5. Yeah, I agree. A draw is fine. I think I just fire this up, 5 him, and then play a knight, honestly. Nassif's a smart enough player to not crew into 1 open black mana, so we're just going to progress our board. I also just think this is pretty good for us anyway. Okay. His hand is Croxa. Another Smuggler's Copter. Assume the Croxa's getting pitched here, more than likely. And Gigantha is obviously his companion. So that's what we got going on here. Hive of the Eye Tyrant, really, not pitching the Croxa. Okay. It's interesting. That means he probably just wants to play the Croxa, I guess. No, Preacher of the Schism. Okay. Oh, it's so awkward, dude. God, man, this Preacher of the Schism is, has really been an issue. This card's just good in creature matchups. It definitely is annoying as hell. You just, like, cannot attack into this stupid thing. 2/4 Death Touch is pretty good. Not being able to trigger Revolt here is very unfortunate. I mean, I could attack with both. That's just not good, I don't think. We really needed a land here. Not hitting the 4th land was very unfortunate. I could play this, attack both, and pray to hit a land. I think that's going to be my line, because Fatal Push here would be very good to be able to have available. Trading a card on board for a resource, which I guess is okay. I lose a life, obviously, too, which sucks, but I assume he blocks Knight of the Ebon Legion, but we'll see. Maybe he values his life total enough that he'd block the Scrounger instead. Feels like a pretty easy Knight, though. Especially because he's a Bone Crusher deck, so you can kill Scrap Heap with a Bone Crusher later, whereas you can't do that with this. Okay, not too bad. I think I'm just gonna kill the Preacher here. This thing is gonna be a big issue. I know that Copter being able to do its thing sucks, but I really think this needs to die. Thing blocks too well. Way too well. Well, the good news is my hand is very good. Okay. Nassif is playing a really cool deck here. Okay, his last two cards are Kroxa, Smuggler's Copter, so he's going to Kroxa the Shieldred. He didn't crew, which means he's probably trying to trade Copter and Gix here, because he has another Copter. Makes sense, I guess. He plans to try to win with the Kroxa. I wonder if I just, like, don't even offer that trade. Maybe that trade isn't even good. What if I just go play Copter, pass, and then buy this back? I think that makes sense. His last card is another Copter. Yeah, I think I'm just going to play this pass. Could have attacked Knight into the Copter, but that's just such a bad use of mana if he blocks, which he would probably block. Really interesting game. Really interesting game. And I can't block because that would let him Kroxa me. Just have to let this do its thing. Okay, that's fine. I'll take 3. So he has another Copter in hand. Which he may play. Yep, plays Copter. There's an Urborg in play, so he still has black mana. He can use Deathrite to shoot me for 2 damage, which is pretty brutal. I am certainly in danger of dying right now, which is definitely scary. So I'm effectively at 8. I'm at 8. Really 6 if I can't kill the Deathrite. Yeah, I mean, this is a really scary spot. Okay, that's kind of gas. It's kind of gas. So if I crew Copter, I could fire this up, crew Copter, attack all. I could also only send these 2. Could trade Copter. I would still get a trigger. Could also fire up Mutavault and just send everything. That's kind of interesting to me. Have to be careful to, like, not draw too many cards, though. Just fire up Mutavault and then crew with Mutavault. Attack all. So tricky. I really want to be able to hit, like, another removal spell, though, or something. What if I just crew Copter with this and then just send the rest? That actually doesn't seem terrible. Maybe that's the play. I will loot. It's free. Okay, we're going to pitch that. This has been a really good match. Really good match. I guess you get that when you play against Gabe Nassif, but we've literally been playing this match for almost an hour. It is our third game, and we're in game 2, though. We did have a draw, thanks Spawn and Mayhem, but... no blocks, huh? Alright. I will certainly lose one draw card. That was so good. I will definitely do it once more. I think that's it. I don't think I'm going to lose any more or draw any more. Maybe I'm supposed to put... Actually, no, I probably... this shoots me. So this shoots me. This is like so close, dude. I think I'm not supposed to. And then I go Triumph, pitch, push. Alright. Go. He'll use the death right to do the thing. I think we're in pretty good shape. I think we've navigated this one well. Gix ended up being pretty damn good. Dude, I don't know how they unbanned Copter either, Matt. It's ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense, but here we are. Playing with Smuggler's Copter in 2023, almost 2024, so whatever. I fully expect it will be back on the ban list within like a year and a half, 2 years. I do not think the format will be able to adjust. We'll see. I think this format is just going to be so incredibly warped by this card. Why did we let them untap with Deathrite? Because I want to be able to kill the Copters. Also, they have a Croxa in the yard. If I kill the Deathrite, they can Croxa. So I'd rather just not. I'm at 6, not 5, so the deal 2 isn't particularly relevant. That's why I did what I did. I think killing the Deathrite's a mistake. Okay, I'm going to let him move to combat. This is fine. I'm pretty sure we got him here. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I'm going to fire this up. He might have a Fatal Push here, use Deathrite to Fatal Push my thing, and then I just kill his creatures and he loses. Okay, kill you. All right, on to game 4. Game 4 with Mr. Gabe Nassif. Here we go. Copter and Croxa is twin. Yeah, it's pretty freaking insane, dude. Not wrong. You are not wrong. I wonder if Duress is good. I feel like Spawn of Mayhem is just not great, especially on the draw. I don't know. A draw. Yeah, we're going to game 4 because of Spawn of Mayhem. We both went to 1 life, and then Spawn killed us both simultaneously in game 2. So we're going to game 4 right now with Gabe Nassif. Pretty epic. We've been playing an hour-long match here with Mr. Nassif. What would I bring in? Like I said, Duresses I'm interested in. They might just be bad, but they get Copter, Fable, and removal and hand hate, so it might just be good enough. I'm actually going to cut the spawns on the draw. I think that makes sense, and I'm going to just have a bunch of hand hate in my deck. I feel like Duresses get a lot better with Copter in the format. There's so many more hits now. I do have clock advantage somehow, which is kind of weird. I'm not trying to clock them. I mean, I would like to finish our match, but... yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Spawn should be in my deck or not, but... like, this is a lot of hand hate for a creature matchup. I just wish this card were like anything else, honestly. I mean, it has been okay, but... and maybe we'll play matchups where it's good. Maybe I'm being too hard on it, but I do think that probably another 3-drop is better. Like, an actual 3-drop that doesn't require me to hit might be better. Back in the day, we didn't have better options than this, but now we probably do. I think I'm fine with Duress. That's like really weird, but I think Duress will be good. Famous last words, but we're going to try it. I'm going to keep. His hand's a little creature heavy, but still think it is a keep. Red mana on turn 1. Thought sees you. God, dude, this Inti card is so messed up. God, that hand is so good. So he just rebuilt Rakdos. Like, this is just Rakdos aggro. Really. I don't have any idea what to take. I think I have to take the Inti and just pray that he misses lands or something. Because the Inti is just going to give him so much selection. I don't have removal right now. I've got to leave him with Copter. That's so disgusting, but I do think it's right to leave him with Copter here. Oh, he top decked that, so that's good for me. Certainly, that he drew a land. Okay, another Thoughtseize is interesting, I guess. Can I outrace the Smuggler's Copter? If I just go Knight of the Ebon Legion, Knight of the Ebon Legion, and then, like, pump next turn... It's 4-5, counters on each. That may be my best line. That's what I'm going to try and do. I'm going to try and go wide. We did. We're in game 4, Nick. Spawn of Mayhem led to a draw in game 2. So yeah, we're in game 4 right now against Gabe Nassif. It's pretty absurd. Okay. I think I just have to do this and attack. I think that's my best line. We had other options, obviously, as well, but I think 5 him and then put a counter on each of my things, so Stomp doesn't do anything now is good. Breacher the Schism. Yep. Really need a removal spell. Super badly. Okay, he's just trying to race. Feel like he will win this race, unfortunately for me, but... He's down to 2 minutes. I'm honestly not gonna be a jackass and try to time him out. If it looks like we're gonna lose, we'll lose. Second Preacher, sure. Deep Cavern Bat is pretty gross here. It's like certainly beatable, it's just annoying. Fatal Push was a hell of a draw. I'm not even going to cast this Thoughtseize. I think that's kind of a waste. Well, it's kind of a waste. It just is a waste. Let's make this a 2-2 and pass it over. I don't want to lose that 2 life. I think I'm just going to Fatal Push the Smuggler's Copter here. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. You're a superstar. Do I want to trade with Goblin Shaman here? Probably. Oh, he's not even going to let me have that option. Alright. Deep Cavern Bat. Sure. Play this. He fires this up. I think I'm dead. Just going to play this and pass. Yeah. We'll concede. 1-2-1. You gotta love that record. All right. After an hour, we are through with our match against Gabe Nassif. It was a tight one. The old 4-gamer. What's up, Doomwake? I am ready to battle, dude. We just battled with Nassif for 4 games. Spawn of Mayhem. We were both at 1 life on the upkeep, and it forced game 3 with him up again. Yeah, pretty insane, dude. Pretty hilarious. It's pretty crazy. Not very common. I don't think I've ever gone to a game 4 in my life. Opponent probably on rack mid here. That was a really nice draw. So if they have a kill spell, they have to spew it on this now. Smuggler's Copter. Yep, makes sense. More smuggling. More smuggling. All right, we'll attack for 2. I'm just going to leave up Bitter Triumph here for that Smuggler's Copter. If they're smart, they just won't even crew the damn thing, but yeah. Opponent not stupid. Unlucky. I do still think I'm going to kill this, to be honest, but I'll pay 3 life to do it. Alright, do this. Attack you for 2. Play a Spawn of Mayhem. Spawn of Mayhem will be good in this kind of game, probably. I do like it here. It's going to be kind of a difficult one for them to remove. This one also doesn't die to power word kill, I don't think. PWK doesn't kill demons, right? Oh yeah, I agree, Doomwake. I will probably also be playing Copter unless I play rack mid with 4 Bankbuster, but there will be 4 2-mana vehicles in my deck. Okay, so now they... Really? Alright, they didn't attack? I mean, it would have put a counter on their Copter. It's kind of weird. It's a pretty easy attack for 4 and then just jam a Shieldred, I think. They could have a Fatal Push, and they're, like, trying to set up block plus push. No? Okay. Shieldred go. Fatal Push there, pretty annoying, certainly, but they are in trouble to the spawn. Okay. Demon, Devil, Angel, Dragon. Yeah, so it misses Spawn of Mayhem. So I guess that's some upside to playing Spawn, as it doesn't get power word killed, which I think power word kill stock went up a lot with Copter. You just, like, can't play Go for the Throat now. Come on, dude. Double Fatal Push. Give me a break. Oh, give me a break. Oh, that's so bad for me. That's fair, Saint Nick, yeah. Not really sure what I want to do here. We're in pretty big trouble. Thought opponent was in big trouble, and then they just had double Fatal Push, so... It maybe was Grooven. I don't know. I figured they didn't have a push if they hadn't used... Well, I guess that turn they had just played Fable, so there was really no indication of what was in their hand. I kind of wanted to just be mana efficient and get the pressure on. I don't know what the odds of them having 2 Fatal Pushes, but it can't be that high. They've had 1 loot on a Copter. I guess they looted on Fable too, but... So I'm going to Thought Seize them. Trip Blood Tithe Harvester, huh? Oh my god, dude. Alright. We're so dead. Oh, and I forgot this triggers too. Dude, this card is insane. I need to remember that this thing triggers on hand hate. This is not the first time I've let this happen. I mean, I don't know that I wasn't supposed to cast the Thoughtseize, but... Third Fatal... Dude, come on, man. It doesn't matter that much, but like... Oh my god. Yeah, I feel like our deck is cool, but it does kind of feel like it's just worse Rakdos. These Rakdos decks just feel better than our deck, which is to be expected. They're playing Fable and Blood Tithe Harvester and Smuggler's Copter, so they get the good card, and then all these other really good cards too. They get Enti, Bone Crusher Giant, all pretty important, I think. I mean, I can, like, attack with Blood Soaked here, I guess, which is what I'll do. To not give them a good push target. Okay, now I'll fire this up. I'll attack, and I guess I'll buy that back. There's no way... Really? Okay, that block didn't make a lot of sense, but... I mean, we'll take it. He has a Blood Tithe. Yeah, I'm definitely just buying this back. That makes more sense. I mean, I kind of need a miracle to win. They just get to simply play Blood Tithe, Crew Copter, clone Blood Tithe, kill my thing. They don't even need to kill my thing. They just attack me for 8. Okay, apparently they didn't want to clone and attack. That's... Or attack me for 6, rather, but... It's a little odd. Sure. Oh, that's pretty good, too. Yeah, I feel like we're just playing against better versions of our deck. Yeah, Deathrite with Smugglers is pretty interesting for sure. This is interesting with Smugglers, too. The Stalactite Stalker. It's a card that maybe should be in our deck over Evolve Sleeper, but like I said, I think the 2 decks we've just played against are just probably better than this deck. Like, I think Fable and Blood Tithe are just too broken to give up. Bone Crusher Giant is still very good. Despite missing Copter, it kills everything around the Copter, which makes its stock go up. I think we're going to move on to the next game here. I feel pretty dead. Not too bad, Andrew. Not too bad. Playing against a bunch of Rakdos Copter decks, if you can believe it. Whatever. Let's just resubmit. Finish this league, and then we can play our 1v1s with Doomwake. Unbelievable, you can't imagine. Yeah, we just played a 4-game match against Nassif, Andrew. Spawn of Mayhem killed us both in game 2. What a miserable time to be alive. Yeah, Joey. Should we be playing Bloodletter? I don't know how Pioneer got worse, but by God, they did it. That's fair, Joey. Yeah, I mean, it's a very odd unban. I don't get it. I really don't. This card is so busted, man. Its synergy with Inti, too, is so busted. There's just so much stupid stuff. Alright, we're going to keep. Not the best hand ever, but it is not a mole. Okay. Attack. I'll take one. Probably going to play a Smuggler's Copter here, I assume. Yep. Copter into Fable, the new hotness. I think I do this and just play Spawn. Gets in the way of Copter, which is nice. Yeah, that's... Yeah, kind of. Okay, so... Let's see. I think... It's likely I just want to attack and play Shelly. But we could just attack and then play Scrounger, play Sleeper, leave up Push. I mean, that's, like, not bad. Maybe that's the safest line. I'm definitely doing this. I like not allowing Copter to get in there. It's awkward because that allowed them to get a loot on the Fable, but... I think it's okay. Okay, I'm just going to eat that with Knight. Yeah, that's definitely a point there. I don't think Phoenix was ever not a reasonable deck to play, though, to be honest. I think people just weren't playing it. I think it was always still kind of good, to be honest. After this game, I'm gonna real quick mess with my setup. We've seen. Are you guys experiencing? Is the stream quality okay? Oh my god, K command there is so obnoxious. I guess that's fine. Okay, yeah, I'll mess with that in a sec. I'm just gonna level this up, I think, here. And playing another Copter is fine for me. I think we're in great shape. This is definitely a game we can win. That was a really good draw. I'm just gonna play a Shelly. I think I actually only attack here. really want to have to use that push on a copter. I think I'm just going to let the copters live at this point and save the push for something else. Okay, that's fine. I will sack the Evolved Sleeper. Okay, goodbye, Evolved Sleeper. Feel pretty good here. So, if I kill this, that's definitely not good. Alright, upkeep. Play this, combat. It's a pretty easy send both at my opponent. See what they do. Okay, it's fine. It's also fine. You may move to blocks. I guess they're going to fire up Mutavault too. Okay. About to say, that's an awkward triple block, so I will kill them all. It might be their best block, but it's very awkward. Okay, this block is very poor. Okay, apparently they chose to loot. I mean, that just straight up kills them. If I kill this, they're dead. In fact, they're dead anyway to their draw step, but I'm going to kill this because of trample. This does have trample, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, damage. Let's play game 3. Sand's kind of medium, but I am going to keep. Thoughtseize. I'll take probably a Blood Tide. The Bitter Triumph is like scary, but multiple Blood Tides might be scarier. Because that still represents a kill spell here. I'm just going to take one of these. Jesus, dude. So many Mutavaults. Go ahead. It might be. I think it also might be. I haven't hardwired the line this morning, so I'll do that after this game. Okay, so they still have an Urborg in hand. Urborg, Bitter Triumph. One unknown. I think I pitch a Vault here. I think it's a Vault. Okay, it's a pretty good draw there. But yes, I think it is ISP related, but I think we can get it fixed up here. And it will not take long. But I do want to finish this game. Although we do have plenty of time, I could, I guess, just run and do it right now, but... Okay. Opponent still has that frickin' Bitter Triumph. Okay, that's pretty good. I think I just want to go Copter Knight. Go. I think we can maybe swing the race here. You've got to be kidding me, dude. All right, sure, whatever. So annoying. All right. Well, I thought maybe we could swing the race. That maybe has changed. Play this. And I can 7 them. But then they have a bitter reunion. Or a bitter triumph, rather. God, that K command, dude, was so obnoxious. It's like almost the perfect card in that spot. That K command. I can 7 them. I feel like 7ing them might make sense. Put them to 7. This represents, but the problem is they can just hold up that triumph. If I do this, they can triumph. They will triumph. They'll discard a card. Yeah, that's... I think I'm just going to do this. It gives me the out of top decking another 4. We do have a few other 4 drops here that would be pretty good. So they get to upkeep, bitter triumph. They have to discard a card at least. Maybe they take 3, which is also fine if they take 3. It's a pretty close race. You like just 7 them. The problem with 7 them is if I draw another 4, I get really punished. So I think I like doing this. They also only have 3 cards, so they have to determine like what to discard if they discard. And if they take 3, I'm okay with that too. Okay, and they discard a Fable. I mean, that's pretty acceptable. Mutavault, that's really scary. Does not cast the Kroxa in their yard, though. Alright, so what's my out? I guess my out is fire up Mutavault, attack for 5, and then leave this vault back to trade here. And then I can fire up Hive next turn and potentially win the game. That's got to be the out. I'm actually going to hold the land in hand here. We'll see if they trade. They don't trade. Go ahead. I'm going to pass. Definitely a pass situation, I feel like. Hide the fact that I have lethal. Also hide the fact I don't have a kill spell. It's a tough spot for my opponent. Well, now it's not. Now it's just easy. You just play Kroxa and win the game. That's so annoying. Oh my god, dude. Yep. Yeah, these last 2 rounds have just been me losing to probably the better deck. I mean, Mono Black, just not quite what Rakdos is, unfortunately. Alright, I'll be right back. We'll finish this league up. Let me fix this, this connection issue, or at least attempt to, but I think it'll be good after I hardwire it. So 1 second here, chat. Yes, Mikey, we can absolutely do that. All right, hopefully our connection should be better now. I think it will be. All right, let's play this last match, and then we'll start playing games with Doom. We'll get things set up with Doom here. Yeah, the sand's okay. How's the copter? Oh, it's busted. My only losses this league are to Rakdos Copter, so. Which I do think is probably just a better version of this deck, but. What is this? Spirits? Oh, it's Flash. Playing against blue-white Flash. Makes sense. Another good copter deck. One that I also thought about building. Thought sees you. Oh. It's blue, white, and soul. And soul decks are a lot better with copter too, huh? Every deck is a good copter deck. Yeah, that's true. If it plays creatures, it's a good copter deck. Huh. This is a tricky hand here. I probably have to take their Ensoul Artifact, but that Metallic Rebuke is going to be a problem. Like a huge problem. I could just take the Metallic Rebuke and hope that I can find a removal spell. Their hand is very good. The Archfiend kind of checks the Ensoul, but I won't. I'll have taken 15 damage, like more than that too, because there's a Thraben in play. I'll be at like 1 life. I have to take the Ensoul. Hope to top deck a push in the next 2 cards. Either way, I have to like find a push. Oh yeah, I was forgetting about the 2 damage I'm going to take from Thoughtseize too. So yeah, we had to take Ensoul. Oh, very nice, Mikey. Yeah, there was a blue-white artifact deck that top 8'd the challenge this weekend too. I was testing it earlier this week. Well, at least they went with the passive slow play there, which makes sense, but it's going to hurt them that they did that. It's actually better to fire this up and 5 them and put a counter here. Maybe not, actually. Maybe it's just better to get on the board. It might just be better to get on the board. I'm going to get on the board. Yeah, Copter unban is heinous. I don't know what they were thinking. I really don't. Probably something to do with selling more product, I suppose. I don't think I can beat this stinking Metallic Rebuke. It's going to be a huge problem for me. I guess I can just sit here and, like, activate the Knight. Like, I can just go land, attack, all... Well, okay. Now they need another Metallic Rebuke. What happens if I just don't play into it? So I just attack all, and then pump. They would take 9. I mean, they kind of have to block or do something. They can't just get away with doing nothing. I'll attack all. Let's see what they do. And I might actually just pump to not let them convert that Rebuke. That'd be 4, 5, 6. That's 9 damage. They go to 6. I still pump to kill this. Now I might just fire up Mutavault and chump block this. I mean, that's kind of real. They take 5. This gets bigger. Or I just slam this and get the Rebuke out of their hand because I have another one. It's a very tricky situation. I think I'm going to jam one and let them Rebuke. Because I don't want them popping a clue here. You gotta be kidding me, dude. Pretty good, Cat Rider. Pretty good. What a bunch of garbage, dude. Alright, well. Let's bring in a bunch of Duresses. Those seem pretty good. On the place, a Spawn of Mayhem, probably fine. Evolved Sleeper seems poor. Got worked. That's fair. I think we're in really good position to win. That was a little ridiculous that they just peeled another and Soul. I kind of want to cut these. All these 4-drops in Metallic Rebuke is awkward, but I have a million hand hate spells, so hopefully we'll be able to beat that. I don't think that hand wins. Alright, this one could win. I'm going to get rid of a push, I believe. If Phoenix plays Copter now, I doubt it, but maybe. Okay, I'm just going to take their Thraben. Their hand is horrible. Go. Duress ain't terrible. We can take that Smithy or that Portable Hole. Probably Smithy, though. Yep, Smithy gone. Go. Maybe should have fired up Mutavault there. I definitely should have. Playing a little too quick. Mutavault is indeed broken. You're not wrong. Okay. I'm going to play... Probably going to fire this up, 8 them, and then play the Filigree Silex. It's a little better than Hive here for sure. Uses all my mana well. Combat. Go ahead. Okay, so they get a portable hold of Silex. I think that's fine. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's fair. Really, they're gonna try and attack with this? I'm gonna try to push this. They could have a rebuke. Okay, they don't. That 2 damage I didn't get looks pretty foolish now because we would just have lethal, but... That's so funny. Alright, fire this up. Opponent should be dying right now, but here we are. Combat. 8U. Now if a creature dies, they lose, which is a little awkward for them. Play a Ratchet Bomb. Go. Alright, opponent's had enough. Alright, don't think we're changing anything. Just a big idiot, yeah. I mean, it's mostly for Phoenix. It's really good into Phoenix, but... The sand is close. It is, yeah. Way better Desecration Demon. The sand's probably a mole, but I do think it's close. Just needs, like, 1 less land. 5 lands is just too many. I'm not going to keep 5 lands. The sand's not amazing, but I am going to keep. Probably don't want the second Copter. Skrelv. Yikes. Okay. It's so awkward because I have to kill this. Don't really have a huge choice there. Just got to get that off the table. Warden of the Inner Sky, sure. Yeah, that one's pretty good in this deck. I feel way behind. It ain't getting better if you leaving it alive. Yeah, that's very true. It ain't. We're so screwed, dude. Yeah. Now they get to, like, tap this. Yep. 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 Oh my goodness. Alright, let's play this. Crew. Attack, loot. Yes. Boy, oh boy, is that not it. Pitch a swamp, I guess. I agree, genocide. I am probably dead. Not probably. Yeah, you're right. Alright, that one almost locks it up. Oh, they might just have lethal here? Yeah, yep, alright. That was pretty disgusting. Alright, let's go look at how we're going to build Rakdos to beat these decks. I'm about tired of this. So I'm going to make a couple edits to Rakdos, and this is probably going to be the first thing I jam into Doom today. I probably want to main deck 2K commands in this format. 4K commands. I think 2. I'm going to main deck 2, I'm pretty sure. And an Abrade. At least 1 Abrade. Maybe 2. I wonder if right now, if I just get worse into Phoenix... Like, what if we just don't play Torch the Tower? Bone Crusher is so it's weird. It's worse into Copter, but I still think it's really good if people are just playing Inti and stuff. I think what I kind of want to do. I don't like Bone Crusher into Phoenix, but I like Bone Crusher into all the Copter decks, given that you have enough answers to Copter. Alright, I need to figure out how I want to build this. I think I want another K command. I think I want another Giant. No, I think we still want Archfiend. In fact, I was thinking about adding another one, but I think we'll stay where we are there. I'm actually debating not playing Graveyard Trespasser again. I could also not main deck 2 Duress. We could go back to 1 Duress in the main. The format feels like really creature intensive. No, we're not going to do that. I don't have any interest in testing blue-white. There's like a almost 0% chance I'll play that at the RC, so I don't think it's worth my time. I think the deck's really good, but it's just not a deck I want to play. This is not saying the deck's bad. I think the deck is very good, but just not one I'm going to play. Alright, so what if we do like this? What if we play another Torch? Could also play a second Abrade. That's true, dude. It's really complex. I saw it online. He's barely a player at all. It's funny. Shieldbreaker might be a little troll with 2K commands and an Abrade. This might be really unnecessary, but probably just bad. Let's just not play this. Question is, can this build still compete well with Phoenix? I could play another Abrade instead of this. That might be a little more mana efficient and cleaner into other decks. So let's try that. I still think this has plenty of game into Phoenix. I think it's going to be a lot better into Smuggler's Copter. I think this is going to be the first deck I run today, Doom. I'm going to play just good old honest Rakdos and see how it goes. Let's trim. What do I want to trim? I'm going to trim a Damping Sphere. We can beat Lotus without Damping Sphere. I think I do want 3 Hidetsugu for Convoke. Yeah, the second Trespasser is potentially better than the 4th Bone Crusher. It really depends what we expect the metagame to look like, but if the metagame is just all Copter decks, I want to just max out on removal. So, like, I want all the bones to kill the things that go next to the Copters. I want multiple ways to blow up Copters when they're not crewed. So 2 Abrades and a K command, a second K command out of the board. Torch the Tower, I still think is really good into just all creature decks, but it's also good into Phoenix. Yeah, Path of Peril's solid. It's not as good as Hidetsugu, though. I'm not doing that. I'm not cutting a Buster. I saw 4-Buster in Japan and was like, okay, it's definitely right. We're doing it. Power Word Kill could be better than Bitter Triumph, but I think I'm fine playing a Bitter Triumph. We could play a Power Word Kill over an Abrade, but I do like Abrade pretty well in this format, I think. Power Word Kill not killing Mayhem Devil is a real downside. I think missing Mayhem Devil is the real awkward thing about Power Word Kill that worries me. Hidetsugu is booty. Cut that nonsense. No, we're going to play 3. I'm going to mean it against Convoke with this deck. I think Convoke is definitely one of the best decks. Even, like, it might play Copter, right? That deck could easily play Copter. It probably will play Copter. I don't know what the deck looks like now, but that's a great deck to just throw Copter in. It's a deck that could certainly use the help with consistency. It's also just a good alternate game plan. Sometimes your little 1/1s just hop in a Copter and kill people. So it seems pretty good. All right, this is going to be our first list today. Let's export this. And I'm going to have to return some cards real quick. All right, Mono Black is not back, chat. I think we determined that from that league there. It's not as good as Rakdos, is my takeaway. We could play a Ritual of Soot. I think Languish is really good, though. I think Languish into Convoke is also really strong, but I guess Ritual's better into Mono White. Yeah, K-Command is good. I know that Willie Edel was playing one of in the main before Geo Appraiser became a deck, so totally a doable thing. All right, so I got to move some cards around real quick, and then we will hop on a call with Doom, and we will start jamming some games. All right. To get all these standard Esper cards off my account. For me personally, they legitimately could not have had a worse timing on this unban with the showcase being this weekend, the showcase qualifier. Having to test both standard and new Pioneer has been really annoying. Okay, I think that's everything out of this. Let's reset filters, search, import. Oh, hold on, that's reset, search, put in Mono Black. There we are. And that should have grabbed everything. Don't want it to take my swamps. Where are my swamps? I think it took 2 of them. Maybe it didn't. I don't care enough. Let's just submit this. I think we're good here. It's just a lot. It's not that I can't handle it. It's just a lot. It's a lot of me moving cards around. It's a lot of me not sleeping. It is. It is. Fortunately, I have like people helping a little bit in both, but I mean, it's still just it's very time consuming. Either way. All right, so that trade is done. Let's go over to Mana Traders now. Mana Traders, here we are. Okay. Mana Traders, Deck Builder. Return the cards. Okay, so I still need to... There's still 3 cards I need to get back, but... we'll figure that out in a second. Okay. Oh, that's right. Need to trade Lord Skitter and 2 Razor Lash back over. There's the Lord Skitter. There's a Razor Lash. 2 Razor Lash. Alright, there we go. Okay, confirm this. Okay, got that done. Okay. No, I haven't been asked that question yet. I don't think Rakdos in like normal builds, or I don't think Copter in normal builds of Rakdos is where you want to be. I think if you're gonna play Copter, you have to build the deck more like an aggro deck, like we've seen our opponents do today, playing like the new Bat out of the new format, Inti, stuff like that. So I think you like become way less of like a mid-range deck and more of a just aggro deck. And I think that's fine, and that may end up being better than Rakdos midrange when all is said and done. But I think if you still just want to play like true Rakdos midrange, I think Bankbuster is better, yes. Because I think in most matchups, Rakdos midrange is not the beatdown. You're like the control role. And Copter is not good at being the control role. Yeah, it's a pretty wild... I agree with that. It's pretty insane they unbanned it. I certainly agree with that. Okay, give them these 3 cards. Then we can do some rents. I think a deck I'm really interested in trying too is Wizard Red with Smuggler's Copters. So those are probably the first 2 decks we're going to rent here is Rakdos Midrange and Wizard Red. Groll is going to be really good too. Okay, deck builder, upload. All right, this all looks good. I'm going to get rid of the basics. No mountain. Okay, so we're going to rent this. Get that on over. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We are getting ready to battle with Doomwake here in a moment. I'm renting Rakdos, just like normal Rakdos, no Smuggler's Copter, and then I think we're going to rent Wizard Red, which will be playing Smuggler's Copter. And we'll kind of see how these decks play. Let's close this. Let's go to Collection. Pioneer. It's the wrong one. Alright, Wizard Red. Where are we at? I think it was Questing Wizards. I don't know if I exported it or not this morning. I did not. Okay, save this. Alright, so this is the other deck I'm going to get. Clear this. Upload. Questing Wizards. Upload. Get rid of some of these basics. Looks good. Rent deck. Okay. Makes you sick? Yeah, that's fair. Did Copter make Liliana's value drop? Yeah, I think a little bit it did, yes. You're smoking what deck relentlessly as we speak? Wizard Red? Or Rakdos? Wizards bad? Are they playing Questing Druid, though? It's possible it is bad, but we're going to try it anyway. I think in theory it actually might be pretty good. They didn't see the light of day. That's fair. Destructive Revelry gives you a chance to, like, beat Temp Lockdown, too, which is, like, pretty nice. It's possible you're even supposed to play more. If Smuggler's Copter is everywhere, there's a world where you just play 4 Destructive Revelry in these red deck sideboards and just blow up Temp Lockdowns and Copters all day long and then deal damage to people while doing it. Could definitely see that. Really just depends what the metagame looks like. Okay, cards are on the way. Alright, cards should be here momentarily. Take all these. Okay, cool. That's ready to roll here. Let's trade here. Set here. There we go. Reset, search, import, wizards. Okay. Search, import, Rakdos. I think that's going to give us everything we need. Am I missing a couple cards here? A little concerned about that, but we'll figure it out in a second. Maybe basics. You know, let's just. We're going to be missing a couple cards. We'll see what they are. All right. Collection. This one's good. What about Rakdos? Looks like that's good too. All right. Well, we have all the cards we need. Cool. All right. So we are ready to go. All right, we're about to hop on a call with Doomwake here, so this is going to be really cool. I'm excited for this. You're not sure there's enough instants and sorceries for J2? It may not be. It's very possible it's not. At the end of the day, though, it's a wizard, and it just turns on... Hello?
Yo.
What up, dude?
What's up?
Not too much, man. I'm ready to game.
Ready to game? Let's do it. I'm gonna turn off my music. I'm just gonna pause it.
Yep, I did the same thing.
Do it. Chat says make you louder. Hold on, I will. Give me a sec, chat.
How loud is Doom for my chat? How are you guys? Can you guys hear Doom?
You're up to 150 on my Discord, so that should be good.
Soft? All right, we'll turn him up on mine then too. All right, go ahead. Talk again, Doom.
Yo, test.
How's he now, everybody?
Yeah, chat. How's the volume for both of us too? Give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down, chat.
Looks like you're good for us, Doom.
Cool.
Bubble tea, dude.
All right.
So troll, dude.
We are good to go.
All right, sick,
I
man.
added you as a friend. Let me just send over a challenge real quick.
Okay, cool.
Ooh, they changed the challenge little thing here. I haven't tried doing a challenge since they changed this.
Okay, yeah, they did it. They did it a few weeks ago, I think. But yeah, it is way different than it used to be.
I kind of like it.
Yeah, it's neat for sure.
Match clock.
All right, sick. Yeah, I'm gonna start with just good old Rakdos here. So let's see how.
Yeah, I'm trying out the Convoke deck.
Oh, sick. Okay, pretty bad matchup for Rakdos game 1, I think.
Yeah, I'm not actually convinced that Copter is 100% where you want to be in the Convoke deck, because it's like kind of weird that you can't play it and Convoke with it in the same turn.
That makes
without
sense.
Like tapping another dude.
Uh-huh.
But it is just like a super powerful card, so it's probably worth playing.
Yeah.
Ooh. This hand's nice.
All right, well, let's take a gander at what's going on over there.
I was gonna say it's Thoughtseize proof, but you can't just take the Copter, so it's not really Thoughtseize
proof. I can take the Copter, but I don't know if I can beat 2 Gleefuls, so this is a close one.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's a lot of 1/1s.
Yeah, game 1 without the sweepers.
It's a lot of 1/1s. Yeah, I think I have to take a Gleeful. That's so many bodies.
Yeah, it makes sense if you like draw a second Thoughtseize too.
Yep. It's kind of my thinking. Okay, let's do this.
Well, main deck a braid action. Let's go to combat.
Yep, that makes sense.
I could play into a braid. Is it even that bad if you have a braid? Because I do this, you a braid, I play this. Next turn, just do that. Because like if I just play copy, you just braid it anyways. It's not like I'm time walking you, so.
Yep.
Probably should just go for it.
That makes sense. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Especially because I can double spell anyways.
Yep. Stop this.
Yep, makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember I was talking to you in your chat before, and I wasn't sure, like, I wasn't 100% sure how good Bone Crusher is going to be in this meta, because, like you said, it doesn't kill Copter, but it's good enough against the surrounding stuff that it's probably still fine to play.
Yeah, I was having that same... Initially, I was thinking it would get a lot worse, too, and then I just kept playing against these Copter decks and seeing a bunch of X2s, and I was like, okay, well, maybe Bone Crusher's still good for everything else, and then you just, like, push the Copter or whatever, or braid the Copter, or K-command the Copter, and then you use Bone Crusher to clean everything else up. So I actually think it's better than, because last night I was talking with Raja about how we would build Rakdos right now, and we were talking about playing less bones. But actually, after seeing how these games play, I actually think more might be correct. So you might just still want 4. But I don't know for sure.
Yeah,
It is bad into Phoenix, so it really just depends how popular Phoenix is too.
yeah. Yeah, it's weird because it doesn't kill the copter, but it does kill basically like people that put copter in their deck are more incentivized to add cards that are bad against Bone Crusher, so it kind of does make sense that it's it's kind of like a wash there.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. If I attack, you can do that. It seems kind of bad. Let's just pass.
Yeah, chat's bringing up a good point that sometimes, like, you can Gleeful Demolition your own copter, and if this is going to be like the copter metagame, then having Gleeful Demolition for their copter,
Oh
like,
yeah.
actually sounds kind of sick.
Oh yeah. Yep. I agree with that for sure.
So, yeah, I mean, I could save this if I like draw another land to get to 5 mana, but I don't know how likely that is.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'd rather just like cast it, trade off a 1/1 for a bunch of damage.
Yep.
See what happens.
That
You're probably
makes
gonna kill the
sense.
copter. Ooh, we're almost
Copters.
on copter. Okay,
Copter's coming. Copter is coming in.
coming in hot. Okay, I'm cool with that.
I think I have to do this.
Okay, I see you. Let's trade for 2/1/1s. Ida, Thraben Inspector.
Yes.
Take 9. Okay, okay,
Still
okay.
quite a bit, but clean up that board a little bit. All right, let's.
Soaking Sun's pretty good there.
It was, yeah, not bad. Trade my land.
That's like
for...
one of your few. That's like one of your few ways to actually trade with multiple things.
Uh-huh, yeah. Trade my land for 2/3 of a Gleeful Demolition. Not terrible.
Yeah, yeah. yeah. Let's start here.
Yeah.
And then let's do. I guess I'll leave back the troops. Not that it matters.
Yeah.
And we'll go send in the clown.
All right, we'll kill it this time.
Alright, he did. He did.
Okay. I don't really know. Let's see. I play that. Block there, block there. Yep. Block, block.
Game one seems super tough without the sweepers.
It's not great. Yeah. Yeah. Game 1 is usually in Convoke's favor, I think.
Yeah.
All right, let's do some.
It's kind of been my experience.
Some post-board games here.
Okay, I think I want those. It's funny because the cards that I cut for Smuggler's Copter in this deck were kind of like the extra flex spots, which is usually the cards that come out, and I don't really think I ever want to board out Smuggler's Copter against you.
That's funny, yeah. All
That's
right.
tough.
Yeah, and I need to figure out what I want to cut.
Try cutting these cards.
These are bad. I think this is pretty mediocre.
Maybe I don't want the second copy of. Well, second copy of this gives me 3 answers to Shieldred.
A couple of those.
That's probably good enough.
Could see this coming out as well. Yeah, I think I like that. I could see maybe one of these coming into. Not great with all those. I think I want to do this.
What do we got here? One other important thing is, for chat is for both our chats. I guess I will. There's some people that were like on the fence about playing Giganta in Convoke, but I think it really, if you're playing Copter, it really, you just want that extra card to be able to loot away.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. All right, let's keep this. I think we bottom is.
J-Shoe's asking about Torch the Tower and Red Black Mid. I mean, Torch the Tower was a lot better when Geological / Quintorius was on the fence. I'm not sure if you want to be playing Torch over Push anymore. What do you think about that, Degman?
You don't want to play it over push, that's for sure. You got to max out on all 4 pushes now that it's a copter format. But I still think Torch is good as probably a 1 or a 2 of, depending on, or it could even be a 3 of if you expect a ton of Phoenix. I was playing 3 in the prelim before the ban last week, and was pretty happy about it. It kind of just depends where the meta shifts, but I think it is still a very reasonable card. Again, if people are playing a lot of creature decks, then playing cards like Torch is pretty defensible, just because it's a efficient answer to things on the board, and it's probably going to trade up on mana a lot of the time. So I think it's still pretty reasonable.
Yeah, being able to exile Phoenix seems pretty important too.
Yep.
Because there's still going to be a ton of Phoenix decks.
Yep, that's the big one. This is a tough hand here. Take this. Yeah, geez, that's a good hand. All right, well, let's take this one.
Yeah, my hands I've had multiple hands that are sort of Thoughtseize proof.
Yeah. Yeah, they sure have been.
Do I lead with Epicure or Warden? If you have second Thoughtseize, I really kind of want the artifacts from Epicure, so I'm gonna lead Epicure.
I agree with that. Sense. I agree with that. That makes a lot of sense. All right, let's do this. Okay, so if I just do this.
We don't have to worry about the night, at least for now. Well, I mean, you know there's a Gleeful Demolition on top of my deck, so.
Oh yeah, I mean the Gleeful would be so brutal. The Gleeful's going to be terrible for me either way, potentially. It's another hard one. I can do that. It probably makes sense to just take the Knight Errant. Yeah.
Yeah, just be safe about it.
Yeah. Too dangerous. Too dangerous.
Okay. It seems like I should probably forego 1 damage for a scry. I think that makes more sense.
Yep. And to get it to an X3 too is a big deal as well.
Yeah.
Can't stop it or anything.
We don't want that. And we're chilling.
Makes sense.
It's kind of funny that you can sacrifice clue tokens without tapping them, but you can't do that with blood tokens. So it's like kind of weird with Warden how that stuff comes up sometimes.
Yep. Oh, another wedding.
Let's do that.
It's really brutal.
Now, question is, do I Warden here to get it to an X4, or would I rather have the Warden up to block the Shaman token? Not using it's pretty bad if you have Fatal Push, which definitely could have. Although you didn't have Push last turn because you would have pushed the Warden when you had a mana up.
True.
I think I'd actually rather hold it to block the Fable token. Not sure about that. That's kind of close.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Druid Hermit, that makes sense. Maybe. Torch is a lot more efficient, though, and, again, much better into Phoenix, so I think splitting them is pretty reasonable when it comes to Torch versus a Braid. Alright, so the question now is, what do I want to get rid of? I'm pitching this, and probably pitching this. Interesting. Okay, so I can go...
Geesemonger Steve says, "Are we in the middle of copter winter right now?" Perhaps.
It feels like it. It feels like it.
So this is Stomp. I mean, I would feel pretty stupid to not use the Warden and also not block, so I'm just gonna
Yeah.
block.
That's fair.
Just because I don't want to look like a moron.
All right, so
Oligan's command. Okay. Okay. Well, I think my turn seems pretty straightforward.
yep, that all makes sense.
There's some good ones.
That all makes sense.
This is not as good into like a languish type sweeper, but I don't know. Other option was like attack for 2, not play killer, pick up, or like maybe play killer, hold recruiter, pick up Giganta. But like if I hold the recruiter and you sweep me anyways, then the recruiter's still not good after that. So
Yep. Okay, that's interesting. Sit back, you can tap. Okay.
Interesting. So if I do that, and you have, let's say you have terminate for recruiter, so you kill that. Can also tap reflection. If I just like tap reflection, hit for 4, pick up Gigantha.
Yeah, you know I have bone too. You saw me pick up the bone.
Oh, from the Kolaghan's command, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Good call. Killer, tap this down, hit for 4. You would stomp this. You take 2, go to 4. Then I pick up Gigantha. The other option is just jam this, which actually doesn't sound that bad. Just like jam this, flip the announcement, and then it's pretty bad in the languish. Could hold this, I guess, for a languish. Yeah, I don't know if I want to main phase this because of a sweeper. I think I'm just gonna do this. Yeah, I'm gonna do this, pick up Gigantha. And then at least I still have like the Gigantha left over if you do have a sweeper.
Makes sense, yep.
Yeah, so kill that.
The Loxodon's going to get around Languish anyway because of the wedding as well.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because the wedding is flipping this turn. So even if you have
Languish will actually just kill me. I can't even cast it.
Yeah.
So my only out is draw that. All right, let's.
Why is picking up Gigantha the losing line? Gigantha's the best card in my deck.
Yeah, Gigantha. Picking up Gigantha there seems pretty fine to me. All right. 1 for Convoke. Score 1 for Convoke into Rakdos.
All right, how do you want to do this? Do you want to both switch decks? Do you want to keep jamming Rakdos? What are you feeling like?
I'll jam Rakdos again. I'll jam Rakdos again. You can either throw Convoke again or throw something else.
Let's throw. No, I don't want to do that one yet. Let's do a sweep one. Yeah, let's do a sweep one.
All right,
I had saved this one for chat. Chat's gonna like this one.
Nice. Very cool. All right, we got a spicy one coming.
Oh, we got a spicy one. All right. Let's go back here. Challenge, change deck. Okay. I think I put this. Oh, I want to make sure. I wonder if I put this on my Mox field. I should have just put all these decks in my Mox field. All right, die roll, winner, victorious.
Nice.
Yeah, I can work with this hand. It's not too bad. This
try
hand
mine.
does some stuff.
I would try mine.
Here. All right, I got a Skrill for you.
Oh, nice. All right.
I think I
Okay.
remember seeing DBZ player in your chat earlier. This
Oh,
is
yeah.
this one's a shout out to
Oh,
DBZ player.
class. Okay, I know what I'm playing against. Yep. I helped him build this yesterday. We were talking about it.
Yeah.
This one's sweet.
I do enjoy playing this deck.
Yeah, it's a very cool one. Okay, so it's interesting. I can do that.
I haven't played this one in a while though, but you know, again, like Greasefang is got a lot better with Copter for sure.
It sure
Given
has.
that deck, and this deck got picked up a couple other additions from a couple recent sets. Nothing too crazy, but I always like this deck.
Yeah, it's a fun one. Well, I've seen this deck to know enough to know that I think I just have to kill that.
Yeah, you gotta kill it all.
Yeah, that Rona is so good.
All right, surely.
Yeah,
surely
that one is also quite good. Just playing a game of Standard here.
Yeah, literally just Standard.
Yeah.
Imagine if Fatal Push was in Standard.
Oh man, wait, it's close. You have Cut Down, which ironically
true.
here would be better than Fatal Push.
Good point.
It's
Good
the
point.
best answer to Rafine in Standard.
So you're saying that Pioneer Rakdos deck should be cutting Fatal Push for Cut Down?
Probably not. That one doesn't kill Smuggler's Copter, so pretty big miss.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Can't even kill Copter.
Yeah, it's pretty ugly. Pretty ugly.
Send in the Clown.
Yeah.
What you got? Interesting. So we can go here and then do this turn, next turn this. That sounds pretty good. Funny enough, Rafine not being Rafine being mandatory is like kind of awful into Shieldred.
Yeah,
That's
true.
come up a couple of times.
That definitely can matter. And Roy, that's sweet, man. Yeah, it's a that's cool. Jeez, oh Pete. All right, well, let's do this.
Okay, scroll down.
Let's get that out of here.
Guess I could have done that main phase. I don't know if that was better. Keep the scroll in play. The Bussy.
The Bussy. The OG two-man. Well, I guess not really OG two-mana vehicle, but the one that wasn't banned at least. Okay, Fang. Yeah, that's a nightmare.
Don't abrade me. I guess you can have push too.
Oh boy. Yikes. Shoot.
Not a bad draw.
No.
Not a bad draw.
No. Yeah, but I can't really. Yikes.
Alright, so get some cats.
Dead. Yeah, genocide. I agree. I'm probably dead. Rafina, Seeka's Chariot. Pretty good combo here.
Connive onto Rafine. Make a kitty cat. Let's discard Rafine. Bitter Triumph, probably. Keep the backup one of these just in case.
Makes sense. Okay.
My chat's saying you're suffering from Dykeman draws over there. Are you familiar with that phrase?
That's funny. Yeah, was it DBZ who's saying that?
See Donna.
Yeah, yep.
Alright, what do we want against Rakdos mid? One of the things that I find very interesting, so the Grease decks typically are in the post-board games, if people have Rest in Peace or Leyline of the Void, they get a little bit weaker, but Copter really gives you like an additional solid threat in those Leyline or Rest in Peace games, which is really, really massive for these decks.
Yep, very true. Very, very true.
I want to cut one of these. Do some late sideboarding. I just realized my 75 does not have been out to Leyline, which I don't know if that's correct. I think these decks sometimes played the green kicker spell. I forget the name of it, but the disenchant thing.
The good news is you do always have Otawara. I don't know how many Otawara you're
Yeah.
on, but
I
that
have
is
three.
a
I do have three of
yep.
those. Yeah.
So that's a good way to get it out of there.
Yeah, Terra Sunder. That's the one that I was thinking of.
Okay, it's not a bad one.
Oh right, yeah. I do have Lorenz in my sideboard. I forgot about
Oh
that.
yeah, Loran's a good one as well. Very
I
good
knew there
one.
was a reason I put that card in my sideboard, and then I'm just
Yeah.
like staring at it while I'm saying this.
That's so funny. Yeah. Turns out it's good against more than just Smuggler's Copter.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's why I put it in the sideboard.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I think this is fine. I think I'm gonna do this.
Classic Doomwake maneuver. Complain that he doesn't have the out while he's just
Slick.
staring at the out the entire time.
Slick, I don't think so. I think there are enough creatures that we want bone still. There's Skrelv, there's Thalia, potentially Thalia. So there's still like a lot of creatures that we want to have removal for. So I think we still want 4 bones in this matchup, but it's possible you're right there. Hidatsugu is a card that's a considerable one too to be able to beat Chariot better. I don't think the sand is good. I think we're gonna go down. All right, this one is
Try this one.
fine.
It's not the best hand, but it's got lands and spells, castable spells.
Okay, I think I'm gonna do this.
Yasharn does take away Revolt for push, but I don't know.
Oh, Yasharn, yeah. Yasharn's really good against Rack Sack. I don't know if you want it versus Rack Mid. It's interesting. Yeah, this is fine.
Actually kind of interesting which one of these 2-drops I play. I actually kind of think it's this one, because if I play Copter, I actually can't crew and protect. So, yeah, it's kind of weird, but I'm not going to cast Copter here. I'm going to play Emery.
Emery, sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
Just because, like, now you have to have 2 removal spells, but if I play Copter and you have a Braid, you can just shatter the Copter and I can't go crew and protect.
Yeah, that makes sense. I wonder if I should have killed the Skrelv to play around Emery.
Ooh, okay. Hit an Amber. Take an Amber.
This is another reason to keep Stomp in the deck, by the way.
Yeah, that's true.
It's Emery.
Yeah, Stomp does still have a lot of good targets. And like we talked about earlier, it's like Copter does naturally incentivize people to play more cards that Stomp is good against.
Yep.
Even if it's not good against the Copter itself.
Yep. This is really weird. I think I have to do this.
Yep. Yeah, makes sense. The Bone Father. So this one is better if you have second Fatal Push. We'll do that. I think that's right.
Makes sense. That's interesting. Let's do this.
It's an interesting one. I think we just want to be mana efficient here. So I'll cast the boy.
Yep, that's pretty good.
Probably get pushed. Maybe?
Close.
Okay. Exiling pretty important against Emery.
True. That is true. I don't think we want this. I'm going to bottom that.
Well, he couldn't push the shield with that turn, right? You could wait a turn if he had push, just like take a hit from the Smuggler's Copter, untap, loot, and then push.
Mm-hmm. Alright, let's do this.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
I mean, well, it doesn't actually do anything. Never mind. No, it does nothing. I
Okay.
think I'm just holding up Plaza.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna
holding
hold
up
Plaza.
yeah, that seems good. It's gonna be tough for me to beat.
Especially with the Skrelv, because like now you're in a spot where you can't really kill it this turn because of the Plaza, but if you wait a turn for the Skrelv, then I could just like use my mana and hold up Skrelv next turn.
Very true. Okay, so the question is, can I erase what's happening on the board if I played this? Do that. To like take damage from Shieldred to do that too. Play this, kill this. Okay, I'm supposed to do this. Pitch this. Just pitch nothing as well. If I pitch nothing, I can do that. I can play this. It's very tricky. See another 4 damage. It's tough. It's a tough one. I think I'm actually not going to discard anything. Go to combat.
All right, no discard. If I want to take damage, makes sense. I'm with you.
Yeah, I think my hand's
Probably wise.
my hand's like okay too, so
Yeah.
let's do that.
Taparuski.
Yep.
Interesting. Oh, that's actually kind of sicko, right? Because I can do this for 2 mana. Yeah.
That's quite good.
Ooh. We found the Fang too.
Oh boy.
Sheesh.
That's pretty good.
Not a bad turn.
Not a bad turn at all.
We can go send in the clowns. Hold up Skrelv. Make a kitty cat. Trade there.
Trade there. Yeah, take a bunch. Okay. Well.
Could have like proactively Skrelved red on the shield red, but
Yeah, it might have been good to not let me do
I'm
that.
like kind of okay with the trade.
Okay. Yeah.
It's close.
Okay. So this is getting exiled. Can discard.
It does let you draw 2 for free off the second Fable though, so maybe that's a reason to do that.
Mm-hmm. This probably needs to go. I think this needs to stay. This needs to stay. Oh, Roy. That's fair. Yeah. Roy in chat here is saying that trade was wild. Maybe it was.
Well, I think you have to make that trade.
Oh,
How do you win if you don't trade that
I
trade?
have to make. I think he's saying you allowing me to block was wild.
Oh,
Is
okay.
probably what he's getting at, which may be true.
Probably, yeah.
I'm just debating. Does this card do anything? I think
I could have also just not attacked with it. That's
true
probably
too.
the
That's true too. Yeah. There's no attack with the Shelly. Send everything else. May have been good. I think I need to pitch probably this. I don't really know what my out is, but I guess this is like fine. I can like play. Okay. Got another guy there.
Saga Flipperuski.
Yeah. this, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do this. About to get more
Yep.
idiots. Probably not worth having the mana. Let's just pass.
Interesting.
That is true, Roy. It was, yeah. The chariot's about to be destroying us too. I think probably gonna get got again here.
Send in everything. Bone Crusher blocks a cat token. Shaman trades for a cat token. You take 6, or you can trade for Greasefang, trade for cat, take 4. I think I'm kind of fine with any of those outcomes, but I want to use Moxhammer pre-combat just in case you do trade with Greasefang.
That makes
So
sense.
let's do this.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I'm fine just sitting in the clowns.
I think so, yeah. I'm under enough pressure. You don't want the game to go too long.
Yeah.
With what's happening here. So let's see. What do I want to do? Oh. If I do this, this. If I do that and that. Puts me to 4. Let's do that.
All right, tradesies. If we got a little backup.
Yeah,
Little
it's
backup.
pretty good. Pretty good. Okay. I don't think does really anything. It's like okay. If I use
Chariot's a good card, huh?
What'd say?
Chariot's a
Chariot?
good card,
Yeah,
huh?
Chariot's so good,
That's kind of
man.
messed up.
Chariot and Copter are gonna be good friends.
Yeah. Yeah, I was playing a lot with the Gruul deck, that like one similar to the one you posted in the Discord,
Uh huh.
and the Gruul shell felt really, really good.
Yeah, I believe it. You can protect with Plaza, so like have to do this now. Oh my god. And then if you... Yeah, yikes. Alright, well, you can flip this too. Does this have trample on the other side? I think it does, right? F5/5 trample.
The Rona? Yeah,
Yeah.
5 trample.
Alright, can't beat ya. Can't beat ya. Alright, 0-4. 0-4 in games with Rakdos here. It's kind of
Well,
fun.
I mean, to be fair, you have Reckoner Bankbuster and Nox Smuggler's Copter. Do you
That is
think
true.
maybe that's a reason?
It could be. It's possible.
Perhaps.
It's possible.
Got to keep vibing with Rakdos.
Yep, I'm down to keep jamming Rakdos.
All right, I'm gonna throw the other Boros deck at you.
Nice. Okay, cool.
What do we got? It could be better. Could be better. Could be worse.
My hand. Yeesh. So I know I'm playing against this Boros aggro deck. This hand is probably good enough. I think I'm gonna keep this.
All right, we got a Skrelverino.
Skrelverino. Yes, sir.
Skrelvski. Torch.
Get him out of here.
He gone. Oh, that is not what I wanted to draw.
Yeah.
That is the
okay.
last card in my deck that I wanted to draw. Well, there's probably one other card that I didn't want to draw more, but that's up there.
Oh.
Just you wait. They're coming for you.
That's funny.
I honestly kind of wish I had a Bankbuster here.
I bet you do. I wish I had one too, to be fair. So we're all in the same boat. Well, I'm gonna just blow one of them up.
Yeah.
Use my mana here. Okay, that's not bad at all.
Chad, I enabled a new emote today. All right, creature. Specifically Adeline.
Yeah, Adeline would be pretty money. Pretty money. Oh,
Okay.
Enti. Enti would actually maybe be your best
Yeah,
possible.
Enti would be insane.
Yeah.
Not
Enti's
quite,
so
but I'll
busted.
take it.
Okay. Okay.
Find off this. Yeah, Enti with Copter is so disgusting.
Yeah, that card is like was great without Copter, I think, and now it's like crazy good.
Yeah.
Yeah, figured there was.
I don't think I'll be using that one anytime soon.
Nope, probably not.
But have you considered
Third copter. So many copters. They're
yeah,
everywhere.
I kept an opening hand with two, and I immediately drew the third one. I was like, I don't think I want that.
So funny, dude. All right, well, let's let's attack.
Okay.
All right, let's just do that.
Well, I'm gonna. That's an interesting draw. Turns out that almost every creature in my deck dies to Bone Crusher Giant, and that's not a great place to be.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, except for the Copters, at least.
That's
Copters
true.
don't.
That's true. Those ones do not die to
I'm
Bone
just gonna
Crusher.
go for this guy. Go for this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Anim Pakal. So this does give you a good stomp target, but if you're stomping, then ideally I can at least get him with the Copters.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see how that works out.
Very true.
Okay. Anim Pakal down. Pushing. We got something else.
Yeah, we're gonna kill.
One thing I will say,
this.
I've seen some people in the past play copies of Go for the Throat. That card seems not
Unplayable
really
now.
playable right
Yeah.
now. Yeah.
Like unplayable is a fair assessment of Go for the Throat in this metagame. Genocide.
Not really where you want to be.
Yeah, dude. Lightning Bolt's too good, but Copter is yep, that's true. Copter's
Yeah.
A-okay. Alright, so I want this around.
Okay, looting some lands. Beatdowns. 7. That's a lot of damage.
Beatdowns are coming. Oh, I think I can use all my mana. Alright, go.
Our best draw here. That might be the best draw. One of them. So, God, it's really awkward how Adeline works with Kithian, because like it's not you're not actually you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yep.
Well, I will cast it.
Yep.
That is the card that I drew.
That makes
It's not
sense.
bad. Now the question is, do I need to play Adeline on defense?
Yeah, I think you do. I have 11 on the crackback. If you tap it, I can clone Harvester and attack with it rather than use it to remove something, and then fire up the Hive.
Should I go with Kithian? Go with Kithian, or not Kithian, the Smuggler's Copter. Kithian, Copter, hit you for 3. Get to eat the 1/1 token. Then I have a 2/4 in defense. You go copy Harvester. You could theoretically sack both harvesters to kill Adeline, animate this. That would be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I think I gotta push damage here.
Okay. Makes sense.
Not with the Adeline.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Let's do that.
Block this.
Then we'll go.
Makes sense.
I kind of wish I still had that Embercleave.
Skrelv. Yeah, the Embercleave would look good at this point for sure.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see. Clone. Hmm. Furnace up, attack. 4.
This one's looking a lot worse than the previous games for me.
It is, yeah. I agree.
Will Steven Dykeman finally get on the board?
I'm trying, man.
You're doing your best. Staying in your lane.
I am trying my best.
Okay. So if I block, I trade Adeline for Mutavault and the copy, which is probably not great. Yeah, I'll take this.
Okay, makes sense.
At least if you want to kill the Adeline, force you to sack both.
Yeah. Yep. Let's kill this.
So you can just kill the other two smaller idiots.
Blood this away.
Fable Blood Tithe, still good. Still got it.
Still good.
Yeah, I've talked to some Rakdos. I played against somebody who was playing Rakdos earlier, and they had Copter, and I was curious. I asked them what they cut for, and they were like, "Yeah, I cut Blood Scythe Harvester." And I was like, I don't really know if that's where you want to be.
I don't
'Cause,
think
like,
you can
cutting
do that. I
card-
think they play really well
Yeah.
together, honestly. They're both just
They
like
do,
great
yeah, they
twos. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
was just, like,
I
trimming
played
on some of the
against
other
you.
stuff.
You came into chat earlier when I was playing against Gabe Nassif. He seemed to have built
Yep.
a pretty interesting build of it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some ways to do it. All right, let's play this thing.
Mm-hmm.
So what if I attack and Skrelv the token? If you don't chump Adeline, that's 5 damage. You go to 6. I have 2 blockers. You go copy Harvester, kill Thalia. Copy Harvester, kill Thalia. 1, 2, 3, 4. Animate this. 1, 2, 3 attackers. I can block here and take 5, go to 2. Yeah, I don't think I have any other plays than that.
That makes
So
sense.
let's do this. Token. And then Skrelv this.
Yep.
Like, I could hold up the Skrelv for a removal spell, but I don't really think
I
I'm
don't think
beating
you can beat a removal
anymore.
spell at this point. Yeah, I agree with
Yeah.
that for sure. All right, that'll probably do it. Hopefully.
Okay.
Clone this.
Yeah.
Kill that. And if I kill Dahlia, make an attack.
Not quite lethal.
Nope, not lethal. Just need to make sure I don't lose to an Ember Cleave. I think I just do this.
Yeah, because if you kill Thalia, even if I draw Embercleave, it's only 5, right?
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah. Well, it's actually less because you have the Harvester to jump block.
That's true too. I think that's the only card that kills me from this position. Pretty sure.
Yeah, that doesn't do it. All right, Steven on the board.
On the board, 1 game win.
On the board.
Let's go. A game.
Better than none.
That's true.
None.
Much better than none. All right. Well, how do I want to board versus this? This seems good.
Want that.
This seems good.
Maybe want that. No. Maybe this. These all seem kind of mid. Don't like this card. I want to cut one of these because it's so bad against Bone Crusher. Kind of the same thing with this. Okay, let's try that.
I think I want to do something like that.
How do we got here? A hand that I am not going to mulligan. It's kind of a weird one, though.
Yeah, same here.
These do I start with? Probably this.
Okay.
And then this, so I play around Thoughtseize.
Makes sense.
It's weird, though, because it like gives you the information that I have the Amber.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay. This one.
Interesting. Okay, I see what the.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want you to Thoughtseize the box Amber.
Uh-huh.
It's like, please don't.
Hmm.
I kept a 1.5 lander.
Yeah, that's funny. I'm gonna make you have a 1-drop, I guess.
Okay. Let's play this one.
Yeah.
And go to combat. Not sure if that was right. That was actually probably wrong. Don't need a second Zergo.
I agree.
And I'm gonna slam this one to try and cut you off Hidetsugu. Although I guess Hidetsugu would be pretty good here.
Yeah. Yeah, it would. Okay. Let's just do.
What was your like initial thought when you went through the announcement yesterday when they said that they when you saw that copter had been unbanned? What was your kind of initial thoughts?
I'm pretty surprised that they unbanned it, to be honest. I don't think it's a particularly healthy card. I think it's really format warping. I told people were saying in chat last week that they thought it would get unbanned, and I was pretty adamant that there was very, very low chance that would occur. So I'm pretty surprised it's back, and I do think it's gonna really, really warp Pioneer a lot.
Yeah, I was also very, very surprised they unbanned it. I think maybe like a lot of people don't realize how completely warping it was back when it was legal. But just to I did a little bit of research last night just to like see what Lord decks people were playing back in the day. So I looked there was like a couple PTQs that I looked at from 2019, and there was just like Rakdos aggro, Mono Black aggro, Simic aggro, Sultai aggro, just like every single deck, like literally every single deck played it. It was kind of wild.
Yeah, that's part of what you get when you unban Smuggler's Copter, for sure.
Yeah.
Alright, so I have to
Okay, I don't mind that.
Okay.
So I would assume this is going to be Kill Thalia, Untap Wrath. Ooh. Okay. This I think I'm. Oh yeah, sure. I guess you can do that. So block the human, push Thalia, take 5.
Okay, we gotta leave
We're gonna kill the
Thalia in
copter
play,
yet. Okay.
actually. We gotta get that copter out of here.
Yeah, I was thinking if you had like Languish or something, but
Yeah.
I guess the copter would survive through the Languish anyways.
Uh-huh. Man, oh man. Thank you very much for the follow, Internet Famous Paul. Appreciate it, dude. Alright, well, I don't know that I can beat the Skrelv here. In fact, I'm fairly certain I cannot, so...
Yeah, I mean the copter gameplay. I don't know. It's tough. the The copter gameplay looks good at first glance, but it's one of those things where like I think after the first week is like pretty fun because it's a card that we haven't played in a long time. But I think chat one thing you're gonna realize and one thing you're gonna learn is you're probably gonna get sick of it after a couple weeks.
Yeah, it's like fun. It's kind of fun to play with for sure, but
Yeah,
it's
it
not
is.
fun at all to play against, which is
Yeah.
a good sign of very broken cards. I mean, Oko was fun to cast and Uro was fun to cast, but they were never fun to play against. So
I had fun casting Geological Appraiser.
exactly, yeah, that
My
was
opponents
super
didn't,
fun.
but
Yeah, super fun to cast that on turn 3 and just win the game. But it's not fun when you're the guy on the other side of the table. I don't know if anybody saw my feature match at NRG, but I went turn 1 Thoughtseize You, take a Tanuki, turn 2 Bankbuster, and died. So that was my game 1.
this.
It's pretty messed
Yeah,
up.
that card was something else.
Yeah, pretty ridiculous.
I don't know what they were thinking printing Cascade in the year of our Lord and Savior 2023. Like, did they think that was gonna? What did
Yeah,
they think
they
was gonna happen?
thought they
I don't
obviously
know.
thought they had fixed it, and I mean, in some ways it is like fixed, but obviously the way it works with like clones and stuff was a huge issue.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
just
All they really had to do with Appraiser specifically is just say if you cast it from your hand, that would have solved the clone problem.
yeah, yeah. Um, let's try this.
Game 3. Okay, can work with this. We can work with this.
Yeah, me too. All right, let's do this.
I don't know if you've had the pleasure or displeasure of playing against Mono Green since the ban, but I played against it last night and actually kind of got destroyed.
Oh, really? By mono green?
They
That's
just like,
funny.
yeah, they just like turn 4 Ullamogged me. I was like, oh yeah, you can just do that now. Like, who needs card moves? Just turn 4 Ullabog people.
That's hilarious, dude. That's so funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's still there. I don't think it, I don't think it's particularly good, but it's still definitely a thing you can do.
Yeah. Yeah, I would be a little surprised if like nobody played it at the RC. I think people will still play it for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, this has come up a couple of times where it's like the Skrelv into Copter curve where you can't crew and protect the Copter if they go for like a shatter type effect. So it could be like one
Let's
small downside to putting Copter in this deck, but I mean it's still just it's definitely worth it, I would assume.
Yeah.
Yeah, chat pointing out Nykthos still a broken card, correct.
It
Nykthos is
sure
a hell of a
is.
card.
It sure is.
Hidetsugu. Okay. Well, I will jam that one.
Yep. Seems good.
Slam. Do a little loot. And have to imagine Thalia's probably no longer good enough this game.
Makes sense.
The other thing we haven't talked about yet is the Karn ban too, which I think really does kind of open up a lot of spots. You know, a lot of people like to say that there's some artifact decks that were made unplayable, and I think Rakdos Sacrifice. Obviously, Rakdos Sac was not unplayable, but I think it's definitely a big benefactor of the Karn ban.
I agree with that for sure. I agree with that for sure. It's very true.
Okay, let's go this one.
Mm-hmm.
Dual crew.
Mm-hmm.
Slam. Oh. That's a magic card.
Genocide, yeah, that's true, dude. Wizards doesn't always do the smartest stuff.
God, I boarded in this one.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. That is pretty good. Oh, my goodness. Alright,
What you get over there?
just gonna play
The
this.
Bone Father.
Not particularly exciting.
Let's say... Just do that, this. No, because you need to vault the trade. Am I fine? I'm actually probably fine with me to vault trade. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do a little get lost action.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Chat spamming Lightning Helix and Pioneer. Is that true?
Lightning
What the hell?
Helix and Pioneer.
That can't be true. I don't know. My chat just goes off sometimes.
No, that's yeah. Are they like saying it's legal? It's definitely not. There's War Leaders Helix.
Oh, they're saying. Oh, apparently they're saying it's reprinted in Karlov Manor. You get a link, chat? Should be a link. I want to take a look.
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, it's a preview from today.
Huh. That's kind of neat.
Ooh. Lightning Helix in Standard and Pioneer. That's kind of hot.
That is pretty hot. Yeah. Particularly in Pioneer. It might be
Yeah.
good in Standard too, for sure. But yeah, Helix existing in Pioneer is very interesting, for sure. It's like a huge...
You remember those those Boros burn decks that people used to play before Lurrus got banned, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah. Could make those a thing again.
Oh yeah. Another copter.
Lightning Helix though. That's kind of sick. I'm kind of hyped for that. I don't know, like, exactly. Like, if you look at the decks in current Pioneer, I'm not entirely sure where it sits. Like, Convoke doesn't want to play it, Heroic doesn't want to play it, but I'm sure there'll be some, like, just Boros aggro / mid-range deck that just, like, good creatures and good spells.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a burn deck.
Yeah,
All right,
definitely.
3-0.
3-0.
Doom's getting harsh today.
Doom's destroying me. Doom's destroying me. Hopefully this is not a sign of what's to come in the showcase qualifier for me this weekend.
You might not want to play Rakdos, maybe.
Well, yeah, it's standard, so I mean, I could play Rakdos, but I won't be, so... I don't think so, at least. There is, like, a Rakdos big mana deck that's, like, okay, that I expect a few people will probably play in the event, but... yeah, it's not.
You gonna keep doing Rakdos?
You know what? I think it's probably time for me to switch. Let's go ahead. We need a little break from Rakdos here. Time for me to join the Smuggler's Copter action. I'm gonna play that Wizards deck I sent you, mono red splash green for questing Druid.
Okay. Do you have to rank cards for it?
Nope, I'm good. I've got them already. I rented 2 decks. I had the foresight to get two at the same time to...
Gotcha. There you go.
All right, let's do this. Here we are.
Multitasking.
Yep. All right, let's see how good this one looks. Excited to try it out.
This one on Mox Field for chat.
It's a weird hand. Are you still... What are you playing over there?
I switched it up. I'm playing the Insult deck now.
The Insult deck, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Is this hand good enough? I think it is.
What do we got over here? My hand, man. I don't have I had a mulligan once. Maybe I've had a mulligan like once, but
Yeah, that's a good point, actually, which is kind of funny against Rakdos to never have to mulligan. I've definitely mulliganed today. I think 2 or 3 times for sure.
Go for that one.
Yep, the Siren.
I'm not 100% sure if I want to be playing blue-red in Soul or blue-white in Soul. You actually played against somebody, I think it was the last match of your last league, and I played
Yes.
against that same person, and that person thrashed me. Like, it was not even close.
That's interesting. Okay.
Their deck looks sick.
Huh.
Their deck looks sick.
Very neat.
Because Michiko's is kind of like, and it's kind of like a second copy of in Soul anyways, you know?
Yeah, that is very true.
You get the 2 turns of pump.
That is very true. Yeah, that could be a legit deck, honestly. Smuggler's Copter's a huge gain for that deck.
Yeah, and like the upside is you get to play, so you get to go Thraben Inspector versus Voldaren Epicure, which is kind of a wash, and then you also get to play Warden of the Inner Sky, which is like better than I'm playing like Goblin Tomb Raider, which is an awful card.
Okay, that's
yeah.
funny.
Yeah, I played some sketchy ones.
That is really funny.
All right, I'm at 7. Am I slow rolling you? I think I am.
If you have shrapnel, I'm dead. Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
All right. Yep. Couldn't beat a shrapnel here.
Bang.
Bang. All right.
Yeah, I mean that is the one upside I will say for playing red versus white. Is Shrapnel Blast is kind of a fucked up card.
Shrapnel Blast is really good. Yeah. Really, really good. All right. Well, let's bring these 4 in. That's probably all I want, and then.
All right, chat sent me a link to the Lightning Helix. Ooh, yeah, MKM. I'll put it in the Discord chat if you want to take a look too.
Very cool. Very cool.
That's hot. That's a pretty hype reprint.
It is, yeah. It looks neat. I really don't. Yeah, there's like no reason that card shouldn't exist in Pioneer, so that's probably a really good reprint.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think it's just like it's just a sweet card.
Yeah.
It's not too powerful. It's like the perfect kind of power level for Pioneer. What am I gonna do against this deck? I keep playing sideboards within the festivities, and I keep wanting it to be good, but I don't even know if it's that good against Convoke in the first place. Because like, if they have Loxodon, it doesn't do anything. You know?
It has games where it's great, and then it has games where it's like really bad. It's a very interesting card in that matchup for sure.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
It is.
Do this card maybe. Let's try. I think NT is not ideal. Let's try a couple of these.
All right, let's try this again. Genocide says Helix is perfect power level for Pioneer. What are your thoughts on Smuggler's Copter? Oh, it's so good.
True.
All right, we'll try this.
Chat's saying there's a new Thraben Inspector too. You got a link to that one, Chat? I'll take a look at that.
Oh, that's sick.
The same card, but is it called Thraben Inspector? Like, is the name different? That's the point, right? It's a functional reprint.
That's crazy.
Is it? It's called Novice Inspector. You're shitting me, right? That's got to be a troll. There's no way that's real.
That can't. Yeah, that sounds fake.
There's no way that's real. That sounds 100% fake.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Genocide. I am very excited hearing that there might be another copy of Thraben Inspector.
No, they're correct. Novice Inspector
is so bizarre.
I'll link you this one too.
That is weird, man.
What the hell, dude? Novice Inspector. Interesting.
That's so
Couldn't come up
bizarre.
with a better name?
That's so good.
Couldn't come up with anything better, huh?
No, it had to be Novice Inspector.
Yeah, now we could just play. We could just. Well, I was gonna say Mono White Convoke, but we still need Gleeful Demolition. But yeah, you can just cut Voltarian Epicure and play 8th Raven Inspectors.
Yeah. Yes, you'd be like a little slower, but I mean, Warden of the. You have Warden and all of those. You wouldn't have Imidanes either, which is a somewhat big loss, but maybe you build it
Yeah.
a little slower with like main deck wedding announcements or something, and like have a better mid-range game plan or something. It's interesting. Okay.
I'm gonna
Brute.
do
Okay.
this. Kill
Yep.
this thing main phase.
Makes sense.
No Insouls this game. Insoul is kind of awkward against Soulscar, even if I put it on the indestructible guy.
It
can
is,
line
yep.
up kind of poorly.
It sure is.
Oh. Well, I mean, I could just draw it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it on the map token, I guess. I don't think it matters which one of these I tap.
Uh-huh. Oh.
I did not even realize that today was spoilers. Did you know about that?
I didn't either. Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Wow.
Hmm.
Ooh, we got a new card for Rakdos Sacrifice. Red and colorless instant, additional cost to cast, sack an artifact, or discard a card, draw 2. It's not better than Dispute, but the fact that you can discard is kind of nice.
Yeah, that is pretty sweet.
I find it hilarious that they just functional reprinted Thraben Inspector and just called it Novice Inspector.
That's so ridiculous.
That's
yeah, it sounds so fake. That's so.
It does. It sounds
so
made up.
nonsense that that's what they did.
Like, what the hell?
It's so funny.
Oh man. Okay, let's axe up the Siren. I think I'm gonna have you kill that one if you're killing something. Yeah, I feel like previews just happen so fast nowadays.
They sure do.
Like we barely finished, discussing and talking about this set, and now where it's like, oh, here's another set.
Uh-huh.
It's so crazy.
Yeah, it is nuts. Oh, Smuggler's Chapter.
You gotta have some spells over there, right?
Oh, I just drew my first one of the game, so we'll see if I can do enough with it.
Yeah, apparently chat's saying it's the first look and the full spoiler doesn't start for a month, which kind of makes sense. But I mean, it is still giving us things to talk about.
Uh-huh.
Which, it is what it is. It's always nice to have stuff to talk about.
That is for sure. Okay, so if I...
Especially when it means I get to yell at chat. That's my favorite pastime.
That's funny. I get to... Flyer. This thing I can't block. Could do that. If I do that, you'll just do that. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. That's tough. Effectively one. Which means any of those would be lethal. You have any way to get a damage? No, that wouldn't do it. You could just do that. Yeah. Okay. So if I... Alright. I think I want to just do this.
Is it time for Big Juicy J?
It
is.
Unfortunately is. Yes. Time for Juicy J.
So my turn seems pretty straightforward. I'm gonna crew and probably top deck Shrapnel Blast because I never get punished for anything.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good. No, dude, so
Chat's
brutal,
watching these.
man.
I can't make it
So
up. Chat's
brutal,
watching
dude.
these.
And my chat's watching me. I drew a god dang it, dude. My first spell was turn 5 of the game.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my goodness. All right, I'm 0 and 4.
At least this is kind of like the receiving end of yesterday. I played Smuggler's Copter for like 6 or 7 hours yesterday. I 3-2'd my first league, and I don't think I won a single match for the next 5 hours.
That is crazy, dude.
So, the swings, man, the swings.
All right, well, I'm gonna try this red deck again.
Okay. I think I played all 5 decks, right? So I'm gonna switch back.
Yeah,
Let's
go yeah.
try.
Yeah, I think you have.
Yeah. Oh no, I haven't played my Rakdos deck. This deck, I'm a little skeptical of this one. This is like, this is probably just bad Rakdos, but I want to try like moving in on the descend mechanic with stuff like
Oh,
Stalactite Stalker and
yep.
Souls of the Lost. I
That's
don't know if
pretty
it's
cool.
a good idea, but it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I saw somebody else playing that Stalactite Stalker today too in one of my leagues.
Stalker is really sick with Copter.
Yeah, it is really good
That
with
curve seems
Copter.
kind of nice.
Really, really good, which is pretty cool.
Interesting. Okay, well, I'll try it.
There he is, the Stalker.
Chad, I'm trying to update the Mox field, but I think Mox field is down right now because it's not refreshing this page. But it's fine.
Okay, let's do that.
If you want the deck list for this deck, just envision take a Rakdos deck and cut the good cards and add a bunch of bad cards.
Just cut the good cards and add bad ones. That's great. All right, to you.
So go Supplier into Souls. Well, no, because I wanted to go. I want to go Stalker into Souls, so I can trigger the Stalker on 2. If I go Supplier into Souls on 2, then you know what I mean. But this way, Tom. But this way, I can just discard a card and get a counter on this. Get a counter on the Stalker this way.
That's
I think is fine.
pretty sick.
I only have a 1/2 Souls. Oh, I guess yeah. Okay, I could have maybe had a bigger Souls if I did that first. Yeah, maybe.
And yeah, against mono red, that might be better. Yeah.
Yeah. Although you have the Soul Scar, so it's like even if I have a bigger Souls, it might not matter.
True. Get it all out of here.
They're all dead, huh? They're all dead. You have 2 cards in hand.
Yeah.
Kind of feel like. I mean, what if I just like sack the Supplier for the Souls?
That seems pretty good.
Pretty big Souls. All right, let's try it.
All right.
Like, you do still have the Soul Scar Mage.
Pretty
It's
good
gonna take
against.
a while for the Soul Scar to get through a 10-11.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Let's see. Do that. Play this.
Now we just gotta find Inti so I can give it Trample.
Oh my god. Yeah, that would be really obnoxious.
Have you gotten to play with Inti plus Copter yet? Because those 2 cards.
I have not played with it. I've seen it. It's really good.
Yeah.
That's what Nassif was doing in his deck. It looked really strong. I think I need to just do this.
The Bone Father.
The Bone Father.
Okay. That's actually not bad.
No, it's
So
not.
This.
It's not bad at all.
Roll the Croxa. At 12 ball. All right, Team Battle Rage.
Oh.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Can you imagine?
Dude. Oh my god, man.
Souls with Team Battle Rage, huh? I actually didn't think about it. I haven't thought about that before. I mean, it's obviously too cute, but it'd be kind of funny.
Yeah, that's crazy.
The Golden Experience is what's the record between y'all right now?
Doomwake is 4-0. He's beaten me with everything he's played, and I am losing with everything I played. To be fair, I've only played Rakdos in this red deck, but
yeah, that's fair.
I'm getting smoked. I'm getting smoked.
Yeah, I'll go for the crew on Copter. I don't think it's gonna work, but I'll try it.
Alright.
He gone.
He gone.
6 damage.
We'll add another 2.
Okay. I think I'm losing this one.
You might. I
I'm
might
at 2
pick
and you
up
have
my
Rabbit
second
at
game
Bruins.
win of the day. Second game win of the day is potentially inbound here.
Does that do anything? No. All right, I'm dead.
All right, second game win.
On the board. On the board for a second time.
Can I get a match? That's the question. All right, those
Gotta get
Souls of
one
the
eventually.
Lost are pretty scary. Just huge.
Soul's big. Big.
Huge.
This. It's too many cards.
Those
Way
are
too
going to
many
be
cards.
a huge problem for this deck. Souls of the Lost. Let me come over here.
What does this card do again?
Stalactite Stalker. Copter.
Doesn't seem very good.
Deck needs more Eidolon. Yeah, I mean, Eidolon of the Great Revel would probably be pretty okay.
Yeah, my entire deck is all 1s and 2s and Fables.
So funny.
Eidolon's pretty good against
Honestly, Eidolon might have gotten a lot better if people play less. If people do end up playing less Bone Crusher and like people are all playing Copter decks, it's a good way to punish people for playing like cheap efficient spells. It's kind of interesting.
We could just play mono red with Copter and Eidolon.
We sure could.
That sounds kind of hot.
We could play that. I don't. Does that Oger guy? Would that make Eidolon deal 4 damage instead of 2?
Yes.
That's pretty funny. Does it deal 4 to you as well, or only your opponent?
No, it's only your opponent.
That's messed up. That could actually be kind of good. That's very interesting. All right. Well, let's. I think we're just gonna do this. There's like some argument maybe for these. I don't think so though. Yep, it's already happened, Brickman. We've already talked about the new Thraven. Thraven number 2.
New Thraven and Helix.
Yeah, Helix is the really exciting one too.
Yeah, this hand looks good.
Oh boy.
This hand slaps.
Does mine look good?
Yeah, and I was, like I said earlier, I was taking a look at deck lists back from 2019 when Copter was first legal, and people did play mono red with Copter, obviously, because it was, obviously good in any aggressive deck, but you just go back to doing that.
Yep. Yeah, Andrew, I plan on it, man. Yeah. As long as Julia's home in time. Kyle said he's probably not going tonight, so I'll have to wait for Julia to get home with the car. But yeah, I plan on coming out.
Kill him? No, you're not.
Nah, he's good. He's okay. It's an okay guy there.
A bit of tension here. Where I want to play the Supplier to get a counter on this, but I also really just want to use my mana efficiently, so I'm going to cast this.
That makes sense.
This was kind of my worry about playing Stalker, is like, you get into these spots where, the Stalker into Copter seems like a good curve, but you're not triggering Stalker on turn 1 or turn 2, so it just seems like really slow in these kinds of games.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. Let's go this guy.
Yep, seems good.
Do this. Discard that. Play this. And I'm gonna shock. Could be anything.
Could be anything, he says.
Don't worry about it. I just wanted to take 2 damage. I just want to feel something.
Could be anything. That's awesome. Huh. Probably a fatal push
Could
over
be
there.
a boat.
Okay, let's just pass, I guess.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Could also have anything.
It's true. Thank you very much. Appreciate the follow. Thank you very much. All right.
It's a deck.
Okay.
This is when you like play your flash creature, crew copter, and like. Gotcha.
Not quite. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Let's see. Blood. Yep, that makes sense. Oh, sorry. We're not playing Mono Black anymore. I should update the stream decker there. Let me do that right now, actually, real quick. Just put the one that we're playing right now in there. It won't take any time at all. Decks. Upload new. We are currently actually playing Mono Red with a questing Druid Splash. We are seeking the beast. Oh. Let's try that again. Let's actually tap red mana. There we are.
She's seeking my beast till I'm a questing druid.
Yes. Oh.
Something like that.
Okay, that's all fine.
Oh, did I not update the Moxfield? Oh, right. No, I couldn't update Moxfield. Moxfield is down right now. Is it back up?
Okay, let's cast this.
Nah, it's just like Moxfield is just edge. So I can't update the Moxfield.
So let's cast this.
But I think it should be on.
Let's do this.
Okay. It's all fine.
Let's do this. Oh no! Copper. Oh.
Nobody saw this coming.
Nope.
Nobody saw this coming.
Couldn't have seen it coming.
No way to know. Okay, so this is gonna look a little weird, but questing druid is not a wizard, so I'm gonna actually kill the Soulscar mage.
Uh-huh.
I think that plays right. Not sure.
Makes sense. I think it makes a lot of sense.
So, well, I guess we could just do that now. That's not bad.
No, it is not.
Get that guy out of here.
No, it is not.
Do this. I guess attacking with supplier is maybe worse if you want a torch, because then I'd much rather have you torch the Epicure, but hashtag always loot immediately gets punished because I drew Fable.
It's funny. Alright, let's just finally kill this, I think.
Okay. Oh, you don't want to kill the supplier? Let me be like Roxa?
No.
Damn.
Alright, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do...
Yeah, chat pointing out that I could have, had I known, if I knew I was going to draw and collapse, I could have just not cast anything and gotten eluded with Copter, gotten Descend, and then collapsed 2 things, but...
That's true.
Kind of hindsight, because I didn't know I was going to draw the collapse.
Uh-huh. Pretty hindsight indeed. Okay, that.
Go here. And I think I'm playing around Wizards Lightning the whole game. So yeah. Could like pick up Gigantha, Crew Copter, attack, but then need Lightning the Copter, take one. I think I'm just not gonna attack with Copter.
Makes sense.
Yeah, the thing is Oathbreaker is like I've been playing around Wizards Lightning the whole game. I feel like Steven probably has it.
Yep. Very likely.
So
We're
I'm gonna just hold up
14
the
cards in. I haven't played one yet. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very reasonable
It's awkward
card
because like
to play around.
if I'm planning on blocking, then I can't really block anybody if I'm playing around Wizards Lightning, but
Yeah.
it's like making you hold up a mana is maybe relevant. Hi. Yep.
Yes, I would like to loot. Oh, I think we're actually going to get rid of that.
Discard a Copter. If I don't block, go to 11. Okay, that's fine. I'll take this.
All right.
And maybe block next turn.
Yep.
Maybe not.
Play this tapped. Go ahead.
Mikey's asking if I can draw with Steven.
Can we draw? He's probably alluding to the draw I got on stream earlier today with Nassif, the old spawn of mayhem, kill you both.
Yeah, yeah, no, I saw that. Or I saw that you drew. I didn't watch the match, but I did see that the result was you drawing, and I was like, what the hell happened there? Well. Let's start with this. See what we can find.
Okay, makes sense.
It's not terrible. 5. Question is, do I want to hold back multiple creatures? I don't think so. Because getting you to 3 means that the Hive and the Copter is lethal next turn. So I think
it's
this
true.
Is fine. You know, Wizards Lightning a 1/1. Let's go.
Nope.
Oh, stomp. Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
I'm gonna do that. Do a 1/1. That one seems okay.
All right. So chat. Last card is Wizards Lightning. God, this is awkward. So I'm gonna cast Souls, but if I sack a land, I can't animate Hive. But if I sacrifice Supplier, then Supplier can't create the Copter. I guess I could just discard this. Yeah, that's actually probably fine. Because if I'm planning on activating the Hive next turn, I'm not going to cast Collapse.
Makes sense.
I think that's okay.
Makes sense. Cast this.
It is awkward. Yep, stomp in there. I love the Bone Crusher animation on Arena, just like the giant foot.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, classic. Getting in there.
Oh yeah.
What I find hilarious about the Copter unban is Copter apparently it's like with regards to Arena, when Arena was first introduced, it was like right around Kaladesh, and I believe they didn't put Copter on it.
Oh my gosh.
Because it was banned at the time in Pioneer. And then they also had a Kaladesh remastered where they also didn't put Copter in because it was still banned. And now it's like, now that it's unbanned, we don't have it because they didn't add it the last time.
That's
yeah,
so
it was in
ridiculous.
like the beta or something. So weird. That is probably the most awkward draw on the deck. You
That's
probably
funny.
guess what it is.
Oh, that's great.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm interested. Very interested what it is. I'll go look at the deck list again. Let's see.
Well, I did mention
Oh.
about needing a fifth land.
Oh, sure,
I should
Blackcleave
have
Cliffs.
specified. I
Or,
should have
yeah,
specified.
yeah, the Den. The Den, the one of
Yeah.
Den.
Always draw the tap land.
Or Blackcleave Cliffs. But the one of Den would be
Oh.
really funny.
Yeah. Okay. So you have lightning, tap supplier, crew copter. You lightning copter. I send souls. You chump block, and then I'm dead to any creature. If I just don't attack with the copter, I attack with just souls. You chump block. You can just end of turn, lightning me to 5, animate copter, send both. I block bone crusher. Take 2, go to 3. Yeah.
Genocide, no, I did not, to answer that question.
Feel like at this stage of the game, I'm maybe just better off with you firing it off on the copter than my face. So maybe this is like the term where I actually want you to kill the copter.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of have to.
So I kill this.
Yeah, the Temple of Tilt is a classic. My friend Dustin was famously playing his PTQ finals, and he was playing a deck with Stormbreath Dragon. And I'm sure you remember this back in the day when it was legal and standard. But the red white decks they played for Temple of Triumph,
Oh, yeah.
and he had like he was dead on board, and he's like, well, if I just draw all I need is land 5 for Stormbreath, and he obviously drew a Temple and lost to PTQ finals because of it.
It's so brutal, dude.
And that was
It's
tough.
so brutal.
Yeah. Ugh, so bad.
Oh my god. All right. Well,
This
I
has been a good
won a
game.
match. I finally won a match. It has happened.
It has happened.
We have done it.
Didge. All right, Steven on the board. It only took almost. It only
Five
took 2
matches. It only took
hours.
5
matches.
matches.
2 hours.
0-3 with Rakdos, though. That was the really embarrassing one.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna do
Have you
one.
tried?
I'm gonna do. Oh, go ahead.
Have you tried like normal Rakdos with Copter yet instead of Bankbuster? Have you not had the time to do that?
I haven't done it yet. I have not done that yet. I don't. I really don't think it'll be better than Bankbuster and Rakdos is my theory. I played a league last night with Raja. We were messing around with Green Black because he always loves playing Green Black, even though it's like probably always just worse than Rakdos. But he always smooth talks me into trying to play Green Black, and then we play Green Black, and there are some good things about it, but overall it just like doesn't. It's just not as good, I don't think, as Rakdos. But
Yeah.
we were playing Copter, and it just felt like a really awkward card. Like you're a really reactive deck. It's like a lot of turns you like don't want to play a creature and crew the Copter because you like want to be doing something else. And like those decks are usually like more defensive than aggressive, so Copter's kind of awkward in those kind of decks, I think, too.
Sure. Yeah.
So that's kind of my theory, at least. All right,
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
think,
do
like,
one
maybe
more.
the
I'm gonna do one
main-
more with this red deck, I think, and then we can switch
Okay.
around stuff again.
Okay. Yeah, I think maybe the one argument you could probably make is the curve of where you go 2-drop into Fable, and maybe
Yeah.
that's like the only spot you'd rather have Copter over Bankbuster.
Yep.
But yeah, I agree. It's like if you're being defensive, you want to be able to like draw the card without. Oh, I did something that I did not want to do. But yeah, I agree with you.
Need a Shatterstorm reprint into Pioneer? Yeah, maybe Groovin' one. I think
Instead of
Hidatsugu.
challenging you, I
Hidatsugu is pretty.
accidentally
Oh, what happened?
instead of challenging you, I accidentally clicked remove from buddy list. So that
Oh,
was not what I wanted to do.
that's hilarious.
All right, let's go back to Convoke. See how this goes.
Yeah, this will actually be interesting. Mono red versus Convoke will be a pretty cool one, I think. Like,
Yes,
Convoke
Chad. I
is-
have seen where you're getting a new Thraben Inspector. Very, very pog. New
It's pretty
Thraben
pog.
Inspector, Lightning Helix. We can have Lightning Helix. It's fine. If Pioneer can handle Smuggler's Copter, it can certainly handle Lightning Helix.
Dude, Convoke having 12 of that effect is going to be kind of insane. I don't know if they'll play
See,
12, but having access
I was
is
trying to-
interesting.
I was trying to figure that out. It's like I don't even know what you would cut because like you have maybe you just swap Epicure for the new Thraben just for mana considerations. But like I don't think you want to cut Warden. I don't think you want to cut Ornithopter because like Ornithopter, I was talking about this earlier. It's Ornithopter is kind of like a Mox when you have your Convoke dude because it's gives you that extra mana the one turn that you need to cast it.
Yeah,
So I think there's potential. I'm just not quite sure what you'd want to cut.
that makes sense. Yeah. I think I'm gonna lead here.
No, it's on. But Moxfield has been kind of weird all day.
I'm just
That's why
gonna
I
let
haven't
Doom
been able to
destroy
update
me.
the
Yeah,
decklist.
Doom's been crushing me today, no question. I'm now 1-4 in matches here.
Got one.
It's true. All right, so he's got the flash creature. Okay, I just want to do this then.
Yeah, I guess the one card you'd probably cut is Resolute Reinforcements, because like
Yeah,
Reinforcements is kind of like a 2 mana Thraben Inspector for Warden anyways.
exactly.
So
Yep.
it kind of makes sense. Gonna light up the stage?
No.
D2 Lava Runner. Okay.
Mikey, yeah. Thank you very much. Overvoltage, appreciate it. Thank you. Raven. Yep, and here comes the... Oh, boy.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, here it comes. Yeah, that's the good one, too. I mean, they were both good here, but a draw... Okay.
Only hit one.
That wasn't great. Yeah, alright.
Only hit one.
Throw
Do
away.
I blood main phase? I think I do. What do I discard though? I need to blood now in case I draw Den because I want to make sure I have an untapped land.
Overvoltage, that's hilarious. Says I finally won a match and immediately Doom immediately unfriends you. So silly.
When you put it that way.
That's hilarious. Alright.
I think I'm discarding. Man, this is tough. If I just didn't blood. It's so bad if I draw exactly Den. I only have one Den though. No, I should.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay.
Ship it.
Okay.
When is the new set release? I'm not sure, Otterhouse. I think it's like it's before it's around the Pro Tour, so I would assume February because I think that's when the Pro Tour is. So my guess would be like late Jan or early February is probably when it does.
And then Mikey wanted me to let you know, Doom. He says you're washed and that you can't lose to a streamer, I guess. So.
I mean, it's 4-1, Mikey. Come on.
Yeah, dude. Oh.
Maybe I have to play some Edison later with Mikey and show him a lesson.
That's fair. All right, let's do this.
Smells like a Wizard's Lightning. Probably a Wizard's Lightning. How much do I care? 17. I actually think I'm fine with that trade.
Okay.
I guess it could be a shock too.
Yeah.
But I'll take that trade.
Yep. I agree.
Yeah.
That's probably pretty good for you.
At 12.
It feels like 20
cast...
to nothing. It really does. I'm on green for questing Druid in this particular deck.
3, 5, 7, 9, 11. So if I hold one creature back, one chump blocker, is that safe? Let's say you go double wizard. If I attack with everything, double wizard's lightning kills me, so I don't want to do that. If I do this and you go Wiz Lightning Thopter, Wiz Lightning me, that puts me to 9, and you have 8, so that's 1 short. Yeah, so this beats double Wizard's Lightning, so I think I'll do that.
Makes sense. Okay. So... do this. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
One attacker. We can take that.
Yeah.
We got the troops.
Yeah, that'll do it.
The troops.
Could not beat that one. Okie dokie.
This Convoke deck's not bad.
No, it's not. Okay, let's bring in all these.
I got like similar to the end the festivities that I was talking about earlier. I have these Forge Devils in my sideboard, which were very good pre-ban because they were, because killed elf out of green. But I don't know how necessary these are if there's going to be a downtick in devotion.
Yeah,
It's like not that good in the mirror. It doesn't kill Warden or Inspector. It kills
true.
almost nothing in your deck. You have like the Prowess creatures and Lava Runner. So
I
don't know.
Yeah, it's true. Let me figure out what I want to cut. Okay. Kind of think this is the worst card in my deck, which means these are also mediocre. Okay, I want to do that. I am on Copter, yes. So far it's felt pretty good in this
Birdbros
deck.
asks, so did they reban Copter yet? Give it like a month or so.
Yeah, give it a few months.
Yeah.
I think a good over-under would be like 6 months.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to keep this, and probably could get rid of one.
I will tell you, my hand's not the nuts.
Okay,
it's
that's
like
good.
It's like the nuts minus.
The nuts minus. It's the nuts minus. Okay.
It could be the nuts.
It's interesting. The question is for me, what do I want to get rid of? Do I have time for 2 of these? I really want to keep 2 of these. That might be bad. This card's pretty medium. I think we're going to get rid of that. That might be poor, but...
What is Mask of Immolation?
It's a 2-drop artifact that makes a 1/1, I think, when it enters, and then it, like, equips it to it, and then I think you can, like, sack creatures to deal a damage or something.
Gotcha. You know a lot of these weirdo cards.
Yeah. I've played a lot of weird ones. Oh.
Alright, don't end my festivities.
I'm
Senor,
not
please.
going to, unfortunately for me. The question is, how do I want to play from this spot? Full value. I think I like that.
This one.
Okay.
This one. Alright, remember when I said my hand wasn't the nuts?
Yeah,
and drew the Convoke creature.
That's pretty good. Alright, well, let's seek the beast.
Seeking the beast.
The
beast. The beast has been seeked.
Yes, he has. Alright, so... Alright, this will be interesting now. So... Is Copter even worth it? Seems probably not worth it. I think we just do this.
Okay. The Druid. Well, I'm bringing the heat next turn. You better be prepared.
You are bringing the heat. You are bringing the heat.
Okay. Heat. Broughton.
Yep, it's pretty good. Let's do this, and
This deck really just has like some truly unbeatable draws.
yeah, it's pretty disgusting. Pretty disgusting. Okay. Let's do this. Let's pass.
I haven't even cast a copter this match.
You haven't. You sure have not.
I literally drew it as I said that.
Oh, it's so funny.
Funny.
I'm actually happy about it, to be honest. Copter's like maybe beatable.
Yeah, you don't care about that card.
Not right now.
So if I tap Druid, yeah, I think we just offensively tap Druid and send.
Mm-hmm.
I guess this is the same if you just like block Goblin token, volley Luxodon, go to 2. Okay. I think tapping is better because it means that you can't like eat 2 things. So basically just like because attacking with the giant killer and you blocking with the druid is like the same amount of damage, but it's me losing 1 less creature this way.
Yep, I agree with that.
Yep, that makes sense. So block there, go to 2.
Yeah.
Alright, well.
All right. Well, all of a sudden I care a lot about Smuggler's Copter now.
You go like questing druid into. I guess you don't have a wizard, so you can't go double lightning.
No, yeah, it's gonna be pretty hard to win this game, but we're gonna do our best. We're gonna seek the beast.
Yeah, chat pointing out that lockdown stonk's going up very, very much too. And you mentioned this earlier. I'm not a blue-eye control player, and I don't think you are either. Even if blue-eye control is like would be the best deck to play, I probably still wouldn't play it in
yeah, that's fair. It's not. It's not my favorite, but it's definitely a great deck. Like I definitely respect it. Sure. It's good. Yep, I am dead. Yeah. I am dead. This Convoke deck hasn't dropped a game yet. Hasn't even really been close to dropping it. Well, actually, yeah, no, none of our games have been that close.
Yeah, because the other match was against Rakdos, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it smoked me when I was on Rakdos. Which game 1 is definitely bad for Rakdos. I think post board my build might be favored into it, but I didn't have a particularly great draw. Didn't have the Hidatsuga or the Languish, and just got smoked.
Yeah, you have a lot of sweepers. All right, what do you want to vibe with next?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think I'm gonna switch back to Rakdos for a little bit.
Okay.
And then maybe I can go rent another deck here in the near future. Maybe 1 or 2 more matches with Rakdos. See if we can get a win with that deck, and we'll move on to some of the other builds I had today.
All right, I'll try the Greasefang deck again. Chat seemed to like that one a lot.
Yeah, so. That one's so sick, dude. The Greasefang deck is really cool. Well, actually, if we're gonna do Greasefang again, I'm gonna do red into that. Let's see how red plays into the Greasefang deck.
Okay, sure. Works for me. Yeah, we played with this deck earlier, and the Greasefang deck looked pretty impressive. I don't recall Smuggler's Copter being a big part of it, but
yeah, I mean, it kind of was. That one game, I think it got an attack off and put a Chariot in your yard, and that was like all you needed to do to have me in big trouble. Because then it set up the Fang. I'm gonna keep this. I think this hand's fine. It's not the best hand ever, but it is a keep. Blue-white control is king. Ask Raja. That's true. Raja does know about some blue-white control.
That's Raja's jam.
Yeah, he loves playing some blue-white.
Yeah. I don't know. Just like you said, I don't think it's a bad deck. It's just not. It's not my speed.
That's fair.
Just like I've tried learning it. I've tried playing it before. There's just something I can't really kind of grasp about it. It's really hard to explain, but it's just not my thing.
Okay.
I'm just gonna go for a turn 2 Greasefang.
Yeah, that makes sense. The Fang.
A little protection.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Well, this can't.
Oh yeah, chat pointing out this deck has the potential to turn one copter if you go like turn one Skrelv, double Moxamber copter. I don't.
That's
probably never can happen.
Probably a massive spew, but that is true. It can
Yeah.
do that. That's awesome.
It is a possibility. Yeah, I'm not sure even if you had the double Moxamber that you'd want to, because typically you would just want to save the backup Moxamber to like loot away with copter.
Right. Yeah.
Answer. Okay.
Came out of the
Right,
gate pretty strong from my side. Let's see what you've got next here.
It's a card I'm looking for.
Shieldred would be pretty good.
I guess I should have upkeep this Takanuma. This is where if I was playing with foil Parhelions and paper, I have a Takanuma in my hand, and I could have upkeep the Takanuma. But unfortunately, I chose not to do that.
Oh, it's so funny, dude.
Alright, let's go for it.
Yeah.
There's just another one on top. It's fine.
Yeah, you'll be all right. Oh.
Or not. Okay.
Well, there is an Emery though that lets you spin again.
Well, I could. Yeah, I could take. See, it's weird. I could take the Rona, which guarantees the Parhelion next turn, or I could just YOLO with the Emery.
Yeah. That's close.
Really close.
That is interesting.
Go with the Emery.
Yeah, I think high rolling might be a good idea.
Yeah. Parhelion. Where are they?
Yep, Skysov. That's
Skysov's not bad.
Very good.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
Take that.
Yeah. Kill my board.
Crew here. Slam. Kill that.
Dead. Genocide. Yeah, we're in trouble. That's for sure, dude. We're in trouble. I've been saying that a lot today.
Kill Kumano. I'm just gonna kill both Nemo. Yeah. Chat wanted me to kill the Kumano, and I was like, hey, I'm just gonna kill both. It's fine.
So
they're all dead.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and fire this up.
Okay.
Attack. I should honestly just try playing a good deck.
Classic chat.
Yeah, classic indeed. All right. Well, that's interesting. What is the best play here? I think it's actually just put this into play. Pitch this, put this into play. The problem is next turn he can just like jam the Skysov. But
I do got mana.
I think that's maybe okay. Truda, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'm just gonna do that.
I'm gonna do this. Notably, not the best against Copter.
Okay, that's pretty good. Yep. Not bad. Not bad.
No. Okay. Interesting.
Well, yeah, we're playing against each other, man. Succulent. He and I are playing 1v1s right now.
13.
Yeah, so so we're actually playing games.
Well, one of us is playing games.
Yeah. I'm getting smoked is what's happening. It's been a pretty common occurrence today. I think I'm 1 in 5 now.
Could attack with Emery to get an extra loot, but if I draw land, I can play this. I think it's just the Grease Fang. Let's do that. Kind of punished. Sort of.
Helion, okay.
It's not the end of the world, though.
No, I think you're in pretty good shape here.
I didn't want to attack with Skrelv that turn, because if I attack with Skrelv and he has Wizard's Lighting, he just gets the kill. Well, I guess the Grease Fang does become a 5 for us. Maybe attacking with Skrelv is actually fine that turn, because then you can't use an Incinerate to kill the Grease Fang. It could have been okay.
Yeah, that makes sense, I think. You have Parhelion. I don't think I have any outs to this situation. Let's move to the next game. All right.
got? Mono red, huh? Darker
Uh-huh.
red. You're playing a Tarkus commander now.
Not in this build. Nope. This is just
In this
questing
build.
druid in wizards, pretty much.
Gotcha. Okay.
Um,
I've been liking this Greasefang deck.
yeah, this Greasefang deck does feel quite good.
Shout out to DBZ player if he's in your chat.
Uh-huh. Yeah, he's somewhere. I think he actually might not be in either of chats right now. He said he wasn't feeling
Gotcha.
great today.
Oh, okay.
Let's see.
I don't want to cut. Kind of want to cut these, but they are discard outlets, so I probably don't. This thing's probably too slow. It's like the only card I want to cut.
I think I want to do this. Let's try this.
Trim this. Trim one of these. Play 3 of these. Let's try that. Let's see how that goes.
You can't be seen on the loser's side of the fence this long, so you have to switch streams. That's pretty funny, Genocide. So ridiculous. All right, well, this is a hand. All right.
I definitely have a hand that has 7 Magic the Gathering cards in it.
Yeah, I do too. This is good enough. God, dude. I probably have to mull. Alright, this one plays. It's much better than our
And I want to keep
first
this hand,
one.
but I don't think I should.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Okay, this one's a little bit better.
And I'm gonna get rid of this. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Alright.
Soul Scarino. Okay, thank God I drew that because I did not want to have to play Mana Confluence on turn 1. It
That
took
would have
like
been
7 damage from it.
really poor, yeah. Alright, let's do this. Attack here. Okay.
Well, just do this and that little thing. I can't remember the last time I flipped a Rona. I feel like I don't do it that often. I always kind of forget, you know?
Yeah, it doesn't come up all that often, but when it does, it's really cool. Oh, what is the best play for me? I think I just want to really need to look for something good here. I think I just want to do this.
Yeah, we looked at the spoilers earlier, so we go. Kind of some bangers. I like it.
Yeah, there are some really cool ones. Let's do this. Trigger. So we can find some good options here. Alright, well, that's kind of a weird one, honestly, but I think they just want to do this.
Okay. Take 3.
Yeah.
Alright, on tap. What are we gonna find?
Deck that got copter
Scarf
banned. Yeah, it was. I was playing mono black earlier, idle and chill. That one actually got copter banned. Honestly, the mono black aggro deck was like the deck that. I mean, obviously every deck played copter, so.
Yeah, the mono black deck was like basically the big reason it got banned.
It was. Okay,
Yeah.
Rafine. I think I'm just gonna seek it here. Yeah, now it's just worse than Rakdos. That's just the description of that deck now. Oh boy, that's not great. Okay.
Bad Rakdos.
Yeah.
It's what we call it budget Rakdos.
Uh-huh. Budget Rakdos
So,
indeed.
looting with Rona and attacking is basically the same thing, so I guess I'll just attack with it.
Yeah. It's better to attack with it, I
really
think.
no difference.
Get some damage and then also gets a counter on it in theory. So
Yeah.
definitely what you want to do.
I don't think I want this mana confluence. I think we're past that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Question for me. I have enough to do with my mana, so I think I just need to kill this right now. I'm trying to go upstairs, but I don't think so. Let's just do this, yeah. Get that thing out of here.
Down.
We need him out of here. Yeah, yep, exactly. That's what makes it so good, obviously. Alright, now I have some real choices as to what I want to do here. I need to try and find a Rending Volley. I wonder if I'm supposed to actually do this right now. It kind of makes sense.
I think I've remastered plus Clue.
Yeah, let's do this.
I got half my chat saying they're reprinting Shocks in Standard, and half saying they're reprinting them in side set. So I don't know who to believe.
That's okay. Interesting. All right. Well, we did not hit what we wanted to at all.
I don't know. Okay. Somebody in chat typed in all caps, confirmed reprinting Shocks, but they actually meant the card Shock, not Shocklands.
Ah, okay.
So I got debated.
That's
what happened.
Hilarious. All right. I can only play this
Mods
this
ban
turn.
that guy. No, don't actually ban them, but maybe give him a timeout.
Do I actually? This is so weird. I guess I just need to kind of play my cards here. So that's fine. Let's do this.
Kumano.
And
I like how 75% of this deck is standard legal. Even the Grease Fang. It's just like there's no good vehicle in standard to
yeah,
back,
there's no busted one, yeah.
Yeah. Have people tried? I don't know if you have experience with the standard a lot, but have people tried doing like Grease Fang plus the red? There's like the red 5-mana vehicle.
Yeah, so it's funny you bring this up. One of the guys I test with is like huge Grease Fang guy. He just plays Grease Fang all the time, and he tried that one and said it was like a little short of where he wanted it to be. But yeah, he loves Grease Fang. It's like yesterday he was playing Mardu Grease Fang all day long, which apparently is quite good. Okay, Asika's
Oh yeah, I played a little bit of the Mardu deck yesterday. I saw somebody 5-0 on Twitter with it, and it felt pretty good.
Yeah, I think Yeah, I think the guy that you saw that 5-0'd, Hinahara, if that was the name, that's.
Yeah, it was.
Yep, that's who I'm referring to. So yeah,
Gotcha.
He loves the rat. Okay.
Perhaps I should have left back the Rafine to block the Copter.
Yeah, that
was better. Just attack with Rona.
Yeah, that makes sense. You did get it out. You did get the Rafine out of Rending Volley range with this play, though, which is interesting.
Yeah,
it's not nothing.
That's kind of what I was thinking too. Yeah, Max, we played Convoke in 2 matches. We beat. We're 2-0 with Convoke right now.
And this Legends deck is about to be 2-0-2, I think, everybody. So, all right.
I feel like I didn't cast a lot of Smuggler's Copters when we played the Convoke deck.
No, you didn't. Yeah. The funny thing, I mean, that's not what makes the deck good. That's the hilarious thing. Is like it's good in the deck, I think, but what makes the deck good is just those busted draws. And all right. Just have to do this.
I had them in the main deck, yo man.
That's interesting.
I just got the Thalias for him. Yeah, take that.
Yep. Okay. Let's do this. I think. All right.
Ill Will, thank you for the 7-month resub. Ill Will says, say hi to Dykeman for me.
What up, Will?
Oop.
Oh, boy. All right. Well, I don't feel good about this one, but we do have 2 Copters in play, and our opponent's at 6, so maybe we can steal it.
No Grease Fangs yet.
Shieldred's just going to win the game, too. Cannot beat either of those cards at all in this position.
Interesting. I guess we can get one more loot before combat, so let's do that.
Yep, that definitely seems
Try to
right.
find the grease.
Yeah, the grease or the shieldred. It's gonna be way too much life gain.
I didn't find it.
Okay,
So
interesting.
now what? Now where do we go? Do that. Do that. How much do I attack with? Probably not a lot. I'll start with. Well, actually.
Genocide 4 toughness seems like I auto lose to that card. We do have 4 rending volley, but 5 toughness. Yeah, that's gonna be tough. That is gonna be tough. We do have him at 6 though, so
I guess I could. Man, this is tough. My hand is Takanuma Sky Sovereign, so I can I could Takanuma to try to spike a Grease Fang, but if I miss, I can't play the Sky Sovereign, so this is kind of a weird spot.
yeah, you can also, for what it's, you can crew the chariot to get a third
then get it for
legend, and then it's 1 mana, and then if you hit Shieldred,
Yeah.
it's still good too. So I think I would do that.
Well,
Right.
actually, I don't know if did I bring in the Shieldreds? No, they're not in the main deck, and I didn't board them in.
Oh,
Maybe I should
okay,
have.
okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, then that, okay. Yeah, then I guess there's no reason to crew yet.
I think I'm just gonna try and hit it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The reason to crew would be so I can hold up Plaza. Like if I crew the Chariot and I can Takanuma for 1, I can still keep up Plaza, but then I have less blockers next turn. But if I crew Chariot, Takanuma for 1, attack with Chariot, copy a 2/2, then I still have 2 blockers. We have Fiend blocking a Copter. If I Sky Sovereign, then I can go kill Questing Druid, maybe just attack with Chariot, copy Cat Token. No, I actually probably don't attack at that point. Tough turn. I think I'm just gonna cast Boat. I think it's a little bit safer because that gives me 2 flying blockers.
That makes sense. Yeah. I like that. Yeah, because the copters are definitely how you lose, so that makes sense.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
And honestly, I think I just don't attack with anything. I think we just chill.
Yeah, that's probably fine.
I could maybe go crew the Cat tokens, hit with Chariot, get a copy of a Cat token, and then use Cat Rona to crew Boat with 2 flying blockers. But could draw a haste creature. I'm not really sure. It feels like one of those things where I'm I think I'm ahead enough on board that I can afford to just maybe take a turn off, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that does make sense. Okay, I have to think about. I think I just cast this.
Okay.
I guess I should have tapped the forest, but it's fine. Crew this with this. Well, actually, no. I probably want to crew with this.
Yeah, Copter getting in there.
And crew with this, maybe. Maybe this. I'm going to do it like this.
All right, Copter getting in there.
I think we do this, and that will make blocking a little complicated.
I smell a Wizard's Lightning in my future.
That's possible.
So, Cat Rona, Cruise Sky Sovereign. That gives me 3 blockers. I block both Copters. If I leave a Soul Scar on block, that would be lethal with even just the shock. So I do have to block all 3. So let's do that. And then we'll go 1, 2, you just bricked? Okay.
Yep, I did.
Gotcha.
I did indeed brick. I
Okay.
sure did.
Probably makes sense though. You kind of have to go for it.
I do, yep. I get, 2 looks. Yep, because I couldn't beat this, so I needed something good.
Tough one.
That was rough.
Reswing deck has looked pretty good, I will say that.
Reswing deck has
Deck's
looked really good, yeah, actually.
firing in all cylinders.
Pretty cool. Very, very cool. Look at the scoreboard, Genocide. Yeah. Yeah, I'm 1 of 7
Genocide's
today.
still in the stream.
Oh, he sure is. He loves watching. And
Genocide, yeah.
all right. I think I am going to rent Groll.
I'll switch it
And
up.
we'll try out some Groll. And what were some other decks? The mono black one I don't really want to play anymore. So there are the 2 different builds of Groll.
You know what? I'm gonna switch it up too. I'm gonna try a deck that I didn't post in the Discord. I'm gonna try
Okay.
mono red.
Sick. All right, yeah,
We've been jamming through these decks a little bit, so.
Yep, sounds good. Give me a minute here.
Switch it up a little
Gotta
bit.
trade stuff around and rent new cards.
Yeah, I'm doing that too.
Okay, cool.
So what do you think? Initial impressions? Are we in the copter officially in the copter meta?
Oh, definitely. Oh yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Copter is gonna be a huge part of the RC next week for sure. If you're not playing Copter, you're playing a deck that you think will beat Copter, and that's kind of going to be what the whole format is going to revolve around for probably the near future. So
yeah, you have to have a really good reason to not play it.
Yep.
That's one thing you need to look at your deck list and it's like what is the benefit of what is my deck doing good enough that makes me not want to play it?
Exactly. All right, so
yeah, like Lotus is a good example. Lotus, Blue-Eye Control, those decks aren't going to play it, but
yep, exactly.
They do have very good reasons to not do it.
Fires of Invention decks still won't play it, but
yep.
Yeah, all these decks are going to be decks that are trying to feast on people that are playing it. That's pretty funny, Stormy. Stormy's saying in chat that Pioneer and Explorer are like very different now because Copter's not on Arena, I guess.
That is a good point.
That's hilarious.
Didn't even think about that.
That's so funny, yeah.
It's like completely warping the Pioneer format, but this is,
I'm sure they'll put it in whatever the next thing they're doing is on Arena. They'll definitely address that very soon.
Yeah. Well, the funny part is it used to be on Arena because I believe somebody in chat was saying it was on the client during the open beta because that's like right around when they were starting testing for it.
Sure.
So it used to be in the client, but then when they reintroduced it, they didn't add it, and they also didn't add it in Kaladesh Remastered because at the time it was currently banned in Pioneer. So they were like, "Well, it's banned in Pioneer. Nobody can play and explore anyways."
Huh. All right. Yeah, that's really interesting.
Yeah. Oh yeah, did you also see that they're doing what is I guess you could call it like Arena Vintage, where it's like every single card is just legal in there's just a new format on Arena where every card's legal basically.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Huh. That's very neat. Sometimes they do that with like the Arena Cube. They like make a cube that has every card that's ever been legal on Arena in it, which is kind of fun to play. Return these cards. Okay.
Yeah, I did Reforged. I'll show you the list in a second, Reforged.
And I'll put the one that I'm about to play up on the Stream Decker here as well for our chat. Decks, upload new. Got 2 builds of Groll I want to try. One of them is a Huntsman's Redemption, and the other one is not a Huntsman's Redemption.
Okay. Yeah, when I played, the only version I played yesterday was 4 Huntsman, 2 Thrill Seeker, 2 Lovestruck, 1 one of the 3-mana 3/4. That was my split.
Yeah.
I think the 3/4 is kind of cracked, but it's weird because I was very in on cutting Lovestruck for the 3/4 when the new set came out because I thought it was just a better card.
Uh
But now that you have Smuggler's
huh.
Copter, you really want Lovestruck Beast
It's
again.
tricky. Yeah, it's so tricky, dude. The 3-drop slot in Groll is so hard. You have so many
It is.
options, and it's really difficult to know what the right ones are. They're all pretty good cards, so it's just kind of, what do you think is better, I guess, for the meta game. But I think there's going to be a lot of variation to how Groll gets built now.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna try this little mono red deck. I don't have Eidolons in this list. It's basically just like I kind of tried to mimic it with the mono red decks that people were playing before. All I did was cut the vortexes for Smuggler's Copters, but
Yeah.
and I don't know if it's correct to still play the God if you don't have Vortex, but the God is still pretty good with like Firebrand, Kumano, and the Shocks and Chandra. So I think that might be enough to play the God, but we'll see. We'll see how this goes.
Yeah, the God is probably still pretty good. I would
Yeah.
believe that the God is still very good. All right, so I need to upload a couple decks here.
Oh yeah, chat wanted to see the Merfolk deck. We built the Merfolk deck yesterday because there's some cool synergy between Deep Root Pilgrimage and Smuggler's
Oh
Copter.
yeah, yep.
That sounds kind of hot.
That does sound really hot. That's sick. Okay, already got the Silken Sonnet, Den of the Bugbear. All that's still good. Don't need to rent these basics. Yeah, let's go ahead and rent this. Let's spend some time on this Gruul deck.
I do have 3 copies of End the Festivities in my sideboard, which
Oh baby.
those are probably not going to come in ever.
Well, they'll come in against Gruul. The 8 elf deck you might bring it in against, maybe.
Ooh, apparently there's a borderless Crashing Footfalls.
Oh, that's
That looks
interesting.
kind of hot. Looks nice. Damn. I'm going to buy those. A fellow rhino enjoyer.
Good thing we also banned
dabble with some
Karn for these
rhinos.
copters too. I mean, I feel like that was some of the reason they did it. Is the weird thing. Like they banned Karn so that copter would be even better. Is kind of that's my feeling. Like it doesn't seem like it's a coincidence that they would unban the thing that shuts off Smuggler's Copter.
Yeah.
To me,
Yeah, that was probably.
I think that
they've
was
definitely thought about that.
yeah. I
Right?
think
'Cause
that
they
was
were like,
very
if we
intentional.
Yeah, if we unban Copter and keep Karn, then if people still play Karn, then nobody's going to want to play Copter. So that was definitely intentional.
Yeah, I definitely believe that was intentional too, especially because Mono Green had not even been doing well. Mono Green hasn't done well in
Right.
months. It had, like a lot of people were saying it was kind of bad right now. Like
Yeah.
it was still really powerful, but it didn't line up well into the format really. A lot of people started playing like Heroic, Convoke has gotten better. So all these things were kind of working against it, and yeah, now they just got Axe Karn and put Copter back into the format. So yeah, I definitely think that was very intentional from Wizards.
I'm curious if they weren't intending on unbanning Copter, do you think they still would have banned Karn? I feel like probably not based on
Yeah,
Doomwake, 'cause
that's a good question. I kind of think not as well. I think this was all very intentional. I think they wanted to see how good Copter would be in Pioneer now. Because what it got banned, I mean, it feels probably 6, 7 years ago at this point. It's what it feels like. It was like before, I think
it was 2019, so it was 4 years ago.
4 years ago. Okay, so not quite as long as it felt like, but yeah, I remember the last time I remember it was like right at the beginning of Pioneer, pretty much. I remember I played
Yep.
an SCG Invitational where Smuggler's Copter was legal, and I think like the week or 2 weeks after it was gone.
To give chat some context, Smuggler's Copter was banned in Pioneer before Oko was. So. And Once Upon a Time. Once Upon a Time was still legal. They banned Copter, and then everybody started playing Oko Once Upon a Time decks.
That's so funny, dude. I forgot about that. Did Copter go when Wilderness Reclamation went? Did they go at the same time?
That I don't remember. I could probably pull up the timeline.
Yeah, they might have gone together. I forget.
And restricted cards.
Is 4-color dead without Fury? Absolutely not. No way. 4-color's not dead without Fury, man. They're going to be just fine without Fury.
This is 2019. October, Pioneer introduced as a format. Fetch lands were banned. And then November, week 1, Felidar Leyline Oath ban. Week 2, Veil ban.
Yep.
December, week 1, Field Once Upon a Time Copter ban. Week 3, Oko Nexus banned.
Okay, so Nexus and Oko.
That was when they were doing bans like every other week. You remember
heavy.
that, right?
Oh yeah,
Like
heavy
Pioneer.
bans.
It was
I
so
remember
good.
it really well because they announced the format, and I was really excited about it because they said it was going to be a format in the Invitational, which I was planning to go play. So then I started playing the format a lot, and really enjoyed it. And funny enough, I top 8'd that Invitational. I 8-0'd with Urza in Modern, and then I 4-4'd with like a really mediocre like mid-range deck in Pioneer, and all the cards are still legal. So in this format where all these cards are getting banned, I played a deck where nothing is still banned. So pretty weak deck. A lot of great cards I did not play in my deck.
Part of me feels like part of me feels like the reason, or one of the reasons, they really introduced Pioneer as a format to begin with was because they were so heavy-handed with standard bans during that time, because like
Yeah.
everything was, it was like one set after another, and it really all started with like, you know, War of the Spark, and then well, I guess it kind of started with Kaladesh with like Marvel, Emrakul, and that kind of shit. But yeah, I almost feel like they just wanted to give people a home for all of their cards, because they maybe they just felt bad because they had to ban so many cards in standard.
Yeah, I think that was part of the reason they did it too. Also, I mean, at this point now, with Legacy kind of being where it is, like they've almost completely removed Legacy from like paper relevance.
Yeah.
I think part of it is like they're kind of shifting. Modern is like kind of becoming what Legacy used to be, and then Pioneer is going to become Modern, and then Standard is obviously still Standard. But um, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if like in 5 years or whatever they introduce another format similar to what Pioneer is, and then things like keep moving. We'll see if that happens, but I wouldn't be surprised if it did.
That was a wild time.
Yeah. All right.
Just non-stop bans.
Yep. It sure was. What is going on here? Did I get all the cards? I hope so.
Start my client real quick. It was lagging a little bit.
Okay.
I tend to restart Moto like at least every like 2.5 hours. This shit lags so much.
It does. Yeah, it really does. It's very true. All right, I think I got everything I need. Let's submit these. Confirm. Yes, Pioneer is way easier to get into than Mod. I mean, it's the fetches. The fetches are not having to deal with fetches is just such a massive deal. Red Eye, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and not even just like monetary wise. If you're new to the game, getting into a format where like there's just constant shuffling, just in terms of like game and tournament logistics, the tournaments just take a lot longer when fetch lands are involved. You know?
That is also very, very true. Yeah, fetching definitely takes time. All right, here we go, chat. Let's see how this one goes. I've been getting smoked, not only by Doomwake today, I've just been getting smoked today. I was 2-0 in a league, ended that league 2-3, 1-6 against Doom, so we're 1-9 today on stream. It's just one of those days. All right, here we go. Trying out Grohl.
This is the footfalls for people who wanted to see this thing. This footfalls looks really sick. I'm gonna have to buy a set of those. Oh, show. All right. 1-6. Let's see if we can make it 1-7 for Mr. poor Steven Dykeman over there.
Yep. All right. Well,
this is a hand of cards. I'll try it.
I'll try mine as well.
The footfalls, I believe it's from. I don't. What is that from, by the way? I don't even know. I know it might be from the new remastered set.
Genocide Sneep. Yeah, it's a pretty good hand for sure. Definitely happy.
Why did I F6?
Oh, did you have Flavor Flare?
Yeah. Oops.
Oopsie.
You know, it's fine. I didn't want to kill the elf anyway.
Yeah, it's not needed. Yeah, you didn't need to kill the elf. It's fine. All right, that's an interesting draw. Let's
Look, man, you're it's 1-6. I gotta spot you a game. Okay.
That's true. Yeah, you gotta help me out here. I appreciate it for sure.
Okay. Yeah, chat pointing out it's possible this deck might need more creatures. I only have 16 actual creatures, not including Kumano, because Kumano doesn't crew copter the turn you play it.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. That's interesting, yeah. Alright.
Might not be enough.
Crewing up, attacking.
Send in.
Uh-huh.
I don't think No, actually, discard the second copter. Let's do
Yeah,
that.
that makes sense. I'll take 3.
Yeah, maybe this deck wants to play Bomat Courier. I could be into that.
Yeah, Beaumont Courier would make sense, probably. Okay, certainly not going to tutor anything up.
Or even like Fanatical Firebrand, because we are playing, or not Firebrand, the one you were playing, Lava Runner, because we do have 8 shocks.
Yeah. Yeah, Lava Runner is reasonable. Okay, so chat, I think what we're going to do is probably play this. That's interesting. That plays a lot worse into another play with fire, which is definitely something he could have. So maybe I'm just supposed to do this. That does just set up 2 turns in a row of 10U trample damage, which mono red is going to struggle with that. So that
Second Huntsman's is a lot of damage.
yeah, it's just 10-10 trample. I mean that's a lot. Yeah, that might be right.
Huntsman's is a card that gets so much. Like the second one is so much better than the first one.
Uh-huh. Yeah, or we could do this still too, which is not nothing, but I think this is better. I think this just making the copter deck be on the back foot is probably a good idea. So I mean, we're a copter deck too, obviously, but we don't have a copter, so let's just try and beat hard enough that the copter won't beat us.
Yeah, this makes sense. Okay. That's an interesting draw. So I think it's this. Yeah, it's gotta be that.
Mm-hmm.
Question is, what do I crew with? I think I crew with the God and hold up the Firebrand just in case you have Stomp because I want to get 4 damage out of it.
Yeah, Firebrand can also kill a beast here, or is that not how that...
No,
power
it
to...
only
Oh,
lives,
it's
only
only
goes
to an
upstairs.
opponent. Interesting, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Do this.
All right, makes sense.
Yeah, the block sack does nothing because you'll have trample, but...
Yep.
3, 6, and that's 4, 8. It's close. I have to try to dodge. A Crone War is like worst case scenario here. That's the card I don't want to see.
Mm-hmm. Let's target each of these. No.
You don't want to sack one of your 5/5s?
No, I don't.
You sure?
So we play this.
Okay, I'm with you.
Let's attack with both.
Another card that's good with Copter.
Uh-huh. Very. This is weird, but I think, well, actually, maybe it's this here is the... Yeah, this is probably the best discard. Let's pitch this.
Also, something I hadn't thought about. Inti, importantly, is a legend for Boseiju. That could come up in some games.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Okay, that's
right. Minus 11.
Pretty great.
Just a nice fat 11 piece.
Uh-huh. Let's play this, pass, and I think we're in pretty good shape here. I mean, he could just randomly kill me, but...
Well, you mentioned randomly kill you.
Okay. That'll deal 3. Oh, no, that deals 4. That deals 4. That deals 4, and then he can fire up the copter. Yeah, okay.
All right. I think I still like the God.
Jeez, man.
God's
yeah,
pretty good.
That was pretty insane.
God just kills you out of nowhere.
Yeah, all right. Pretty brutal. All right, let's do this.
One funny thing that sometimes comes up is God with End the Festivities, where it deals you 4, but only deals 1 to your creatures, because the God still says only opponents.
Yeah. I think I want these versus Copter.
I want against Gruul. Probably want Abrades for your Copters.
Don't love this card.
These things.
I'm not thrilled by this either. I think we probably do something like this. Pretty happy with this, I think. Yeah, let's try this.
Did we finally find an End the Festivities matchup? I don't think so. It's not the worst card.
It's good against elves. Yeah, it's okay. Still might not be the best, but...
just only want to do that. I could do like this for one of these. We'll try that. I don't want to draw like too many of that card. It could be okay though.
It's worth noting, Doomwake won that game while F6ing through turn 1, too. Probably way easier for him to win if he doesn't do that, so not
True,
amazing.
I did forget to wild slash your guy.
So bad. Although the irony is the burn spell to my face was pretty good later,
Yeah.
so
Well, see, I was strategically saving it. That's what happened. Yeah,
It's true.
I didn't kill your elf on purpose. It's fine.
It's so funny, man.
Okay, there is some tension with these two cards. That's a little awkward. I have a Kumano, a Copter, and a 1-drop, and I'm trying to think of sequencing. Like if I put Kumano into
I was
Copter, then
noticing
lose
that
the
was really
counter.
tricky too. Kumano and Copter is very awkward together.
Yeah. So does that mean I just don't want to lead with Kumano? Yeah, actually, weirdly enough, I think it does mean that I don't want to lead with Kumano.
Okay.
Maybe I'm just like prioritizing the counter too much, but I don't know. It's close.
It's possible, yeah. Okay, now I need to think about what I want to do. I think the best thing for me is just jam this.
The Copterino. It's not terrible. All right. Well, touche. 2 can play that game.
That's true. 2 can indeed play at that game.
And I'm not blocking.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever block.
Makes
with this
sense.
Deck. No! That's a gross turn.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, Shield Breaker is kind of nice into the Copter meta. Especially when it's so much better on the play, too.
It is, yes. Okay, we're definitely going to do that. Okay, interesting. I think we honestly might want to pitch this here. It's kind of a weird one to pitch, but I think it's right to get rid of this. I'm going to get rid of this. All right.
That's not exactly what we're looking to draw. I have a card in my hand that most mono red decks play in the sideboard, and I'm now realizing how horrendous it is against Smuggler's Copter because it gets discounted when I attack with. Oh no, never mind. It's actually not that bad.
It's when anybody attacks. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very
the card does explain the card.
Yeah, that card is pretty sick. Genocide. Yeah, Thrill Seeker is just a good card. You definitely want some number in your deck that can tutor for a creature. It's possible the deck should play 1 now because of how many insane 3s there are, but Thrill Seeker just steals a lot of games. Like, for example, had we drawn Thrill Seeker in the last game, we maybe could have stolen that one.
This is weird.
Would have been attacking for effectively 20 damage or 19 damage or whatever rather than what we did attack with, so...
All right, ship it.
Interesting.
Somebody in chat said, "I think we scoop here."
Scooping might be, scooping might be a little much.
A little preemptive.
I'm gonna play this bad boy.
That card's 4 toughness. I cannot defeat a creature that has 4 toughness.
A lot of toughness. Now, I don't think I would play around the deal 5 here, so we're just gonna.
Even if I have it, you still get the loot, and I'm not killing the 3/4, so it's like.
That is true. Yeah, all of that is true.
Maybe I should get the 3/4 instead of the Copter. Which honestly,
I don't think this is particularly good. I mean, it's like a fine play here. I guess it's like interesting because of this, but I'm gonna pitch this. I don't like it.
Yeah, I think I'm actually gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna kill the 3/4.
That makes sense. So we'll explore onto this. Post combat, do that.
Oh. Now I guess I could kill the Copter.
You could. Yeah, Genocide, I probably should have. Although, at that time, I was kind of playing around a Braid.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. I think that's a totally fine exchange for us.
Yeah, you're probably okay with that.
Yep.
Not the best set of draws.
I think we just do this.
What do you got? Sheesh.
We're gonna do that.
That's so good.
Then we're gonna do that. It is, yeah. It's a nuts card. Okay. Attacking here is super awkward. I probably just don't even want to. Let's just put this into play. Tapped this turn, I think. I really don't want to get blown out by a deal 2 effect, so let's just not let that happen.
Yeah, Sentinel is one of those cards that I didn't see a ton of people talking about when the set was coming out, and I think it's really good.
I think it's really good too, yeah.
Okay. Well, it is your turn.
Uh-huh.
I may have drawn I may have drawn a little too many of a certain specific card in my deck.
That's fair. Alright, well, let's, alright, I think attacking is probably acceptable now.
Yeah, if I had a smuggler's copter, I would have fixed my hand. Mine would have been fixed. All right, I don't think I have the luxury of playing around Bone Crusher, so I'm not going to. Yeah, I was baiting. It would still be a trade. You wouldn't even mind that much.
No, yeah, it would be okay. All right. And then I suppose we do. Well, actually, it might be better to play this. Yeah, I like this more. Do this. Next turn, we just explore and have lethal, so should be good for us.
Yeah, this smuggler's copter was a little bit too late.
Yep.
I did, in fact,
Yeah.
3 copies of Oger Accidental in my
Freaking
hands.
Oger, dude. That's hilarious.
Not
So many
great.
Ogers.
Not great. So many Ogers.
Okay, well, I think I'm gonna keep doing the same thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep mine mostly the same.
Yeah, Sentinel's just good. Genocide, it's just a really good card. Vigilance, it gives you a lot of value. Yeah, it's really nuts. What do I think of this versus red? Oh, this hand is probably a mulligan. I don't think this hand is good at all. Yeah, let's mull this. Alright, we'll keep this. I think I'm getting rid of this here, although some argument that this is better than this, but I don't believe that's the case. I think I just want to get rid of this. Yeah.
I got Kumano.
Sneep on the draw. You thought it was a snap keep? I don't know, man. That's the hand was a little mediocre. I think we just have to do this.
Yep. I actually thought about not attacking, but I don't know if that's right.
No, you still gain damage from that, I think.
Yeah.
I think it
Would
makes
have loved to
sense.
have the Swiss Spear last turn.
Uh-huh. Oh. Oh, boy. Alright, let's play this.
Okay. We don't have a land?
No, I do
I see.
not. No, I do not have a land. It's not good for me.
Got out of here.
Uh-huh. Copter's so
Quattro.
hot right now. Yeah. Alright, well, that was good. We at least get to keep playing the game. Not just completely dead. The question then becomes, I think it just has to be this.
Sentinel. Not great. Not great.
Yeah, Genocide. If I lose here, I'll be 1-10 on the day. 1-7
1 and
against.
20.
Yeah, it feels like 1-20. Okay, tap land. All right, so that's a sign of weakness there from Doom.
Is it?
I think so.
No,
So
my hand's just loaded. It's fine.
just
I'm trying to
loaded.
give you the aura of my hand being bad.
That's
It's actually
fair.
loaded.
That's fair. All right. Well, let's get in there.
Vigilance is kind of unfair.
Yeah, Sentinel is a messed up card. It is quite good. Okay, do that, do this, do this.
Yeah, that's a card I was super high on for a while. I knew that card was going to be good.
Yeah, Raja was really
It's
high
like-
on it too. He messaged me when he saw it and was like, "This card's really good." I was like, "Yeah, it looks good to me." Okay.
Yeah, the body's good, gets a lot of value,
Alright.
especially in this deck. Like the one thing that it's so good in Gruul with is you don't really have a ton to do with your elves later in the game. But like if you make 3 map tokens, you can just put 3 map tokens on an elf and just make it into a 4/4 late game.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Which is definitely good. I think. Alright, so now things get a little interesting in regards to what I want to do, how I want to attack. He fires this up. Double block. Kind of. That's fair, Genocide, yeah. We could just not attack this turn. I don't love attacking into him just double blocking necessarily. We can use our maps and do other stuff. We could do this, which really puts him under a lot of pressure. I don't know. That's kind of interesting. I think I just like play this and no attack this turn.
So I can't possibly win.
Oh, that's not true. Oger burn spells is still something that could happen.
Yeah, that's fair.
We're just gonna sit.
Just gonna use my mana.
Chucking the ruins. Yeah, makes sense.
Okay. You're 8.
8. Yep.
8 is divisible by Ogre's power, which is a good sign.
That's true. It is indeed divisible by Oger's power.
I think we just chill here.
Makes sense.
Just Bing chilling.
Makes sense. Okay. Okay. That
drew a good one.
Is interesting. All right. I think. I don't hate just like mapping here, crewing here, attacking. Well, one thing I could do is just map onto a cat and try to get it to 4 power. Yeah, we're going to map here. I just got to think about where I want to map onto, and I think it might actually be cat, as weird as that is. Because I kind of want, like, if he has a shock, I want to know about it, and I feel like he would probably respond. So let's start here.
Okay. You can have that.
Okay. Well, he drew a land,
Stomping ground.
which is fine. Okay, now I might map elsewhere. Now we might map onto the Sentinel. Which I think I like.
Yep. Chat's asking, any chance you play old school Mardu vehicles with Depala and Unlicensed Disintegration? I feel like the power level of Pioneer has kind of moved past those cards.
Yeah,
like
that's...
In terms of removal spells and threats, there are just better options at that like lower mana costs. Like Bitter Triumph and all that kind of stuff. So
Yeah, that's really interesting for sure. Okay, well, I think we can. It's like a
the
pretty.
feels, that is true. It does give you some nostalgic. The vibes are good. I was thinking about just like old school blue white flash with like Copter,
Yeah,
Inspector, Reflector Mage. While you get Wandering Emperor, you get Spell Queller. There's maybe something there.
yeah. All right, I do need to get somewhat aggressive because I can't just let Doom draw like two damage spells and an Oger and just kill me. So we do need to try and force some amount of issue here.
Question is, can I beat any Magic the Gathering card? Uh, 4, 7. It's 11. Go to 6 next turn.
And
Block these
my god,
two.
it was terrible. Yeah, that's fair, Elk. I think what we saw earlier today is probably the right way to build like Copter Blue White was just the hyper aggro and soul deck. That looked pretty promising. That could be a real archetype. I would believe that for sure. It does everything you want. It has really good. It gets all over the table with a lot of permanents. It has 2-for-1s. It has a 1-mana counterspell. It has Portable Hole, which I think stock is really high now. I liked the look of
No
that one.
blocks.
No blocks, he says.
I'm playing a red deck. I'm not allowed to block.
That's fair. Okay. Well,
It's against the rules.
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do. This.
Oh yeah, chat pointing out you get to play Tidebinder in the blue white flash deck too, which is kind of sick. A Crowan War.
Bin that one.
Oh, you binned it. So you already have one. Okay, that's not good.
Bin that one. Goodbye. All right, here's some elves.
This looks not promising.
No, Oger
Not
double
really
shock does
promising.
it though. So.
Well,
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
get the Oger off this, but even if I do, I don't think it's good enough. Oh wait, no, I misclicked. Okay, I had 2 lands in my hand, so I don't think it mattered.
Oh, I see.
Would have
Okay.
hit. Yeah, yeah. No, I don't
Yeah,
think
I have a
it
Thrill
mattered.
Seeker and an Crone War, so it is.
Yeah. All right, two matches. What are we? 2 and 6 now.
Let's go, dude. 2-6. I'm 2-6, but Gruul gets the dub. Gruul might be the
Yeah, Gruul does
key
get
to
the
me
dub.
winning matches is playing Gruul. So throw another
Just
one
play
out
more
here,
Gruul.
Doom. Let's see what Gruul does into something else.
All right, I returned all the other decks I read. So let me see.
Sounds good,
Okay,
dude.
I wanna try some sack.
Cool.
This might be a
Sack
good
will
matchup for
probably beat the crap out of Gruul, would be my assumption. We'll see, though. It's usually
Gruul.
Gruul's
Give it a shot.
one of the worst matchups for Gruul.
Yeah.
It's my worry of registering Gruul at the RC is that I'll play against a lot of Sack.
Yeah, I've heard some like rumblings of people, and it seems like there's a lot of people that are really interested in playing sack with Copter. So
I agree.
I would not be surprised if it was a very big part of the metagame.
Yep.
Which like that was the deck that I was considering playing in the first initially. That was the deck that I was going to play before like all the Cascade bullshit happened.
Elk, the problem with Gruul is that it doesn't have any relevant good matchups. That's not necessarily true. Gruul is good into rack mid, which I don't know how relevant rack mid it is anymore. I'm sure it's still relevant, but I don't know. It's going to be very interesting.
Probably the best reason to play Gruul previously was it had such a good matchup against Rakdos mid and Mono Green, and there's probably not going to be a lot of Mono Green, and Rakdos mid, at least in its current form, seems like it kind of needs to adjust to be able to compete with the Copter decks, so
Yep.
maybe Rakdos mid as we know it might not be as prevalent, and people might have to adjust accordingly. So it's like if you're losing your 2 of your best matchups, and there also might be an uptick in Lotus Fields because Lotus Fields, Lotus Field kind of got pushed out by the Discover decks, and I feel like Lotus Field's also probably not a great matchup for Gruul.
Yep.
Yeah, Gruul is like that Gruul versus Blue White matchup has always been kind of interesting. It really depends on I think like how many creature lands you have. Copter is very nice because it lets you play a little bit more into, or lets you play less into Supreme Verdict, which is good.
Yep. I think it is a pretty big deal.
Submit. Should probably submit the trade. Just gonna update the Mox field for chat so they have the deck list. Oh. Did not mean to do that. Activate. Okay. That. Rucksack. Alright, cool. Ready?
I'm ready.
Let's do it. Rucksack, Pioneer, bang. It's been some pretty good testing.
It has, yeah.
Like we're learning a lot. And by learning a lot, I mean learning that I'm very good at winning die rolls.
That I was about to say, I don't know how many times I've been on the play, but I don't think it's a ton.
You got to practice your die rolls for Atlanta, Steve.
It's true, dude. It's true.
It's the most important thing to practice.
It's true.
This hand plays.
Okay, this
Got lands
one.
and spells.
Oh boy, this hand is interesting. Into Racksack, especially. Boy, oh boy.
No, I'm not gonna play Lotus Field.
I'm gonna
It would
try
take me
it.
forever to learn it.
This matchup is bad enough that keeping hands like this, I think, is pretty reasonable. Jesus, dude. Alright, that was not great. Dude. Chat, I just want you to know, there are 2 of these in my deck. Holy crap,
You drew
dude.
them both?
Yeah, my draws were really funny with what I kept. Just very comical.
Gotcha. Chat's asking, can Aaron and Giada cast vehicles with flying? I don't think so, because it says you can. It says you may cast spells with flash or flying from the top of your library.
Yeah, it has to have flash or flying. Like, yeah, it can't cast copter.
And the vehicle doesn't have flying if it's not crude, right? I would assume.
Yep. Yeah. Correct. Well, we did peel a land. I don't think it's going to be good enough, but yeah, Andrew, I agree with that kind of, but I think Racksack will be pretty popular, so. God, do I just have to play this? I mean, I can't just do nothing, so I'm pretty sure I just have to play this, which is just sick, but here we are.
The frill back. Okay. Stop the beats a little bit.
Definitely an issue with Frillback is that it doesn't do something when it enters immediately. It's like an argument for like maybe a Rex Sage or something. But the problem is with Rex Sage is like you're gonna play against Phoenix and just have an actual do nothing in your deck where Tranquil is pretty clean versus a lot of stuff and a good bullet off of Huntsman's Redemption. But in spots like this, I am sad.
It's definitely a good tutor target for sure.
Here comes Fatal Push. Okay.
Well,
I mean, if we draw an untapped land here, we can definitely win this game, but we need to draw an untapped land right now. Okay, we did it. We can play. Let's go. All right, so
Cat's time.
Question becomes, let me just do this.
Time for cats.
Time for cats.
Okay. Interesting. How do we want to play this? I think I want to start with this. Force the action on whether you want to crew chariot or not.
No, I'm gonna. Yeah, you're right, Derek. Maybe you're right. Derek is saying he thinks you would be able to cast it. So maybe you
Yeah, I'm
can.
not sure. I'm not positive that the vehicle has flying if it's not considered a creature, but that's an interesting question.
Yeah, I have no idea.
If I send the 2/2s, you block the shaman token, I sack harvester, kill chariot, then do this. I mean, that's not the best. Let's just do this first.
Yeah, Derek may definitely be right.
Okay. Yeah, my chat's kind of split. They're saying flying is a creature keyword. Some people saying it has. Some people saying it has. It doesn't. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's tricky. I don't know.
Okay. Perhaps I was not supposed to do that. No, I don't really want to attack. Because I could like send the shaman token into the chariot, but if I don't want to sack the harvester, because I really want to save the harvester for reflection next turn.
That makes sense. Yeah. All right. Well, we're gonna do this.
Yep.
And we're gonna take this.
Yep. Maybe I should have saved the dispute.
Yep, that makes
Could have just
sense.
not cast the claim.
We will sit. I could crew an attack, but I think playing a little bit of defense right now might be good. Life total is getting pretty low.
Should have that blood token. Guess we just double spell. We'll see a
Yep.
reason not to.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Still no attacks. Guess I could have attacked first, but you're always going to block there.
Yep. Yep, I am. Okay, so all that stuff has to attack.
Yep.
Although...
it doesn't have to, because I can use everything to crew the copter.
Yep, I was about to say
if I
that.
want to.
It's a pretty hilarious interaction.
Reason number 475 why copter is good.
Yep. Huh.
But then everything would be tapped and it would die to chapter 3 anyways, so.
It's true.
But
Let's just keep
that's not good.
stealing things. Just gonna keep stealing stuff.
Guess I'll make it so you can't block with it.
Makes sense. Yep.
Chat saying, can we get a link to the gruel list? You can probably, if you go to Steven's stream, the link to Steven's stream is in my title, and if you go to his stream, he should have a deck list link on his channel.
I've got it up right now. So if you guys don't mind doing that, you can. All right, so crew. If I crew, I can attack. I can clone this. Blocking is kind of appealing still. I'm pretty low on life, especially because you're going to get to chip shot me with this copter. We're on the loser side of this affair, that's fair, yeah. I guess, though, like, getting another cat is kind of a big deal. Rancor 5, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to get in there. It's kind of close. Worried about just getting killed. Captain Hammer, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Same time, I don't know that I can just sit here with a copter in play that is just going to keep beating me up. I think we're going to get aggressive here. Excuse me.
Oh. Crewin.
Let's attack.
Yeah.
Clone that.
Thing. So my guys are gonna die anyways. I could trade, but it's better to trade or push damage. If I don't block, I go to 16. Use the shaman token to crew copter, animate the hive, send everything. You trade for harvester. You take 6, go to 6. Chapter 3 goes off. You tap the reflection to copy cat. Reflection dies. I lose those 2. Like, kind of gives me outs, unless I'm dead on next turn. So if I go to 16, Next turn, Reflection Copycat. That's 2, 4, 9, 11 plus the layer, which is potentially, if you have an untapped land, it's 4, that's 15, which would not be lethal theoretically. I could always draw a block or two. Yeah, I think I gotta take this actually.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That is not bad.
Uh-oh.
That's not the worst draw.
It's
It's not like insane,
Okay.
but it helps a little bit.
Yep. All
It
right.
does help a little bit. So if I'm under the impression that you're blocking anyways, maybe it's better to crew with Harvester to get a treasure. Treasure probably matters. 1, 2, 3, 4. Animate this. Treasure would leave me. Yeah, okay. So let's do that. Let's go crew with Harvester.
Makes sense.
Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. Animate this.
Uh-huh.
Clowns, send in.
Yep.
Get some triggers. Eat this. Don't think it matters.
Yep. I block.
Treasure. Loot here.
Yep.
Okay.
At least.
Now what? Can't discard the swamp now. Okay, so that puts you. If you block, you take 6. And then we can go. I guess it's kind of awkward because now if I do this on this, then I don't have something to sack to this. I guess I'll just play the oven here.
Sure. Yep.
And pass.
Yep. Okay. Ooh, that's. Oh, okay. So. Okay, so I want to clone this. Is it better than actually? It's probably worse than just crewing. I would rather just crew, I think. Yeah, let's just crew instead with this and the cat. Makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I plan on sacking the Harvester, chap. Don't worry. I'm gonna. That's why I didn't play this.
Yeah, that makes
Get this
sense.
Harvester out of here.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna crew the chariot instead of copying the 2/2. Interesting. Okay, so now the 2/2 dies. Guess maybe you're okay with that.
Okay.
Okay.
So let's do this. Keep this one.
Yep. Okay. So I guess that makes sense to why you didn't really care about the extra cat dying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Combat.
Do this. Clone this. Alright, well.
So I could block with cat here, but if I block with cat, then I don't have anything to sack to the oven next turn. It's also pretty important that I can have the cat to crew the copter, so yeah, I don't think I can afford to block here.
No, you
Just
can't.
take
Also,
this.
Mayhem Devil. I mean, if you leave it, I guess I'm dead in Mayhem no matter what. But
Right. Yeah. Okay. I don't think that's quite lethal, but it's very, very close. So rebuy cat.
mm-hmm.
Trigger there. Use cat to crew.
Yep.
Go to combat. Hit with copter. Loot. Definitely don't want that. You're at 2. Oh no, I'm bad at math, right? Yeah, sack this.
Oh, ruins. Yeah, you also just have a ruins.
Oh yeah.
That's funny.
I drew another oven too, and I was like, for some reason I just like forgot that you were going to 1 from the stack. I thought you were going to 3 from the stack for some reason.
Shucks.
Yeah, the ruins is also lethal.
So close. All right. Well,
I always forget about the ruins because it almost never comes up for me every time I draw it.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah. Well, let's bring in these 5, and those 5 are all good. Typically, these are terrible against Raxax. I think we're just getting most of these out of our deck. Could bring in this. Not sold it's very good. Could bring in these. Also not sold they're very good. I think having a few of these is still acceptable, but all this copter excitement as you thinking about Gem Razor. Yeah, Raja and I were talking about
Gem
Gem Razor
Razor?
last night too.
Kind of a banger.
It is kind of a banger. Yeah, it really is. All right, we're gonna try
Chat's
this.
asking, does Copter really help this deck? Well, it doesn't hurt it, and I'll tell you that much. It's not like it's one of the decks that it probably doesn't need it as much, but like the fact that you can discard Cauldron Familiars to it, it helps fuel Kroxa, it helps you dig towards Mayhem Devil. I think all of those things make it reasonable enough to play it.
Yeah, to answer, I mean, I think it definitely helps it. It's a deck that definitely suffers from some awkwardness sometimes, and that's just a perfect deck to play Smuggler's Copter.
All right, maybe I shouldn't get the sand.
Fair enough. It's funny.
It's not great.
It's awesome. All right, let's do this.
I mean, I've kept worse hands before.
We definitely do this.
Okay. Yeah, right on time. Right on time. Awkward. Very, very awkward. It's like best draw here if I do that. Yeah, I think I have to play the Harvester here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and like the other thing about Copter is it's so good with Cauldron Familiar, where you can just go like use your 1/1 to crew it, and then you can just sack the Familiar and still have a blocker with it.
Yep.
It's so good with Cat.
I think we get this here probably. I think I like that. The question is, what do we want to do?
Tanya.
I think we just do this.
Is it Cat time?
It is cat time.
Cat time. It's always cat time.
Indeed, cat time. Yes, yes, yes. All right. I don't really want to trade with that Blood Tithe right now, so let's do this.
Well, that's kind of interesting.
Genocide, yeah, you do have to love that flavor, don't you?
This is really awkward. Could play this. Then I can't hold this up. I'm just doing nothing with my turn. Do nothing. You're just gonna go like chapter 3, make 2 4/4s. Maybe probably just send for 8 at that point. I'm like so far behind. Tricky spot. I guess I probably should start here.
Yep.
Need to get some shit off the board. And your alternative is play this. I mean, I could just do that. Just to, like, take less damage off the Huntsman's Redemption, too. Honestly, yeah, I think I'm just gonna do this.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird. Like, I could have not cast this Harvester and held up the push, but if I don't play the Harvester, I think what you do is probably just pump both tokens and not crew the Chariot.
Yeah.
And then it's like, I'm kind of time walking myself by not playing the Harvester. And this sort of accomplishes the same thing where you only get to pump one thing here.
Yep.
So it's like I feel like this is probably right.
I think it makes sense, yeah. Definitely makes sense to me. Crew here. Crew here.
Yeah, I guess you still get the crew with the cherry because you make it a 4/4.
Yep. Attack here. Clone that. I think we just start getting this going.
Unspin is so good. I've been
It's
like
such a good
every time I
card, man.
cast that card, I'm so impressed by it.
Turning Elf into a land was so huge for me this game.
Yeah. Yeah, because you got it under the Harvester where I couldn't untap and kill it with Harvester.
Yep.
Clothis. Praise Clothis. It seems impossible to beat, for lack of a better term.
That was the hope.
Oh, man. Now what? Sack Harvester, kill a cat token, cast that. Doesn't seem very good. I could play that, pass, but then you just crew, and I still can't really profitably block. Ugh, it's all bad. It's all bad. I guess I could start with a blood token. Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Start with the blood. I mean, it doesn't necessarily help, but it also doesn't hurt.
Yep.
It's not a terrible turn.
Yep.
Could be worse.
Okay, so does mana do anything for me here? Not really. I think we just do this.
We got Storm Seeker. Okay. So I imagine just crew here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, do this.
We just take 5? Probably. Yeah, I think we just take 5.
Okay.
Okay. Not terrible. Not fantastic. Okay. Why don't we go start here? Is that? What do I need to draw here? I need to draw like an oven. Oven goes kind of crazy here.
Yeah, Genocide. Ghost riding a copter is pretty sick. A lot of things ride a copter pretty well.
Let's start here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see where this takes me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'm winning by blocking. God, that's awkward. At 10. Use the 2 cats to crew. I could do this main phase and just let you have Chariot. Then I also can't play this. Maybe it's just like play this and pray. Wait, I haven't played a land this turn, have I? Turn 5.
You have not.
I've not played a land. Okay, so I can just do this then. This is fine.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, it's not fine, but
Good enough.
it's my line.
Okay.
Oh, no, I actually can't. Never mind. Well, okay. Well, in that case, why don't we just do this?
Yep.
Yeah.
Fable. Makes sense. Okay. 1 mana. Alright, so let's eat this.
Uh-oh. Surely that kills me. Do that. Fixed it.
Actually, is it
Man,
better?
Stormseeker's gross.
Yeah, it's better to, I think, do it this way, and then.
Yeah, you're threatened. Your claim the firstborns are a lot better than mine.
Yeah.
Yours have extra text.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have any outs. I had a fatal push in my hand, and
Okay.
I thought that like I could have played. I had my hand was land push, and I could have played a land to hold up the blood. But if I do that, I have to discard the push.
Oh, yep.
So it's like awkward.
Yep. That makes sense. All right. Well, time for you to be on the play.
Still don't think I want any of these cards in my sideboard. I cut Thoughtseize against you, which I think makes sense. I cut the Croxus too, because Croxus is usually really bad against the Crowan War.
Yeah, that makes sense. All that makes
If I
sense.
ever flash that guy back and you have a Crowan War, I just die on the spot.
Yep. Try these out, I think. On the draw, maybe. Let's do that.
Alright. I'll be in the play.
Mm-hmm. Revealed this.
For I think the first in this game? No, I won the die roll, never mind. Sounds good. I'm gonna keep this.
Yeah, mine's fine.
Lands plus spells. Can I get a witness?
Do this.
Elf. Okay.
No, no elf. No elf for me.
Let's do a little plunkin'.
Yep. Okay. This.
Just gotta use my mana.
Sack them off. Yep.
Yeah. Fable or familiar? Wow, very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. There's like, no, it's just gotta be Fable.
I would
It's gotta
imagine.
be Fable.
Yeah.
Go here. And
Yep.
then play the oven in case you have stomp. Which, maybe that's not right. Not sure. I think I'm like kind of I'm less okay with that.
Yeah.
Max punish for playing the oven. I mean, I'm not gonna sack my shaman proactively. Just let you stomp it.
No.
Because at least if you stomp it, then you can't attack with copy.
Exactly.
You're most likely just gonna do that.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess like I hadn't thought about because Copter is like incentivizing these decks to play more shatters. Maybe it is right to just hold your ovens.
It's
a weird
very
spot though,
possible.
because like I kind of wanted to play around stomp.
Yeah.
So it's a tough spot.
That is the tough spot. Yeah, I have like an even amount of both, so it's.
Yeah. I think just one is good. And then I can go. Got a lot of options. I want to save this for next turn. Let's just go combat.
Yep.
Around 5 cards. Kind of want to do this.
Seems pretty good.
And kill this main phase, so you can't crew.
Yep.
Play this.
Yep. All that seems very good for you. Okay, let's do this.
Yep. Killing Devil, I like that.
Yeah. No, I'm not.
Big fan of that.
Yep. I would imagine you are. Big fan of that. All right, well, let's play this pass.
Okay. 17. Do I have lethal? Probably.
Probably. Oh boy.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
This has got to be lethal. I didn't exactly do the math, but I'm just kind of assuming it is.
Yeah.
3, 6, 9. You go to 8. Yeah, this should be lethal. We can
Oh,
go...
deadly. If you have deadly or oven,
Yeah, deadly dispute.
no way I can win. Yep. Deadly, you sack off the witness. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Super
4.
dead.
Yeah. Damn. That was a lot.
Yep.
Sheesh.
Sure was.
I'll do that too, just in case.
Yeah, just in case. Just in
Just in
case.
case.
Just
You
in
never
case.
know.
Yeah.
End of turn. This guy dies.
Yeah. Yeah, that's about what I
mean,
expected. I'm happy I got a game, to be honest. That's
Yeah, that's
a
true.
really
That's
hard one for Grohl usually. Our game one was close
That-
too. It's not like I got destroyed or anything. Game one was
Right.
so weird though
Yeah.
because I had 5 4-drops in my hand, and I
Ugh.
kept a 3 4-drop hand, and then I just drew 2 more, and I only placed 6 in the deck. So it's like, you got to be kidding me. I drew third
That's tough.
Chariot and then the second of Crone War. I kept it because it was like, frill back, and like I can't remember if there was an elf on turn 1. I think there was, and then you killed it. But yeah, it was just like, god dang it, man.
Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, that's like I did like really, I was really impressed when I played Gruul yesterday, but that matchup, like you said, is just, that is definitely a matchup that kind of scares me away from playing Gruul because
Yep.
it's like, it's so bad.
Yep, it's very hard, very hard. Yeah, I'll play Grohl for at least 1 more, maybe even 2 more, but I'm down to play Grohl
Okay.
a little bit more.
Let me see what I got here. What haven't we played?
No genocide, I don't either. Yep, I don't remember what it was like to win.
Boros, Convoke, Greasefang.
Berman Mono Black was fine, but I think it is certainly worse than Rakdos. Like, we played against Gabe Nassif today. We actually played a 4-game match with him too. It was pretty funny. Spawn of Mayhem forced a game 4, but we did end up losing. He was on a Rakdos aggro build with Copter, so it was like, think Mono Black, but just putting way better cards in your deck. And I think that's just the way to go. I think the Rakdos aggro deck is probably going to be where Copter will probably end up shining. It's just, how do you build it? And he had a very interesting build. He was playing like Preacher of the Schism, which a lot of people have been trying that card lately. I know Shota played it at the PT. I didn't like the way it looked in Geo format, so I didn't play it. But I'll have to give that card a try at some point because it is an interesting one. Another one I want to try in these Copter decks is Lord Skitter. I think Lord Skitter makes a lot of sense with Smuggler's Copter because it makes more bodies to crew, and really punishes your opponent for not having a kill spell, or like being patient on their kill spell. You just like get value.
My chat's asking, did you play the Preacher in your Mono Black deck?
No, but I was saying I probably should have. I played Spawn of Mayhem, and I think Spawn is just not good enough anymore. There are a lot of problems with Spawn, but we have a lot of like really good 3s we can play now. I think I would try Lord Skitter instead of Preacher of the Schism, but Preacher might just be the way to go. I haven't actually played with that card yet, but in playing against it a few times, it does look pretty good. It's really hard to attack into it. It doesn't die to Fiery Impulse. And it's a real problem if it starts attacking, so...
Chat was saying, did Gab play Preacher? Yeah, Gab did.
Gab was on Preacher, yep. Gab was on Inti, Preacher, the bat that takes a card out of your hand. He was on Deathrite Shaman. That was a really weird one. Deathrite Shaman was in his deck. Kroxa, obviously, very good with Copter and Fable. Yeah. But it was pretty much just all the normal good Rakdos cards, but then, I think it was I think he may have been a Giganta deck too, so he wasn't playing like Shieldred or any of that.
Yeah, his deck looked like a little bit leaner.
Yep.
Like a slightly lower curve.
Yeah, oh yeah. I think, like I said, I think that's the way. If you're gonna play Rakdos with Copter, I think that's how you have to build the deck. Like you can't be too reactive because then you just like won't get the benefit of playing Copter enough. I think you do want to be aggressive.
Right. Yeah. All right. I loaded up. I loaded up some mono black.
Oh baby. All right, a die roll victory here. So that's a good start. Well, this hand is.
I have a slightly different take on mono black than what you were playing. It's a lot of the same cards, but I'm going a little bit more one drop heavy.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, we're gonna keep this. This is fine. I think we
I'll try this.
I think we get rid of this here or this. I think I want to get rid of this.
Give this one a shot.
Play this.
Uh-oh. Am I dead?
Are you dead?
Feel
Yeah,
dead.
we'll see. These are a push. Thoughtseize. Yep.
Well. Doesn't feel great. I'm gonna take the NT.
Yep, makes sense. Makes sense. It's an interesting one for me too. I think I'm just supposed to do this. Maybe not. Maybe I just want to get you under pressure. This is a tricky one. I think it's right to do this first. Use the mana.
Okay. Maybe kind of wish I had taken the other card now.
Yep. Ooh,
Didn't have that one in my hand.
That's interesting. Well, we're gonna do this.
Yep. Hold me down.
And the question now.
The question is, how do I beat a 5/5 for 5?
Yeah, probably a 2-mana kill spell would be my guess.
You would think.
I guess I think I'm supposed to do this because it's just so good. If he doesn't have the kill spell and never killed my elf this game, so it's pretty likely he doesn't have it. Unless he was saving the removal for things like this, but I do think this is right.
Well, what if I told you my removal spell was the worst removal spell in the game?
Ooh. Oh, that one. Yeah. Okay, well that's how you beat him. That's how you beat him.
I've played one game with Murderous Rider, and I already want to take it out of my deck.
Yeah, I was gonna play it too, and then was like, it's just too much mana now, man. You just can't pay 3 mana to kill things.
Yeah, it is horrendous.
Ooh, that's pretty good. Ooh, that's pretty good too.
Not a bad follow-up.
Not bad at all. Okay.
Yeah, chat saying it's a 2019 card, which I agree with.
Yeah. Yep. If I tap this for mana instead of attacking, we can actually just deploy everything, which might be worth it. 5 damage is pretty good, though. 5 damage is pretty good. It comes down to how much do I value that 5 damage? I mean, I kind of do value a hit for 5. This doesn't do me that much. Yeah, let's get in there.
Ow.
Yeah.
Take it.
Let's do that. Do this. And play this, and your turn.
See, okay, here both of us cast an adventure spell this game.
True.
You killed my creature for 2 mana. I killed your creature for 3 mana, and your creature is better than mine. So who's playing the better card?
That's true. Yours does have lifelink though, so it can it can swing the race.
And mine's also harder to cast. Like,
yeah, it's really wild. It's really wild how much worse Murderous Rider is than Bonecrusher Giant. Like,
it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's just a real case of mana efficiency.
Just like a defensive knight type of situation. Doesn't feel good. If I play Murderous Rider, I mean, I guess if I play Murderous Rider, I like kind of can hold down the cats. If you send Chariot, I can double block the Chariot.
Elk, that
Which
is what I'm saying. Yeah, 2 mana, better. It's better to spend
stabilizers.
2 mana than to spend 3 mana, typically. Okay, leaving up
That's a bold claim,
Yeah.
Mr. Steven Dyke. That is a very bold claim.
Alright, so I just play this. Crew. Yeah, alright. Play this.
Maybe that's why Modern has, Modern is Modern, because the people just don't have to play mana for their spells.
True. Why spend mana for your spells when you
Yeah.
can simply not spend mana for your spells?
True.
Alright, so if I send all, you get to block those two. You would go to. You'd gain some life. You can't double block. Double block here is kind of unfortunate for me. But sending cats into a 2/3 doesn't really make any sense either, so because it has lifelink, it's just like totally free. Alright, let's just go wide.
Yeah, I feel like I'm super far behind, but my blocks aren't that bad.
No, your blocks are not that bad in this position. Like, I don't think I can send cats. I think I just have to do this and then clone a cat.
Yep. So the question is, how would I like to block?
Mm-hmm.
I only have one good double block. I can't double block both.
Mm-hmm.
Feel like
I just turn it all sideways. Yeah, I mean, I don't think turning it all sideways made sense. I really don't. Yeah, I definitely will kill the life linking thing.
now I'm just gonna draw another Murderous Rider.
That you may draw another Murderous Rider.
I put it in the bottom. Now I just gotta find a way to shuffle it back in.
It's true. It'll be perfect. You can kill something and lose 2 more life.
And then I probably just play a 3 and a 2.
Yeah, I think you would too. You kind of have to at this point.
So, animate, block 3. So this blocks here, this blocks here, this blocks here. Take 5, but I definitely cannot attack.
Yep.
Your turn.
Okay.
If only we had a companion this deck could play.
I know, yeah. I guess if yeah, you can't play Copter and Umori. That's kind of. I mean, I guess you'd be all artifacts, but that would be a pretty wild deck.
Yeah. Copter Umori. I was gonna say Obosh, but then obviously not with Copter.
Yeah, so I just don't let you block here, I guess.
No, let me block.
No, I don't think so. I think I do that there, and then you will have to pump there, chump there, take a million. All right.
Taking a million sounds kind of bad for me.
It's not quite a million. I think it's 7, but we'll see. Maybe less than 7.
So if I float 1, 2, 3, 4, animate Hive, get a land, I'm 1 short.
Mm-hmm.
So I could choose to just Hive instead of pumping Knight, have an extra blocker, but then I'm chumping with Knight. Well, that's not true. So I can go, if I animate Hive, Knight block Elf, Gix block Cat, Hive, trade for Bone Crusher. That has me taking lethal, so I can't do that. No, I counted the mana from Besage Karma because I go tap the Mutavault, 2 swamps and a Hive, animate the other Hive. Hive gets animated, I get a swamp, and I have 2 mana after blocks to activate Knight, which is 1 short.
Yeah.
With the swamp.
Derek, that's true. Turn it all sideways does have mental energy equity. That's interesting, yeah.
You just don't have to worry about it, yeah.
Mental energy equity.
Make your opponent make the hard decisions.
Yep. Genocide, this is why you play Control, no combat involved. That's true.
Yeah, I guess the other option is animate Hive, Hive trade for Bone Crusher, Knight, Chump Gigantha, eat a cat token, take 5, go to 3.
Mm-hmm.
If I let this die, I can go Knight here, Chump. Yeah, I think it's just better to animate the Hive now that I think about it.
Okay.
And just Chump block with the Knight.
Okay. That makes sense, yeah.
I don't know if this really gives me any outside regardless, but...
So yeah, we'll see what happens. Eat there, trade, chump, take 5, go to 3. Okay, yeah. Play this.
Like Shielder doesn't get me out. Mutavault definitely does not do it. All right, game number 2.
Game 2. All right.
You know, I probably would have won that game if Murderous Rider was a playable Magic card. Just throwing that out there.
Like Preacher the Schism, for example.
Yeah, I know. I could have played a 3-mana 2/4 with Death Touch.
It's kind of hard to attack into that one. Oh, it's so funny. All right, let's bring this in, I think. Probably want these.
Yeah, my chat did mention yesterday that Rider was bad, and I was like, I still just, you know, I'm just gonna try it.
I'm just gonna try it anyway. The classic.
I now believe my chat.
Yeah. Cut all of this. I think all this is pretty poor here. I'm pretty happy with the rest. Don't know if I love this card. It may just be better as one of these, but I think we're gonna do this.
I had 4 in my version, St. Nick. I'll show you. I'll show you the list of breakfast maybe I was working on.
Logie, thank you very much for the subscription, dude. Appreciate it. You're a superstar. Thank you very much.
Do you want to screenshot this? All right, play first. Play first. Man, you get a companion and I don't. That's not fair.
I know.
Okay.
It is pretty unfair.
Keep this.
I guess
Sam plays.
Yeah, mine's okay too.
I'm gonna lead with that one. How much do I care about this Acroan War? Let's say Clothis. I think I care way more about Clothis than Acroan War.
I agree that you care way more about Clothis than Acroan War. Play this.
Beep beep.
Beep beep. Beep beep.
The real question is, do you own battle buses, or are you gonna play with the Kaladesh version?
I do not own Battle Bus, and I will probably play with the Kaladesh version, but I'll play with whatever I'm given. I'm gonna have to borrow the cards, so whatever whoever gives me the cards gives me, I will accept. I didn't even know Battle Bus was a thing until DBZ was talking about it last night. Because he named one of his decks Kyle boards the Battle Bus, and I was like, what in the hell is the Battle Bus?
You're about to find out. God, I missed that. Copter discarding.
Yeah, it's a pretty nasty little synergy. Nasty little synergy. Okay, a lot of knights.
If you ever take 4 damage, you are fucked. I don't know if I'm gonna deal 4 damage in a turn, but just you watch.
So good, dude. All right. What do I want to do? So
I actually thought about playing like 1 or 2 copies of the Black Bolt land. I forget the name of it, but just because it's like if you Thoughtseize plus that, it's 5 damage.
Oh yeah, that's actually really interesting. And it's kind of good in this deck. You play a lot of 1 and 2 mana creatures, so like 5 mana double reanimate, Crew of Copter is super good. That's actually probably a pretty good card in the deck. I could definitely buy like 2 of those.
Awakening, that's the one.
Yep. That actually seems good to me. So I guess I like. God, this is so awkward, dude. Knight of the Ebon Legion is like so impossible to block.
They're not. I mean, it's not a card that's great in multiples. Because I can't really activate one of them.
They're kind of good in multiples at the same time though, because like they're gonna grow each other, like they're all gonna feed each other. All right. I kind of would like lands, but I have things to do with my mana, so this is tricky. Might just be play this, attack for 3. I think that's probably right. Super weird. I think I have to do it though. This.
Beat downs. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Little copter on copter action here.
Not exactly the card I was looking for.
4th Knight of the Ebon Legion.
It's much worse than that.
It's much worse.
I would have killed for a Knight of the Ebon Legion this turn. I'm just saying.
That's fair. The 4th land then? 4th land? Yeah, because 4th land Knight would be insane.
So if I use a Knight, animate Copter, send the team, you tap Elf, crew Copter, you probably just trade Copters. I wonder if you... There's no way you chump block a Knight just so I don't pump. Maybe you do. Am I okay with that? Yeah, I'm actually kind of fine with that. Okay, so let's do this.
All right.
Send in the Squadron.
All right, this all is going to get really interesting for me now. So what I am supposed to do.
Okay. That was the card I drew.
Oh, that's embarrassing. All right.
Yeah. Not great here.
Let's do this. It's a weird one, but I think... Oh, boy.
Well, the problem is, if I cast this card, then I can't pump Knights. So if I do that, you eat one of the Knights, take 4, and then the other 2 get pumped.
Genocide, I think that's probably what he has here, too. Yeah, that would make sense. Maybe a Fatal Push, but...
Yeah, I think I'm actually going to let one of the Knights die. I don't know if that's right, but...
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Eat one of these, take
I'm
enough.
basically treating a Knight for 2 counters on the other 2.
Yeah.
It's like, maybe that's good, maybe it's not.
Yeah, you had another play, too, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
You had a good way to
and I could use
mana.
the other mana to pump the Sleeper.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. Now what?
Yeah, and this is a lot better for next turn too, because then I have a potentially uncontested Copter.
Yep, very true. You take one of these. Take one of these, or
You can steal the Sleeper and not be able to activate it.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's certainly something I could do. I'm gonna not do that. I think. Man, oh man, dude, this is tricky. I think I need to make this bigger so it threatens killing you faster. So I think I'm just gonna map here.
Okay.
That's an interesting card.
Chariot.
That is an interesting card.
It's not a bad one.
No, it is not.
Chat, everybody in my chat right now, spam Copter.
Spam Copter. Spam it.
It's a really good emote.
Yeah, it is. Oh, do I bin that? I think that's still kind of garbage right now, but
Is there any good budget replacement for Shieldred? Not really.
No.
Unfortunately, somebody, I think it was Yo-Man that I was reading on Twitter earlier today. He said that Shieldred was $100 in paper, and I'm like, what the fuck?
That is messed up, dude. Yeah.
How good is Copter Felting Convoke? It's been okay. I feel like we didn't draw it that much in our set.
No, to be fair, Convoke in a lot of games, you're just gonna kill people with the busted draw, and it's not even gonna come up. But there are gonna be games too where you play a longer game versus like a Rakdos or a blue-white control or something, and a card like that might come up quite a bit. I think I just want to do this.
Yeah, in your nut draws, it's not doing a lot, but it's one of those cards that when it's good, it's very, very important because there's a lot of cards that maybe wouldn't have gotten you out of that situation.
Yep.
11, huh? There are... Is only one other creature in the graveyard? No, Clothis counts, right? Yeah,
Clothis does count, yeah.
So 5, 9, that is 11 damage. And if you don't block, it's 4, 7, 10. Huh. Tricky spot.
Yep.
Tricky spot. So maybe the line is this here, send 2, leave 1 back. Yeah, I think that's gonna be the line then.
Okay.
And just send 2 of them.
That makes sense. Yep, that makes a lot of sense. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna discard that.
Yeah, that makes sense too. So what if I... Okay, what if I block here? Forces you to tap out. You don't grow these. I get to send this. I think I kind of like that. Or... Yeah, I don't have the mana. I think we want to do this.
Okay. Yep. Bump.
Yep.
Damage. And... Excuse me. I guess I'll play my land for castle purposes.
Yep, that makes sense.
That's right. So now if you go a Crone War, steal that, hit me for 5. Tap land, okay.
Classic. All right, let's do, I guess, this. Probably red at this point. Do this.
All right, take 4. Well, if anything is going to do it, it might be that. Oh god, you even got a counter on the night.
Yep.
Fuck. Okay, so cast, crew, attack with just copter. Those 2 back. There, and then jump, block. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I think that keeps me alive.
Okay.
Go send in for 3, gain 2, go to 9.
Yep.
And then you go to 8. So this is going to be a close one.
Yep. Go to 6.
Unless you have second to Crone War, then I'm just mega dead.
I do not. You have 2.
That one I don't think I can beat.
2 blocks. You have to attack. Oh. I think
Unlicensed is better than Murderous Rider. True. But that doesn't mean, like, you're saying that, you know, a bad card is slightly better than slightly worse card. They're both bad. But I agree with you, yes. One of them is slightly worse.
Bone Crusher Giant. I don't... Is that good enough? It's interesting.
This is probably one of the best games we played today.
Yeah, this is a good game. This is a good game. For sure. Okay. Is that card good enough? Probably not. You just get to... I don't think so.
You bin the Bone Crusher, okay.
Yep.
Just that guy. Just take this. You're at 6. Good trade. Shitty thing is, I'm gonna lose all my shit next turn anyways.
Mm-hmm.
If I trade for Shieldred, it doesn't necessarily change the Copter clock. It's a 2-turn clock either way. No, I turned the music off for today, Gremlin, just while we're on the call with Steven. Maybe I have to trade. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna trade.
I think trading makes sense for sure. Okay.
It's gonna die anyways. It is like an extra 2 damage if I like, you know what I mean, like put you to 3 and then the shooter puts you to 1.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
There's not much of a difference between 3 and 1 with the Copter.
True.
Enjoying the musicless stream? Well, maybe I should play some music then.
The Huntsman's Redemption.
Redemption.
That doesn't do it.
Feels a little too slow here.
Yeah, a little bit. Play this. Play this. Do this.
Okay. Crew with Knight to prevent attacking. Yeah, I mean, I can prevent attacking, but the thing is, it's still going to die to the Aggro in War. So it doesn't matter if I prevent attacking.
Well, Knight won't. Knight has more toughness than
the Knights
power,
won't.
so...
That is something. It's definitely something. What happens if I just do that? And then use the Knight to crew. The other option is just crew with Sleeper, send both. You can chump block the Knight. I mean, you probably just block with the 3/4.
Yeah, it's a very free block for me because I want it to die anyway because you're about to get it back.
And then in that case, I would just probably let it die and then get a bigger one back.
Yep.
So that would be untapped. Yeah, I think it's probably right to just do... Oh, wait, no, it makes more sense to crew with the Knight. Right, yeah, I crew with the Knight, you eat the Sleeper, and then I get the Knight back, which leaves me with 2 Knights in play. Okay, yeah, this is better. Loot. That's not a bad one to discard.
No, it is not.
If you're using both, it doesn't matter. This is gonna die to the Crone War anyways. I mean, sure, I could have tapped the Sleeper to crew the Copter, but it's irrelevant.
Yep.
I don't think it changes much. So I get back Bloodsoak Champion. Actually, kind of think I don't. Yeah, the Crone War is gonna kill it anyways. But yeah, I could have crewed with both.
And I'm dead.
Thankfully, Steven does not have a thing to crew with.
No, I do not.
Damn, that was a good game.
That was a good game. Okay, time for game 3 here.
See, I only won that game because I didn't draw the Murderous Rider, right?
It's true. It's funny. I'm gonna play now. Still want all this, I think. May want to bring these in. Back in and trim 2 of these. Let's try that.
I don't think I've triggered Gix yet once. I cast it once and it was okay as like just a body, but I've yet to draw a card with it.
Okay. That's funny. Let's do this. Play an elf. Go ahead.
But I do think it has higher upside than Trespasser. I'm just not sure if it's better than the 2/4. That 2/4 looked really impressive. I've seen it in play a couple of times, and that card's look pretty good.
Yeah, Preacher of the Schism.
Yeah, Preacher.
Yeah, Schism is pretty sick, I think.
I think we just beep beep.
Beep beep, he says. A little beep beeping.
Battle boss time. Where are we dropping, Steven?
We are gonna give this a display of battle.
No. You've shown me your battle display.
I
Oh
have.
God.
Now we're gonna.
It's Jover.
It's Jover. He says
This one
it's
is Jover.
Jover. So funny. It's Jover.
So my options are cast spells and take 1,000,000, or don't cast spells and take 1,000,000. Well, I guess I'll cast spells.
Yep, that makes sense.
Okay.
Okay.
Get the backup.
This is interesting for me.
Yeah, I agree, Max. Every time that Steven has cast this Shieldbreaker, it's been completely insane. So good.
Yeah, I think Shieldbreaker is about to become a pretty good card. I
Especially
plan
if
on...
you have Copter in your deck, you know?
Exactly, yeah, that's the dream, right? Is you play Copter on 2 on the play, your opponent plays Copter, and then on 3 you go blow up your Copter, play the 2/1 crew attack. Like,
Yep,
it's
so good.
pretty nice exchange for the guy who's played a Shieldbreaker. All right, so I think I just want to play my stuff, so let's do this, let's do this. Let's do this.
Yeah, very common cube interaction.
True.
Shieldbreaker's kind of a banger in cube.
Oh, it's a huge banger in cube, yeah. It's a great card in cube.
Alright, chat, we need a land.
No,
Not a
don't
Hive of
do
the
it.
Eye Tyrant.
Don't do it.
Okay, there we go.
God dang it.
I can't really afford to play defense here, I don't think. What happens if I don't attack? If I do attack, I go to 11.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
If you draw like I mean, if you draw a Chariot, I'm probably fucked anyway.
Yeah, Chariot is like certainly going to kill you regardless. Attacking maybe a little ambitious. I think you can afford to play defense, but let's see.
Yeah, I think I'm a little bit.
Yeah, I would not attack this turn. Ooh.
Yeah, because even if I get the block with the Copter, I still get the lead on draw.
Yep. So let's see if I. Don't know if. So I can go do that. Do this. Play. Do the thing. Attack all. Get crew block, go to 2, and then you get to do that. Oh boy. Alright. Pump here. No, you do have to block with that. You go to 4. I think you have to block with that. 4. Huh.
Stomp me upstairs.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Gonna haste the Bone Crusher.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Have to do this.
So if I block the Stormseeker, I go to 9 and take 8, go to 1. I go to 1. Then draw phase, go back up to 3. I can attack, go to 5, deploy a blocker. Yeah, I think that's gonna be my play.
That makes
the
sense.
most sense.
Not gonna lie, I forgot this thing looted on blocks too. So
Yeah, why does it loot on
why?
blocks?
Why
Nobody,
not?
nobody
Yeah, why
fucking
wouldn't it do
knows.
that too?
This card's so dumb. It just does everything. Okay.
That's what I thought he was gonna do, Roy. But yeah, I kind of forgot that this thing frickin' looted on blocks too, so it gave him more options.
Yeah, this was basically like the Oko of vehicles. It was the first set of vehicles they introduced, and they I think they definitely got the numbers wrong on that one.
Oh yeah, Copter was a pretty big mistake. Heart of Kieran was really good too, but it was quite a bit worse than Smuggler's Copter by a massive amount, actually, which is funny because that one is a 4/4 with flying and vigilance for 2 mana, but still not as good as Smuggler's Copter.
I'm gonna start here. Move back the Shelly. Guess it's kind of a free roll to discard this. Makes sense. Summit 5. You can just play defense with the Mutavaults. Got Shieldred to lock down Bone Crusher. Just don't draw Crone War.
Well, I did. For once today, I drew a really good one.
Fuck. Okay, that one's gonna be tough to beat.
Yeah.
Shit.
Shit. That's funny. All right, so
I'll do this.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that does make sense. Okay, I'll take that. Now, you have to. Yeah, you have to go chump trade with 2/1 and then go to 1 on your draw step.
Yeah.
Be a push involved
I
here.
don't know if I have any outs here.
Yeah. This is big because now you can't invoke me, which would have been an out maybe to the Akrone War. Smuggler's Copter cannot attack nor block. Well, it can't do its thing at least.
Oh, I fucked up. I should have pumped the Evolve Sleever with the Herbor because I forgot.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure.
So I drew a Fatal Push, but turn too late. If I had to push last turn, I maybe had a chance. But
yep,
yeah,
definitely.
That was a tough one.
That was a good match. That was a good match.
That was a really good match. It's been fun. I'm having a good time.
Yeah, this has been sweet, dude. I probably got time for maybe. Oh, let me see. Let me see what the plan for this evening is for me.
Yeah, what do you got going? While you do that, I'm gonna go take a piss real quick.
All right, sounds good, man.
Can entertain chat while I'm gone.
Okie doke. All right, let's see here. What am I doing this evening? Well, what if there are any edits to this Gruul deck we want to make? Gruul is so hard to build. This deck is so tricky. There's so many good cards that you want to play. Alright, let's see. What time is the car going to be home tonight? Let's shoot Julia a message here. Could always Uber over, I suppose. No, you're good, dude. Totally good. Just need to figure out what I need to do to get over there. I think Julia might have had a meeting tonight or something, so I kind of want to play more of this Inti card. This card is like ridiculous. It's like just actually insane. Maybe just like build something similar to what Yellow Hat was playing earlier. Yeah, Stormy. Inti is cracked. This card's really good. I want to play more than just one, I think, but I don't know what the right number is, nor do I have any idea what the cut is. Like I said, this deck is really, really tricky to build. You're back, Doomwake? Oh, maybe not. You want it in every deck? Yeah, I mean it's really good. It's really, really good. It's totally nuts. And like the thing
Jeskai
about
vehicles with Copter, Heart, and Royal Scions.
oh, that sounds pretty wild. Copter Heart Royal Scion sounds pretty crazy.
Wait, are we in a spot where we're gonna go back to playing Toolcraft Exemplar, or has that been power crept out?
Oh man, Toolcraft's interesting. That could be good. I could buy that being okay.
Some kind of like Boros vehicles deck that just plays like Toolcraft,
Toolcraft, Thraben,
Copter,
probably Thraben
Inspector,
Inspector. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
Fable,
Yep.
that kind of shit.
Yeah, Fable's actually really good with Toolcraft and stuff too, because it makes artifacts, which is pretty cool.
Right. Yeah.
All right, I'm ready to jam Groll again. I want to keep playing the Scroll deck.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Oh, you want to keep playing the? Okay. Let's. You know what? I got the. What do I have rented?
Pretty
I
much
have.
DBZ, yeah.
Let's do. Let's do mono red again. We do mono red.
Sweet.
Okay. I wanna spend some time working on blue white and soul, like that deck that kind
Yeah,
of
that
thrashed
blue,
both
white,
of
and
us
soul
today.
deck looked really cool. That deck looked really
I got
good
destroyed
too.
by it.
Yeah, I think that deck might be good. That deck looked
Yeah.
pretty powerful to me. It kind of checks all the boxes for what you want to be doing in Pioneer. It's like very fast, has reaction to things on the stack because it plays Metallic Rebuke. All right, this hand looks good.
I got a one lander. I'll throw this one back. Okay. Keep this. Put this back. Could have maybe put this back instead. No, I didn't say work on modern. I said work on blue white and Magda. Yeah, no, I said Magda. You were thinking of modern.
Okay.
I had this like really cool deck a while ago. It was like Magda, where you would use like Magda with Copter is kind of insane. Well, we
Yeah,
didn't have Copter before, and I had like these other shitty vehicles that we were using with it. So maybe Copter could do something like that.
Will my ooze survive? No, it won't. Goodbye, ooze. See you later, ooze.
Imagine untapping with a creature ever against mono red.
Yeah. Well, I think this one might be able to do it.
Fuck. I can't kill an X4, man. I told you this before.
It might get even bigger. Who knows?
Unkillable.
Unkillable. Well, now it's killable. Shucks. It is indeed killable.
I think I'm far enough behind that I can do that. I don't love it. Yeah, the red white vehicle deck. We spent a lot of time doing that. Yeah, I know MBT. I didn't change the Mox field yet.
Really cool.
We've been switching decks like every match, so I haven't been keeping it up to date. I'm trying, but I'm trying over here, chat. Oh, I can't beat that.
I can't beat that. We'll see.
Did.
We will see.
Legitimately did. As the kids would say, it is in fact Jover.
Jover.
Zap.
You mean it wins? Yeah, genocide. That is what I mean by checks all the boxes, yes.
It can win games of Magic.
Yeah.
All right, now where do we go? Now, what are we doing with our lives? Besides losing to Essica's Chariot? Maybe Mono Red should just splash black for Fatal Push.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, exactly. And Blood Tithe Harvester.
Yeah. Actually kill creatures that have more than 2 toughness.
Uh-huh.
You know what? All right, fuck it, we ball.
Fuck it, we ball has been called. All right. Interesting. So that's
No, I have
probably
nothing.
a shock, which is
Nope, definitely not.
fine. So let's do
What is
this.
shock?
What is shock?
I don't. Steven. I don't have the card called shock in my deck.
So if I do this and you shock there, then I get to come back for quite a bit. You lose that. You lose the shock. I could also see blocking a little differently. I guess I could block like this, or when I think of that, that's a pretty good block. Yeah, that's a really good block. I think this is probably how I want to block. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And then you can figure out what you want to do with that.
Shit, you made the right blocks. I was hoping you wouldn't.
Yep. Yep. Okay. We do probably
So I traded a Play with Fire and a Monastery Swift Spear for a third of your Azika's Chariot.
Yeah.
That seems like a losing exchange for me.
It does. I'm gonna do, I guess, this and this. We're gonna get in there with
Chat
everybody.
says predicting a shock here really seems like Steven is ... playing with fire.
That's funny. Good one, chat.
No. Okay. Cast that.
Okay, so
Attack.
all right. So what do I want to do here? If I block here and here, kind of annoying for you again, because even if you have a shock, you can kill my 3/3. These bounce, but then I get to keep attacking you with it, which is kind of the goal here. So I think this makes sense. I guess you do get to use the...
So this is what we're doing, huh?
I guess you do get to use the
So
Firebrand now.
Let's go here.
Best play in the world from me. That's all right though.
And then this.
I think that's fine. Yeah. Okay.
I still feel like I'm insanely far behind.
Oh yeah. In fact, 4, 5, 6. Are you dead?
Oh, am I just dead to Thrill Seeker?
You might be. Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out.
4,
8, 10, 11. Yeah, not quite dead to Thrill Seeker.
Yeah, Sack Elf, it's 11.
Still gonna go get it.
Chat said, I got excited for a second when I read Gauntlet. I thought it said Garuda.
Oh, that's so funny.
Not quite. Okay, more cats.
More cats.
I've had this Smuggler's Copter in my hand for like 4 turns and just never had a good window to cast it.
Yeah, that's a problem with it too. Is sometimes it can be a little awkward on the draw, I guess. But
yeah, it's really bad when you're behind.
Yep.
Can like take a draw step, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I really have any outs here. Pretend like I do. Oh no, you're just pumping with the redemption. Yeah, I'm mega dead to that.
Yeah, pumping and then thrill seeking. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So on the play, I'm gonna try a slightly different strategy. I'm gonna try bringing in these cards.
Okay.
I don't know if they're very good, but I'm gonna give it a shot.
Okay.
This thing too. I'm gonna cut these.
Don't like these.
Cut one of these.
Cut those. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Let's just cut all these. I'm gonna try cutting Chandra in this matchup. There's been a lot of spots where I'm just like, if I ever fall behind on board, I just can't even play Chandra.
Yep.
So it seems like it might not be that good in this matchup.
Genocide, yeah, that's true. Well, we actually have a winning record with Grohl. It's the only deck we've had a winning record with today. Now, it will be 2-2 if we lose this one, so hopefully that won't happen. But, all right, this hand is close.
Yeah,
this hand is very, very close, but I think I need to mulligan. Just way too many things that
Not
go
very
wrong.
good Avalonians. Not good at all.
Need to mull
That,
that.
we got destroyed with that deck.
All right, let's keep this bottom. It's actually close. I think this is probably a little too greedy to keep, but it's really interesting because of this. But I think we don't need two of that, so let's just not be nuts here. And
Ooh, this is a throwback. Somebody in chat sent me a starting deck list for Jeskai vehicles. And when's the last time you heard the name Veteran Motorist?
oh yeah, I remember Veteran Motorist.
That was a banger.
Yeah, years ago is the answer. Years ago.
Yep. Many, many moons.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that deck could be good. I would believe it if somebody said that Marty Vehicles was a playable deck. Could definitely buy it.
Yeah, you probably want to be playing the well, do you want to play the 4-mana Gideon over Emperor? I guess like antheming your team is maybe a little bit better than the Emperor. It's kind of close.
Yeah,
it is nice that Emperor, yeah, because you're not really taking advantage of the Emperor playing at instant speed since almost all of your stuff is sorcery speed anyways.
Yep.
Maybe you should have not attacked with Firebrand there. It's better if you have Stomp.
Yeah, I do have Stomp, and I think I do just need to play it here.
I could make a really bad play.
Kill your own thing. I think killing your own thing is totally reasonable. No, I think that's probably a good play. Then you don't have to deal with the Stomp on the back part.
It's just like so bad if you have second Stomp.
It is, yeah. Would I even cast second Stomp here into 2 open mana and 3 cards, though? Pretty unlikely.
That's a fair point. All right. This is cross my fingers. Please don't have a Crone War.
Oh, baby.
For the love of God.
Oh, baby.
No, that means you definitely have it.
Drooling. Yeah, drooling about getting to take this bad boy.
Okay. Well, we have died. The game's over, chat.
I would like that one,
officially over. It's not gonna do it. Well, I guess I'll pass.
Yup. Sounds right.
Yeah, this red deck looks really bad. Maybe it's just the matchup. I mean,
I
think
could be the matchup, yeah.
Like
although my red deck wasn't looking good into what you were doing either. I can't remember what the matchup was, but red didn't look great from my end either. So you were playing the Legends, and then that. I guess I did beat the Graveyard deck, but I got pretty handily beaten by the Legends deck.
Yeah.
Let's see here. So if we attack with both, we get to, I guess, do that. You could have a burn spell. That's fine, I think. Yeah, let's. Unless this thing has to attack next turn. See, they can't even block anymore. I could just attack with this, but I think I'm okay with getting spells out of your hand. Let's do this.
Oh, whoops. Well, yeah, I should have done this before combat. Whoops, might be. Although, I don't know. If I do it before combat, maybe you don't attack with the god to eat the Soulscar Mage, so... But I do give you a map token this way.
Interesting, yeah, okay.
Although maybe you're... Yeah, because you would definitely want to... Like, you would 100% block with Oher, because if this thing dies in combat, you're better off with that. Because I don't get it back.
Yep.
Oh, well, now you just sack it to that. Yeah, okay.
You could sack it to that or this copter that I'm playing.
Yep. Mega dead. Bonfire?
Bonfire. I don't even know if that'd win the game.
Not a bonfire. Yeah, bonfire might not be good enough there. I don't know.
Deal 4 to everything. The Oger, does the Oger come back under, if the Oger dies, does it still come back under your control? Or
That is a good question. I think
no
it says
idea.
Owners.
Okay.
I'll read it real quick. I believe it does say Owners Control.
Okay.
Yeah, it says Owners Control.
Owner's control.
So I'd get it back.
So you would get it back. That's kind of cool. That's a pretty neat little interaction. That's really neat, actually. All right, Doom. I think that's gonna do it for me today, dude. I had a lot of fun. Thanks for jamming games, man. It was fun. Should do it again sometime if you'd like.
For sure. Yeah, no, that was a lot of fun. I appreciate you taking the time. I think that was some pretty good testing. We learned a lot today. Smuggler's Copter, still good.
Yeah, Smuggler's Copter busted. Embereth Shield Breaker might be a pretty good counter.
Also busted.
Some of these red decks. Yeah, this Gruul deck is a real quandary how to build this deck. It's very, very hard. There's just so many good cards. There's so many good threes in the Gruul shell, and I want to play more than one Inti, but I don't know where it slots in. I don't think you want to ever play less than 2 Akrone War because you have to be able to beat Shieldred. I don't think you want to cut Chariots. It's just hard. It's a hard deck to build.
Yeah, my list, I was on Max Akrone War, Max Chariot, and then Max Bonecrusher, Stormseeker, Copter, 8 Elves. I had 4 Huntsmans, and then I went 2 Thrillseeker, 2 Lovestruck, 1 Sentinel. But Inti does sound kind of interesting. I think I might want to try that. I could see shaving on a Akrone War. My one thing about cutting a Akrone War is like it did kind of get a lot better now that you have 8 vehicles to just free roll crew it.
That's true. Yeah, yeah, that's very, very true. Yeah, just so tricky to build. I was boarding Stormseeker out in a lot of these matchups, especially on the draw.
Really?
So maybe, yeah, I don't love the card on the draw, and I don't love it necessarily if I know my opponent's gonna have like a Braid and stuff in their deck, and but yeah, when you're on the defensive, I typically cut Stormseekers when I'm on the draw against like red and against like other, like against mono white or whatever,
sure,
stuff like that. It's pretty bad into Phoenix because it's a 3-mana X3 that gets Fire Impulsed, so not super exciting there. Is kind of my thinking at least on it, but yeah, I don't know. It's so hard to build this deck. It really is. I'm definitely going to spend more time and try and come up with some different ideas. But yeah, thanks a lot for playing, man. It was fun.
You got it. Yeah, thanks again for taking the time, and hope you have a great rest of your day, Steven.
You too, dude. We'll talk to you later, man.
All right. Catch you later.
All right, everybody. Well, that's going to do it for us today. We got some pretty good testing in. It's a little past when I usually hop off. I need to try and get to an event here. Go play some Pioneer at All-Star. See if somebody can give me a copter deck tonight to play. That'd be pretty cool. But I'm glad you appreciate it, man. That's good. I enjoyed playing it. Yeah, that was good. I think we all learned a lot. I think like Doomwake's chat was saying. Thank you everybody for the follows. Appreciate it. Like Doomwake's chat was saying, I think Embereth Shieldbreaker was really impressive today. I think we'll have to explore that in other archetypes. But JQ Motor, thank you very much. Appreciate it, dude. All right. Now, let's just go send everybody over to Doomwake's stream, because I think he's still going to stream for a while. So let's do that, and I will catch you guys tomorrow, starting at 10 a.m. Let's move it over to Doomwake here. And real quick, I'm also... How do I turn this off again? I can turn off these. We're getting a lot of follows. I assume it's people coming over from Doomwake. Appreciate it, everybody. Thank you. Whatever, I'm just going to move it over to Doomwakes, and that'll save us from this. Thanks, everybody, for the follows. Appreciate it. All right, let's drop Doomwake a raid, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow starting at 10 in the morning. All right. See you guys tomorrow.